Chapter 2855. As twins, the two of them had practiced wizard spells together for many years and had long reached the level of telepathy. Therefore, even if it was just a simple exchange of glances, they could see each other's thoughts. The poison of the green demon was incurable, but the wizard bull said that he wouldn't die. Then, he only had one choice. How much do you know about the demon race? Yang Kai asked again. Rain collected her thoughts and replied, "Not much. The information recorded in the ancient book is really little. Other than the green demon, there is also a corresponding red demon. These two demon race caused countless casualties in the last war." Red demon? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and some laughable figures involuntarily appeared in his mind. Is it a short and round guy with red skin and hair? Maybe. Rain wasn't too sure. What special ability does the red demon have? Rain said the red demon is also known as the explosive demon. The only value and use of their existence is to explode. There is such a demon race? Yang Kai was shocked. In the demon's den, Yang Kai had indeed killed a few red-skinned demon race. Those demon race emitted an extremely dangerous aura from head to toe. They were short, but they were fat and round like a wooden barrel. When he killed them, he didn't feel anything. Now that he heard Rain's explanation, he knew that these guys were completely born to explode. Thinking about it, if they didn't know this news in advance, they would encounter an army of red demons, and the red demons would explode one by one in the battle. The barbarians would definitely suffer heavy casualties. This was another extremely important piece of information. However, regarding the demon race, the Rain sisters only knew about the red demon and the green demon. They didn't even know about the sand demon before. Therefore, they couldn't provide Yang Kai with too much information for reference. On the other hand, Yang Kai went to the demon's den and obtained a lot of information. He told the wizard what he saw and told them to pass it down so that when the two armies fought in the future, the clansmen would be careful. Subsequently, Yang Kai found an open space and raised his hand. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared. It was the demonic beast that Yang Kai had captured from the Devil's Denver. This demonic beast body was surrounded by a pitch-black aura that constantly overflowed. As soon as it appeared, it let out an angry roar, scaring the dozen or so shamans. They all looked at the demon beast in surprise, then at Yang Kai. She had no idea how he had managed to conjure such a big fellow out of thin air. However, Yang Kai had already placed several restrictions on this demonic beast, and its strength was completely sealed. So, even though it looked ferocious, it couldn't display the slightest effect. There seems to be cavalry in the demon race. These demonic beasts are their mounts. Let's do some research and see if we can find any weaknesses. It would be best if we can use them. If we can't find any weaknesses, it's fine too. I'll just kill them. Kai Yang threw down these words. He then walked to a wooden house that had just been built by the side. A group of wizards immediately surrounded that demonic beast and began studying it in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Yang Kai had also been hiding in the wooden house for 2 days without appearing. Nobody knew what he was doing. The army of 3,000 had suppressed their anger and fighting spirit, yet they had nowhere to vent it. Within the Devil's Den, Shaya sat on her own throne. Her tight and revealing clothes accentuated her beautiful figure. The lump of chaotic origin essence that was blown apart by Yang Kai a few days ago had regained its majesty. It was unknown what secret technique she had used. It actually allowed her injuries to recover completely. At this moment, her hand was supporting her chin as if she was taking a nap. That short and small demon race stood there silently without any aura. It was like a dead person. After a long time, Shaya opened her eyes and said indifferently, "What's the situation over there? Is he not here yet?" The short and small demon race immediately replied, according to the spies of the Sandmen, "The mood of the other races over there is slightly unstable. Instead, that fellow has been hiding all this while without any special movements. Shaya sneered. It seems he is thinking of ways to neutralize the poison of the green devil. What a joke. If the poison of the green devil could be neutralized so easily, it wouldn't be the most mysterious poison of our demon race. But for him to be able to hold on for 2 days without yielding, he is quite formidable. As she spoke, she stood up. Her beautiful eyes were sharp as she said, "Pass down the order for the clansmen to prepare." The short and small demon race became spirited. "Master, are you going to start a war with them?" Shatya sneered. "If he doesn't come looking for me, I'll go look for him. Right? It's rare to see such an interesting slave. I don't wish for him to die just like that." When the short and small demon race heard that, he could not help but feel sad for that barbarian. But he still turned around and passed down the order. In an instant, the demonic chi in the devil's den surged, and many members of the demon race gathered. Half an hour later, the members of the bull wizard tribe, who were 100 miles away, suddenly felt a strange sound coming from the ground. At the same time, the sky cavalry in the sky blew the horn in their hands. The dull sound resounded through the sky. The 3,000 clansmen's expressions turned cold. They all picked up their weapons and got into formation. Yong Kai's body was still covered in green light. He quickly walked out of the wooden house and looked up at the devil's denver. He saw that the sky there was dark, as if a storm was coming. The darkness was quickly rushing over, trying to cover up the light. Yong Kai's mouth hooked up, and he sneered. More than a dozen wizards stood in front of the 3,000 clansmen. They all looked at him with worried expressions. Yong Kai had been poisoned for 2 days. Although he seemed to be fine now, who knew when he would not be able to hold on? Now that the war was about to start, what if he was affected by the green poison in the battle and accidentally died? In this kind of war, if the commander died, it would be a great blow to everyone. It might even turn the victory into nothing. But at this critical moment, no matter how worried they were, they could not ask. They could only pray in their hearts. Yu and Lu were also prepared for the worst. Yong Kai's eyes swept over the dozen wizard and looked at the 3,000 clansmen. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Standing here are the most elite warriors of the barbarian race. They are my wizard companions of the bull tribe. The demon race has come. Our only choice is to fight to the death with them. Our opponent is the enemy who attacked us in the village a few days ago. A few days ago, we lost hundreds of people, but that is just the beginning. If you do not win this war, then thousands of people will die. They will kill our men, take our women, enslave our children, and conquer our land." The 3,000 clansmen's breathing became heavy. Their fighting spirit soared and gathered into a ball. It was as if they wanted to tear apart the sea of clouds. This war is our first real war, so we only have one goal: to win. Not only do we have to win beautifully. Only in this way can we wash away the shame of the wizard bull tribe a few days ago. My warriors, are you all ready? Roar. The 3,000 clansmen were like 3,000 crazy beasts. Even without the support of the bloodlust spell, their eyes were glowing red. Yong Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to point at the place where the darkness was the thickest. "If you are ready, then let them pay the price." The eagle's cry sounded, and the air riders quickly rose to the sky. Under the leadership of their respective captains, the 10 regular teams did not say a word and quickly rushed to the battlefield. The orderly and dense footsteps made the earth begin to tremble. The guards surrounded the dozen or so adepts, guarding the place with their lives on the line. Cryptic incantations began to ring out as beams of magical light bloomed from the hands of the adepts, enveloping the 10 regular squads in circles. Bloodlust spell, lightness spell, stone armor spell, mega strength spell, life chain. Every warrior's body was glowing with colorful light. Every strong barbarian became taller, with bulging muscles and ferocious faces. Their originally red eyes became even redder. Without any fancy moves, the demon race and the barbarian race charged at each other, as if they had agreed beforehand. Looking down from the sky, the two teams with thousands of people converged from different directions. The wide, flat ground in the middle was the battlefield. The distance of 100 miles was shortened in just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Moreover, the barbarians' desire to fight and kill had soared to the limit after traveling dozens of miles. When the black clouds began to cover the earth, the two armies officially met. The barbarians who were charging at the front were slightly stunned. That was because they saw familiar faces. Those were the faces of the barbarians. Those were the faces of the barbarians of the past. The vanguard of the demon race's camp was actually the demonized barbarians. But at this moment, these barbarians had lost their usual clarity of mind. Every one of them seemed to have gone crazy. It was as if the barbarians in front of them were not their former compatriots, but their irreconcilable enemies. They mercilessly raised the weapons in their hands and fiercely hacked down. Kill! An angry roar sounded. The Wizard's Bull tribe was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. Thanks to the information that Yong Kai had gathered, everyone was mentally prepared to encounter such a situation in the battle against the demon race. Every barbarian had asked themselves if they would be able to kill the demonized barbarians if they were to encounter them. No matter what the current situation of these barbarians was, they were barbarians. They had their own brothers and sisters. Maybe there was a chance to save them. But soon, everyone realized that this kind of thinking was meaningless. If they were to encounter such a barbarian on the battlefield, letting them die quickly would be the best relief. Showing mercy to them would be irresponsible to their companions. In front of the crowd, Tiger jumped up high. He jumped 100 feet high and fiercely hacked down with the giant axe in his hand. The attack had not yet arrived, but the sharp aura of the giant axe had already caused the skin of the demonized barbarian to crack open. By the time Tiger landed on the ground, the barbarian had already been split into two. Tiger raised the giant axe high and fiercely roared, "Kill!" Chapter 2856. Pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere. The battlefield seemed to have turned into a giant meat grinder, shredding all the living creatures that entered it into pieces. One by one, the demonized barbarians fell to the ground. Although they were also born in the barbarian tribe and had strong bodies, they had not been blessed with any witchcraft. After being demonized, they had lost their independent thinking. Now, they were only humanoid weapons that were purely occupied by the idea of killing. How could such an existence fight against a real barbarian that was well-equipped, filled with killing intent, and blessed by the wizard's spells? Therefore, when the two armies clashed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the other hand, the warriors of the Wizard's Bull tribe were like bulldozers. Everywhere they went, no one was left alive. 10 regular teams, each with 250 to 300 people, were led by their respective captains. They were like 10 sharp nails that pierced into the demon race's camp. In a split second, the entire place was turned upside down. In the sound of weapons clashing, heads flew high into the air. Strong bodies slowly fell to the ground. Their widened eyes showed a trace of infatuation with the land. But more than that, they were stunned. The demonized barbarians did not know what they were doing until they died. Why did they block the path of their former comrades? Why did they have to fight against them? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the vanguard of the demon race was smashed into pieces. A bunch of trash. Sitting at the back of the army, Shaya did not panic. She was still as graceful as ever. Her beautiful eyes looked coldly at the demonic barbarians in front of her. There was no change in her expression. Unlike the barbarians, this was not the first time she fought against them. It was only when she destroyed the 4 major barbarian tribes. They were all led by the demon saint. The demon race was invincible. Wherever they went, there was no resistance. They easily destroyed the 4 tribes. However, now that she was in charge, she realized how difficult it was to deal with these barbarians. In terms of individual strength, these barbarians were not much different from the demon race. However, they were blessed by the wizard. The difference between the two was obvious. The various types of sorcery spells were indeed miraculous. However, she didn't care. They were just demonized slaves. She didn't care how many of them died. The key to this battle didn't lie with the demonized people. It didn't even lie with the 2 armies. Instead, it lay with the sorcerer who was poisoned by the green demon's poison. Looking into the distance, Shah-Ya saw the fellow covered in green through the barrier of space. The corners of his mouth curled up. He felt that he should have reached his limit. Right? Disperse! On the battlefield, Ahu roared, his voice piercing through the clouds. The barbarians stopped in their tracks when they heard the roar. They turned around and scattered in all directions in an orderly manner. There was no other reason. Behind the vanguard of the demon race, suddenly a group of short and round guys with red skin jumped out. These guys had ferocious and excited expressions on their faces. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their bodies were bouncing on the ground like meatballs. Every time they bounced, they would be able to advance more than 100 feet. They were charging towards the barbarians without any fear of death. Red devils! Thanks to the knowledge that Yulu and Yulu had gained from the wizard temple, the barbarian warriors immediately gave the most accurate response when they saw these redskin guys. Otherwise, if they were to charge forward without knowing what was going on, there would definitely be heavy casualties. The regular squads circled around the red-skinned devils and continued to charge forward. The red devils were entangled and scattered as well. They all jumped and pounced towards the nearest group of people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the sky, sharp arrows flew over, bringing with them the sound of breaking through the air. They were filled with killing intent. Every arrow accurately shot into the body of a red devil. The red devils that were shot were like ignited barrels of dynamite. Their originally red skin turned even redder. An extremely dangerous aura surged out from their bodies. Their round bodies suddenly expanded by several times. Then, with a series of booming sounds, they exploded one by one. It was as if they could blow up a hole in the void. Oh my God! Yang Kai looked at the sparks that bloomed in the sky. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. The power of the explosion of these exploding devils was not small. Although 1 or 2 of them were not very eye-catching, if 100 or so of them exploded together, even the Wizard King would be at a disadvantage. The demon race could really give birth to some strange people. The green devils were like this, and so were the red devils. On the other side, Shah-Ya's complacent smile suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked at the riders in the sky. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it!" According to her understanding, the other races should not have known anything about her side. However, when the red devils moved out, the other races made the most accurate response. The surprise attack of the red devils did not have any effect at all. Instead, they lost a lot of people for nothing. Swishing noises could be heard without an end. Those non-humankind cavalrymen mounted on those giant eagles were all highly skilled in archery. Even in the air, they could still maintain their accuracy. Every single arrow they shot would kill a red devil that leaped into the air, saving the lives of their warriors. "Kill them!" Shah-Ya waved her hand. The clouds of black mist behind him suddenly disappeared into the void. After a short while, a short and small figure appeared on one side of an air cavalryman. At the same time, he directly slashed his pitch-black dagger towards the neck of this air cavalryman who was caught off guard. The dagger was incomparably sharp. Even Yang Kai's body had been slightly injured by it, but if these cavalrymen were to be hit by it, their heads would most likely be chopped off. The air rider sitting on the giant eagle and shooting arrows did not respond. His sharp eyes were still locked on to a red devil below, and he fired an arrow. Just as the demon race rider was about to succeed, another dagger suddenly appeared in the void and accurately blocked the neck of the air rider. With a clang, when the two daggers collided, the demon race rider who launched the sneak attack frowned and retreated vigilantly. He was a natural killer and assassin. He would only launch an attack at the safest time, so he was very surprised that someone could block his attack. Looking up, he saw a petite girl suddenly appear beside the air rider. Her figure was delicate, and her waterfall-like long hair fluttered in the wind. Strangely, she was holding a dagger in each hand, one facing the other. She stood there weakly, as if she would be blown away by the wind. She was actually holding two daggers? The demon race assassin frowned. As an assassin, he naturally knew the difficulty of controlling two daggers. This was a fellow assassin, and an extremely skilled one at that. He could not help but lick the corner of his mouth, and a sense of excitement welled up in his heart. He wanted to compete with her. Slaughter. The girl suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was low and sweet, and she slightly raised her head with a pious expression, as if she was praying to an unknown god. What? The demon race assassin was stunned. Feast. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl danced like a butterfly. Her posture was elegant and beautiful, and anyone who saw it could not help but be immersed in it, enjoying the pleasure brought by this dance. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and cold light overflowed. The demon race assassin, however, was not in the mood to appreciate it. He only felt cold all over, and his hands and feet were trembling. As an assassin, one must have an extremely strong psychological quality. He was one of the best assassins, and was especially outstanding in this aspect. Therefore, under normal circumstances, his state of mind would not fluctuate in the slightest. But at this moment, he seemed to have seen an extremely shocking scene. At the same time that he was terrified, he actually revealed a trace of satisfaction, as if he had heard the Tao in the morning and could die in the evening. He saw the most exquisite mystery of the assassination path. Streaks of cold light bloomed densely in the air. In a flash, they covered an area of 300 feet in radius. Sizzling sounds could be heard incessantly as streaks of blood strangely drifted out from the void. When the girl stopped moving, the daggers in her hands slid down a string of blood beads. Puff, puff, puff. In the void, blood spurted out. One after another, the figures of the demon race assassins suddenly appeared. Each of them had a stunned expression, as if they did not expect that someone would be able to find them in the void. Each of the demon race assassins only had one wound on their body, and those wounds were all fatal. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. One by one, the short demon race assassins fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a bloody mess. It was a tragic sight. "What is your name?" The demon race assassin facing the girl asked calmly. The girl turned her head and glanced at him, and also calmly said, "Die." The demon race assassin whispered, as if he wanted to remember this name. In the next moment, a blood arrow shot out from his chest, and he fell straight to the ground. As he fell, his vitality quickly faded. Although Dai's action deterred the demon race assassins and saved the lives of many air cavalry, there were more demon race assassins hiding in the void. A ray of light flew from below and turned into a circle of light, enveloping all the air cavalry. In the next moment, the eyes of many air cavalry suddenly brightened, as if there was a torch burning in them. The light could illuminate all the shadows hidden in the darkness, making them unable to hide. Eagle Eye. After receiving the support of the wizards, the air cavalry immediately locked their eyes on the demon race assassins who were hiding in the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Arrows were shot out one after another, reaping the lives of these assassins while they were still in a daze. The assassins naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death. seeing that their bodies were exposed, they immediately launched an attack. The air cavalry riding the giant eagles nimbly avoided those assassins in the air, making their sneak attack fruitless. Yu and Lu, who came back to their senses, chanted an incantation at the same time. After 3 breaths, a bolt of lightning like a dancing snake appeared in front of the twins. That bolt of lightning was like a chain, crackling as it moved forward. Chapter 2857. One of the assassins couldn't dodge in time and was touched by the electric snake. Instantly, his hair stood on end, and a burnt smell came from his body. The electric snake exploded with the assassin's body as the center, turning into an electric net that covered the entire sky. The assassins of the demon race were paralyzed and trembling. The air cavalry that was being chased didn't even look back. They shot arrows backward. The powerful arrows shot into the chests of the demon race assassins and came out from their backs, leaving bloody holes. A nebula lightning bolt found all the assassins of the demon race. On the contrary, the air cavalry of her own clan weren't affected at all. The exquisite control of the Rain and Dew twins over the wizard spells was evident. Without any worries, the aerial cavalry once again displayed astonishing combat strength, continuously providing strong and powerful support to their companions below. Xia sent out 3 waves of assassins in a row, but they didn't kill any air cavalry. Instead, they lost many people. She was furious. On the battlefield, the demon race and the barbarians had officially clashed. The demonized demons were the vanguard. The strategy of the red demons at the back didn't have any effect. Instead, the barbarians broke through and penetrated deep into their own territory. The demon race had no choice but to resist with all their might. The Sandmen relied on their magical ability to travel through the earth to constantly create chaos on the battlefield. It also had some effect, causing the Wizards' Bull clan to inevitably suffer some losses. However, with the support of the life chain, the life force of all the barbarians in the 10 regular teams coexisted. Therefore, even if someone suffered a fatal injury, they wouldn't die immediately. Instead, under the effect of spreading the injury, their life force would be replenished by the other members of their clan. At this point in the battle, the demon race had suffered hundreds of casualties. On the other hand, not a single barbarian fell. The life chain was indeed the most important wizard spell in the large-scale battle of the barbarians. With such a wizard spell connecting them, the Wizards' Bull clan dared to fight even if they were facing a giant dragon. Xia, you couldn't sit still anymore. She paid a heavy price for her rash decision. At the beginning of the battle, she thought that with the surprise of the red demons, she would be able to quickly win. Victory would soon be decided, but he did not expect that the red devils he sent out would not have any effect at all. The shadow demon clansmen that had set off after him were also slaughtered by the other party like falling flowers and flowing water. Although the 2 armies were about the same in terms of numbers, the difference in their true combat strength was like night and day. Xia had no choice but to mobilize her strongest team. When the bestial roar rang out, the ground began to tremble. The cavalrymen of the demon race charged out like a mighty army of thousands of horses. They were tall, and their bodies were wrapped in black gas. They were mounted on ferocious-looking magical beasts, and they rampaged through the battlefield. Not a single barbarian was able to stop them. Wherever they passed, people would be thrown off their horses. The demon race's declining situation was gradually being reversed. The rest of the demon race was led by this group of cavalrymen. They pounced on the barbarian tribe and pushed the front line forward. The arrows shot by the cavalrymen did not have much effect. The magical beasts had thick skin, and the arrows were like tickles to them. "It's our turn," Rain and Dew said at the same time, and their expressions were solemn. More than a dozen wizards of different levels straightened their backs. Some of the older wizards were better, but the younger ones were a little nervous. It was their first time on a real battlefield, and they kept seeing people die. This was a huge impact on them. But if they wanted to stop the momentum of the demon race's cavalrymen, they could only rely on them now. The guards escorted more than a dozen wizards to the battlefield. Shaya looked over and frowned. She did not know what the barbarians were doing, but there was an uneasy feeling lingering in her heart. "You're finished?" A voice suddenly came from not far away. Shaya was shocked. When she turned her head to look, she immediately saw a green guy appear beside her, out of nowhere. Shaya almost jumped up. Even with her strength, she did not notice how the other party appeared here. If the other party had launched a sneak attack, would she have been able to block it? Probably, maybe, but when the two armies were fighting, why is this guy not guarding the rear, but suddenly running over to my side? As if she thought of something, Shaya pursed her lips and smiled. "Have you considered joining the arms of the great demon god?" Yong Kai turned his head to look at her and grinned. "I'm still thinking about it. Of course, if you can cure me of the green poison, I will consider it more sincerely." Shaya sneered. "Don't be wishful thinking. There is no way to cure the green poison, unless you become my slave." Yong Kai frowned. "Is this the only way?" Shaya said, "Only this one." Yong Kai nodded. Shaya smiled charmingly and said, "These 2 days haven't been easy, have they? To be honest, I'm a little surprised that you can still be conscious after 2 days. But the more you insist, the more pain you will suffer." Yong Kai sighed. "I'm in so much pain right now." Shaya tilted her head. "I can't see it." Yong Kai grinned and said, "Men always have to act strong, don't they?" Shaya smiled. "You are indeed qualified to be my slave. I can assure you that after I transform you, I will preserve your own consciousness. There won't be any difference compared to before." Yong Kai raised his eyebrows. "Retain my consciousness? But why did my demonized clansmen?" Shaya curled her lips and showed a disdainful expression. "They are nothing. They are just a bunch of trash. Naturally, they are not worth my effort. But you're different. An expert like you is more suitable for having a clear mind. I am willing to pay a price." "You are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you." Yong Kai smiled gently. Shaya giggled. "Just be obedient. Then, shall we begin now?" Yong Kai turned to look at her. Shaya's smile disappeared. She looked up at the battlefield and saw that the demon race had suddenly fallen into a disadvantageous position. After the dozen shamans took action, a series of powerful witchcraft were cast, and the demon cavalry was forced to retreat. The advantage that the demon cavalry had gained before was gone. If it weren't for the Sandmen constantly appearing and disappearing to cause trouble, bringing various restraints to the barbarians, the cavalry would have been wiped out very quickly. But even so, the situation of the demon race was not optimistic. More than half of the demon race's forces were dead or injured. The losses were constantly increasing. On the other hand, the barbarians were getting braver, and their morale was high. "I need to pay a price to take you as my slave. What can you pay?" Shaya suddenly turned to look at Yong Kai. "What do you want?" Yong Kai asked. Shaya raised her hand and pointed forward. "I want to see your sincerity. Only with enough sincerity can you earn my trust. Decide for yourself. You don't have much time left." Yong Kai laughed. "That's easy." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the battlefield. Wherever he passed, anyone who blocked his way would be killed with a single punch. None of the strong demons were able to stop his advance. Shaya did not like this bloody scene. Instead, it made her even more interested. When she looked at Yong Kai, her eyes bloomed with a strange light. The demon race clearly knew that he was not to be trifled with. They all retreated. A short while later, Yong Kai arrived at the battlefield where the two armies were clashing. "Master, why are you—" Rain suddenly noticed Yong Kai. She was stunned. "Did you come from that side?" Her camp was at the back, but Yong-kai clearly came from the demon race's side. Moreover, as the commander-in-chief of an army, it was not wise for him to appear on the battlefield where the two armies were facing each other instead of commanding from the rear and strategizing from within the tent. When she was about to persuade him, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. Lu also felt it. She raised her head and looked at Yong-kai vigilantly. "Master, what are you going to do?" Yong-kai smiled and looked at the twins. "Come with me." The twins were silent. Then they slowly shook their heads. The more than 10 wizards were also confused by the situation. They looked at each other. "It's not good to disobey orders. Wizard, did you forget what the master said when he handed you over to me?" Yong-kai looked at them with a gloomy look. There was a sense of dignity in his eyes. Rain said in a deep voice, "If the master is really thinking about the barbarian race, we will not disobey. But now don't you want to join the demon race?" "What?" The more than 10 wizards were shocked. They could not believe what they just heard. They all looked at Yong-kai, hoping that he would deny it. But what made them feel like falling into an ice cellar was that Yong-kai actually smiled. "You are very observant." Rain said, "There is only one way to get rid of the green demon's poison. That is to be turned into a demon. Master, you have really disappointed us." In a few words, the more than 10 wizards instantly understood what was going on. The wizard Master Bull was poisoned by the green demon's poison. Obviously, he did not want to die like this. That was why he had to join the demon race. The twins seemed to have seen through his thoughts. What should they do? This was the Wizard Bull's first real battle. The 12 teams worked together and were about to win. But at this crucial moment, their leader wanted to betray them. The sudden change made everyone lose their ability to think. Their minds were in a daze. "You are very smart. No wonder you can enter the wizard temple. But even if you know, what can you do?" Yong-kai smiled and reached out his hand to cover the twins. When his hand reached down, it was like a curtain of light, blocking the light in front of everyone's eyes. The twins' faces changed. Even though they knew that the Wizard Master Bull was very strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. The two of them did not even have time to think before their bodies stiffened. They did not know what kind of technique Yong-kai used. Chapter 2858. Yong-kai stretched out his hand and caught the twins as easily as pinching 2 chicks under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The twins were terrified and couldn't help but move closer to Yong-kai. They were immediately taken away by Yong-kai and flew towards the back of the demon race. The remaining wizard and wizard apprentices watched all of this with their eyes wide open. A chill spread out from their pores as they froze on the spot. Sha Ya's smug laughter resounded throughout the battlefield, extremely harsh to the ears. When a figure flashed in front of them, Butterfly blocked the way. Yu Lu showed a look of surprise and desire at the same time and said in unison, "Master, Wizard Bull has defected to the demon race. Quickly stop him." After this period of contact, Yu Lu knew that Butterfly was also a great wizard and was on the same level as Wizard Bull. If she made a move, perhaps it would have some effect. Butterfly turned a deaf ear and stood there without moving. She just looked at Yong-kai indifferently. Yong-kai also stopped and narrowed his eyes at Butterfly. "You want to stop me?" Butterfly was silent for a while and silently moved aside. The light of hope in Yu Lu's eyes suddenly disappeared. Yong-kai nodded and passed by Butterfly with Yu Lu. "Be careful," Butterfly whispered softly, like a mosquito. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't even know that she was talking. Yong-kai was already far away and soon disappeared. "The battle is not over yet. What are you waiting for?" Butterfly looked at the 13 wizard below and shouted. She was the first to move. Her body fluttered and moved around the battlefield. Sometimes she used her extraordinary agility to reap the lives of the demon race members. Sometimes her hands bloomed with the light of wizard spells, giving the barbarian soldiers all kinds of buffs. Seeing her like this, the 13 wizard and wizard apprentices found their backbone again and gradually stabilized their position. The incantation sounded again, and the light of wizard spells flashed repeatedly. On one side of the battlefield, Yang Kai floated to the ground and waved his hand. Yulu fell to the ground. The twins' eyes were burning with hatred, as if there was a volcano hidden in them. They looked at Yang Kai, and then at the scantily clad Shaya. She clenched her teeth. On one hand, she felt humiliated by their situation. On the other hand, she was indignant at Yang Kai's cowardice. If they knew that this wizard bull was such a person, they would never agree to follow him. Is this sincerity enough? Yang Kai looked at Shaya and asked, Shaya. Yulu looked at Yulu and then looked at Yang Kai. She slowly shook her head. Why is... Shaya raised her hand slightly and casually pointed at Lu. Kill her. Lu. Kill her, and I'll believe you. Shaya tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai with a hint of provocation in her eyes. She was not a fool, although this barbarian tribe great shaman was poisoned by the green devil and showed the intention of surrendering. If it was only to this extent, it was not enough to win her trust. This was the last test. If this barbarian great wizard could really kill her subordinates, then his intention to surrender would be unquestionable. On the other hand, this was a trick to get closer to her. Shaya was conflicted. On one hand, she hoped that this barbarian great wizard would fight to the end and would rather die than surrender. Prey that struggled between life and death was the best prey. On the other hand, she felt that it would be a pity if he died like this. She hoped that he would listen to her, but a slave that listened to her too much, what was the use of having him? She did not lack such people under her command. Therefore, she did not know what decision she wanted this barbarian great wizard to make. She carefully observed him, hoping to see a hesitant and struggling expression on his face that would make her feel more or less happy. But what surprised her was that Yang Kai did not say a word after hearing her order and directly walked forward. There was no sign of hesitation. The twins' expressions changed. You forced yourself to stand in front of her sister. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai and said sternly, "Kill me. Let her go." Yang Kai stood in front of her like an insurmountable mountain. He looked down at her and nodded slightly. The sisterly love is touching. Unfortunately, at the same time, Yu was sent flying by Yang Kai with a kick. She flew more than 10 feet and fell heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. This is Master Shaya's first order. I have to obey it. When Yang Kai was talking, he had already grabbed Lu's slender neck and slowly lifted her up. Lu struggled with all her strength. Her face was red, but with her strength restrained, how could she shake off Yang Kai's grip with her own body? Her movements of using her hands and feet looked so funny. Cough, let her go. Yu stood up not far away and screamed. She wanted to rush over, but was firmly held down by a black shadow. Yang Kai's strength was getting stronger and stronger. His wizard power began to fluctuate. He was emitting an extremely dangerous aura. As if their hearts were connected, Lu struggled to turn her head and look at her sister. He was also looking at them sadly. When their eyes met, Lu opened her mouth, slightly, but no sound came out. You knew that she was saying goodbye to her. No, you shouted hysterically. Pung! A cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded. Lu, who was lifted up by Yang Kai, directly exploded. Not even her bones were left. Only blood and mincemeat dripped down. Yu's screams stopped abruptly. She looked at the blood mist as if she had lost her soul. She couldn't believe that her sister, who was so close to her a moment ago, would end up in such a miserable state. 2 lines of blood tears silently fell from the corner of her eyes. She didn't cry. Her eyes became cold and piercing. She looked at Yang Kai coldly. Her eyes were filled with hatred. If it was possible, she was willing to bite this wizard to death bit by bit. She would eat all his muscles and flesh, drink all his blood. She would even chew his bones and swallow them into her stomach. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Xia suddenly let out a burst of crazy laughter. She seemed to be very happy. It was as if the scene in front of her had touched her sensitive nerves and gave her an unprecedented satisfaction. Yang Kai ignored Yu's gaze. He turned to look at Xia and said, "Master, is this sincerity enough?" "It's enough." Xia nodded with satisfaction. Only now did she truly believe that Yang Kai was here to surrender. "Come here," Xia called out, as if she was summoning her pet. Yang Kai walked to her and stood in front of her. "Kneel down," Xia said again. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "I'm sorry. My legs hurt. I can't kneel down." The smile on Xia's face instantly turned cold. She stared at Yang Kai coldly and said, "How dare you disobey my orders? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "In life, some things can be given up, but some things must be persevered. Master, you are a woman. You don't understand the perseverance of men." Xia's lips curled up. "What a joke. You can even kill your own subordinates. Why are you not willing to kneel to me?" Yang Kai shrugged. "I'd rather die." The two of them looked at each other. Yang Kai's expression was calm, while Xia's was dignified. After a long time, Xia curled her lips. She realized that this great wizard was a tough guy. He had no intention of kneeling to her in order to survive. His perseverance did not make her angry. Instead, it made her excited. She felt a sense of accomplishment when she tamed such an unruly slave. "All right, since you have shown your sincerity, it's my turn now." Saying so, Xia lightly stepped forward and gracefully arrived in front of Yang Kai, reaching out her hand and placing it on his forehead. A dark demonic chi suddenly flowed out from Xia's fingertips. The demonic chi was similar to the demonic chi that the wizard encountered in the abandoned village. In comparison, Xia's demonic chi was undoubtedly more outstanding, pure, and more corrosive. After forcing out the demonic chi, Xia's face suddenly showed a hint of fatigue. It was obvious that it had taken a toll on her. The demonic chi was like a living creature. It circled around Xia's fingertips a few times before disappearing into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and staggered back 2 steps. A faint black color immediately spread out from his body. The black color was like a burning flame. It burned the demonic green poison into nothingness wherever it passed. The lush green light disappeared and was replaced by a strange and heavy darkness. "That's it." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Xia chuckled and said, "Since you can withstand my demonic chi without dying, you are now a member of my demon race. However, to become my slave, you will need to add something else." Yang Kai said, "I am willing to serve under master." Xia said with satisfaction, "Very good." As she spoke, she opened her mouth and spat out a fist-sized object. Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, narrowed her eyes. The object did not look like anything else. It looked like a heart, a pitch-black heart that was beating rhythmically. Xia held it in her hand. It was gently beating. Every time it beat, it would send out a powerful force. Moreover, it also contained a mysterious power that would make people feel uneasy and dizzy. Kai Yang, on the other hand, watched with great interest. Xia smiled and said, "This is my demonic heart. Is it okay for you to take it out like this?" Yang Kai asked with concern, "Will it affect you in any way?" Xia laughed and said, "In my demon race, every expert who has cultivated to a certain level has their own demonic heart. As long as the demonic heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die. Didn't your ancestors tell you this?" Yang Kai said, "This is the first time I've heard of it." Looking at the demon heart with a burning gaze, Yang Kai asked, "In other words, this thing is your foundation, right?" "That's right." Shaya nodded slightly. "Can I have a look?" Yang Kai looked at the demonic heart curiously. Shaya raised her head. Her gaze was deep, as if she wanted to see if he was just asking casually or if he had other plans. You suddenly held her breath, and her expression became nervous. Chapter 2859. I have something to do today, so I'll be going out soon. Sorry. Under Shaya's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he was really just curious about the demon heart. Shaya smiled, and unexpectedly threw the demon heart to Yang Kai, saying, "Be careful, don't break it." Kai Yang took it and turned it over and over in his hands. Rain was so nervous that she could even hear her own heartbeat. She looked at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression, temporarily forgetting that he was the enemy who killed her sister. There was only one voice in her mind: crush the demon heart. If Yang Kai could really crush the demon heart and kill the demon king in front of her, then Lu's death would not be in vain. If Yang Kai really did that, then it would mean that everything that happened before was fake. He surrendered to the demon race just to find a chance to kill the demon king. Even if Lu died because of this, she could forgive him. However, what made her disappointed was that Yang Kai held the demon heart and looked at it for a long time without any intention of doing anything. "What are you hesitating for? Crush it." Rain finally couldn't help but shout out. Shaya glanced at her with a smile, her eyes full of mockery. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the demon heart back, saying, "What do you want to do now? You didn't take out your demon heart just to surprise me, right?" Rain saw this scene, and her face turned pale. Her body went limp and fell to the ground, as if she had lost all her strength. The wizard really surrendered to the demon race. Lu died for nothing. It was laughable that she had a little bit of hope for this spineless coward. It was a shame that she had such thoughts. Shaya, who took back the demon heart, smiled, showing a very satisfied expression, and said, "Of course, I didn't do it for you to see." As she spoke, she didn't do anything, but the demon heart in her hand seeped out a trace of black blood. The blood was rolling, filled with unimaginable magic power, and was sent to Yang Kai by Shaya. He smiled and said, "Swallow it. From now on, you are mine." Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai swallowed the devil blood and let out a muffled groan. The pitch-black aura on the surface of his body flourished. Shaya smiled and looked at Yang Kai approvingly. "You made a wise choice. Thank you, Master, for giving me this chance," Yang Kai said calmly. "So now," Shaya stepped forward and looked at the chaotic battlefield. The demon race had been utterly defeated. Even the strongest cavalry under Shaya's command had been mobilized. However, there was no sign of panic in Shaya's eyes. Instead, she was confident in her victory. She raised her hand and said, "Let us end this ridiculous war." Shaya's eyes were filled with confidence. The barbarian commander had already surrendered. Although there were a lot of barbarians left, they were nothing to worry about. As long as she joined forces with this newly recruited slave of hers, winning the battle would not be a problem at all. "By the way, what's your name?" Shaya asked without turning her head. "Wizard Niu. My name is Wizard Niu." Yang Kai replied. As he spoke, the power in his body surged violently. A golden light suddenly bloomed under his feet and penetrated deep into the ground. The next moment, a series of muffled groans came from the ground. One by one, the sand demons hiding underground were killed by Yang Kai before they could even react. Shaya was slightly startled. Before she could turn her head, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. When she looked down, she saw the tip of a broad sword piercing through her plump breasts, leaving behind a trail of blood. Shaya's beautiful eyes trembled. She could not believe her eyes. On the other side, Yu let out a cry of surprise. She was shocked by the sudden turn of events. "Master, how do you feel?" Yang Kai's voice came from behind. It was very calm, as if he was asking her if she had eaten. Shaya coughed a few times. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She said with a ferocious expression, "How can you go against my will after swallowing my devil blood?" If that was not the case, she would not have been so careless and exposed her back to this wizard Nyo. All the previous tests, this wizard Nyo had passed them perfectly. When she wanted him to show enough sincerity, he captured 2 of his wizard subordinates and even killed one of them in front of her. She seemed to have casually thrown the devil's heart to him, but it was also a test. If the wizard Nyo had attacked at that time, Shaya had a way to resolve it. Even if the devil's heart was really crushed, she would not die. However, he did not show any signs of betrayal. After observing the devil's heart for a while, he returned it. If he had really betrayed her, that would have been the best time to make a move. From that moment on, Shaya truly believed in him. Giving him the devil's blood was the last layer of protection. After swallowing her devil's blood, he would be one of her people. She could kill him, and he would not have any power to resist. That was why she was willing to expose her back to him. However, she did not expect to receive an actual betrayal and a thunderous blow. His betrayal came without any warning, as if it was a sudden decision. However, such a decisive move was obviously premeditated. The devil's heart was in great pain. Shaya could clearly feel that it was pierced by a sharp weapon. Even someone as strong as the Demon King could not help but tremble and almost fall to the ground. "Ha ha!" Shaya was not angry. Instead, she laughed. She tilted her head with difficulty and looked at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes. "In order to gain my trust, you did not hesitate to kill one of your subordinates. If you want to get something, you have to pay a price first." Yang Kai replied casually. Shaya looked at Yu, who was not far away, and said, "Did you hear that?" In his eyes, you are only chips to win. When necessary, he can sacrifice all of you. Yu frowned, but did not show much emotion. When she saw Yang Kai suddenly attack Shaya, she knew that her guess was correct. The Wizard Master Ox really did want to get close to this Demon King. That was why he went through so much trouble and did not hesitate to kill his own sister with his own hands. Revealing one's death should be valuable, right? Don't try to confuse people with your lies. Your life is in my hands. Yang Kai laughed coldly. Shaya's expression was filled with hatred. How did you do it? What she could not understand the most was how Yang Kai could go against her will. Logically speaking, after consuming her devil's blood, Yang Kai's thoughts should not have escaped her senses. As long as he had the slightest thought of resisting, she would know in advance. However, after he attacked, and when her devil's heart was pierced, she did not sense that he had any intention of harming her. How could the devil's blood not have any effect? No comment. Yang Kai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his divine sense fiercely surged out and turned into a wave that wrapped around Shaya. Shaya instinctively wanted to resist, but Yang Kai's myriads sword only slightly pressed down, and the intense pain made all her efforts go to waste. It was as if an invisible whirlpool was surging. As the whirlpool spun, Shaya suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai swung the myriad sword and shook off the blood on the blade. He sighed softly. The shadow demon that had been guarding Shaya all this time were stunned. Even now, they had not recovered from their shock. Yang Kai wiped the myriad sword with his fingers. As the sword flashed, screams rang out. As blood spurted out, all the shadow demon were killed. Yu regained her freedom and looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She tried her best not to hate this person in front of her, but the image of her sister dying in front of her kept replaying in her mind. Lu is not dead. Yang Kai grinned at her. What? Yu was stunned. What did you say? Did she hear him wrong? Or did he say something wrong? Lu was crushed in front of her. How could she not be dead? Yang Kai said, I thought that you sisters were telepathic and should be able to sense something. I didn't expect you to not be able to sense it. Well, after all, you are separated by a world barrier. It would be strange if you could sense it. You had no idea what he was talking about, but what she saw in the next moment made her unable to hold back her tears. Silently, Lu, who should have exploded into a bloody mist, suddenly appeared in front of her. You only saw Yang Kai waving his hand. I crushed another corpse, Yang Kai explained. Just now, Yang Kai had his back to Shaya, so she hadn't been able to see some details clearly. The moment before he crushed Lulu, Yang Kai had directly thrown her into the sealed world bead, and what had exploded was a corpse he had brought back from the battlefield just now. This method was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Any negligence was enough to let Shaya see through it. Fortunately, although Yang Kai was only a great wizard, he had the background of the Emperor realm, so the substitution was very smooth. Yu's eyes instantly became wet. Lu was a little confused. She did not know what had happened. She only remembered that the wizard bull had lifted her up, and then she entered a strange and quiet world. In that world, she was trapped in a 10-meter radius area. She could not walk out, and there was no one around. When she tried to escape, she suddenly returned to the same place. After hearing her sister's voice, Lu's first reaction was to move closer to her sister and then look at Yang Kai vigilantly. You said, Wizard Master Bull did not betray us. Everything just now was an act to gain the trust of the Demon King. Lu was stunned. Fakes. When Yang Kai lifted her up by the neck, she almost thought that she was going to die because Yang Kai looked at her without any emotion. It was an expression that showed that he really wanted to kill her. You nodded. Yes, thanks to the Wizard Master Bull. That Demon King was also killed, right? Shaya mysteriously disappeared, and you did not know what happened to her. Yang Kai smiled at them and explained, She suffered a bit when I fought with her 2 days ago, so if I did not use this method, I am afraid that I would not be able to get close to her, let alone make her lower her guard. She also has the help of the Sand Demon, so she can escape at any time. I also do not know what other trump card she has, so I had no choice but to use this method. In short, I have made you worried. The twins shook their heads, and you said, It's nothing, but I have some misunderstandings about Master. Yang Kai waved his hand. In that situation, it is normal for you to have doubts. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Now let us end this war together. Chapter 2860. The battle ended very quickly. The demon race had always been at a great disadvantage, suffering countless casualties. Shaya had placed all of her hopes on Yang Kai, but in the final moment, the seemingly loyal Yang Kai had dealt her a fatal blow. Without a commander, the demon race was even more of a mess. There was no coordination between the various groups at all. They only knew how to charge around on instinct, which instead fulfilled the barbarian warriors' mission of reaping the lives of their enemies. When Yang Kai returned to the battlefield with the twins, the situation had already become a one-sided slaughter. The light of the wizard's techniques constantly flickered and bloomed. Demon race members fell one after another. Even the most powerful demon race members were unable to cause a stir before such a united army of barbarians. The sand demons who were skilled at escaping wanted to flee, but they discovered that for some reason the ground was no longer protecting them. The light of the wizard's techniques dyed the vast ground golden. No matter how they used their divine technique, they were unable to escape. In the end, they were killed off one after another. The shadow demon members who came and went without a trace lost their advantage as well. Under the enhancement of the eagle's eye technique, the aerial cavalry could always find their tracks with precision, shooting out lethal arrows one after another. The most powerful group of demon race riders had been wiped out a long time ago, only leaving behind the cries of a few demonic beasts on the battlefield. The cries constantly echoed through the wilderness, making everyone's hair stand on end. This was a victory for the barbarians, a victory for the Wizard's Ox tribe, and it was a glorious victory. When the last demon folk fell, all of the barbarians gasped for breath. They studied the surroundings with bloodshot eyes, but they could not find a single enemy. The surroundings were filled with an aura of desolation. The clansmen stood in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, like undefeatable gods of war. They were awe-inspiring and inviolable. A warrior raised the weapon in his hand high into the air and roared at the sky, venting his excitement and joy. Even more clansmen responded. The continuous roars were enough to make the surroundings change color, and the sun and moon dim. Wrapped in black chi, Kai Yong flew up into the air and surveyed his surroundings. He carefully scanned every corner within several dozen kilometers with his soul's sense. After confirming that no one had escaped, he called out, "Clean up the battlefield and count the wounded." The 10 regular squads received the order and began to bustle about under the lead of their captains. After this battle, everyone showed the greatest respect to their commander. However, the wizards gazed at Yong Kai rather worriedly. After all, the demonic chi of the wizard's Master Ox tribe. Who knew whether he would actually be demonized? If that really happened, then this victory would be meaningless. Even their commander had been turned into a demon, so no matter how great their victory was, it was still a failure. Yong Kai's Ox tribe glanced at Yong Kai's captives. However, he didn't explain too much. Instead, he said, "Yulu, bring some people to check the demon's den over there. That will be our base for the next few months." Yes, the twins received the order and immediately hurried over to the demon cave with the guards. Very soon, the casualties of this battle were announced. The Wizard's Ox tribe had almost 3,000 people. Over 200 of them had died, which was basically equivalent to a regular squad. The remaining people were basically all injured. This loss could be called a miracle. If Shaya had not deployed her troops properly, she would have been overconfident. Moreover, they were too confident. It was impossible for the barbarian race to only suffer such small losses. She had placed all of her focus on Yong Kai, but the result disappointed her greatly. In this battle, they had already killed over 3,000 members of the demon race. They had even taken some captives. The true demon folk obviously would not be taken captive. They had all died a long time ago. The captives were the demons that had been transformed by the demonic chi. They were originally part of the barbarians. Shaya had sent them as the vanguard to face the Wizard's Ox tribe head-on, although, before the battle, Yong Kai had warned his clansmen not to show any mercy during the battle. However, when faced with their former compatriots, many of them still chose not to kill them. As a result, many of the transformed clansmen survived. However, they were still affected by the demonic chi, so they did not have much rationality to speak of. Over a dozen wizards gathered in one place. They seemed to be trying to find a way to save their clansmen. Who knew what kind of effects and progress they would achieve? In addition to these demonized clansmen, the Witchcraft Bull tribe had also captured several dozen demonic beasts. Dealing with these demonic beasts was much easier. When Yong Kai had gone out to scout for information, he had brought back a demonic beast from the demon cave. The wizard experimented several times. To their surprise, they discovered that the beast taming technique was actually effective on magical beasts as well. Although magical beasts were a little more difficult to tame than savage beasts, as long as the beast taming technique was effective, these magical beasts could become the mounts of the Wizard's Ox tribe. Several dozen magical beasts were enough to form a small squad of cavalry. The valiant and heroic bearing of the air cavalry had long been envied by the other clansmen. The awe-inspiring sight of the demon cavalry charging in formation had always lingered in their minds, and they naturally imagined that they would one day be able to do the same. And now the opportunity had come. However, a few dozen magical beasts were still a little too few compared to an army of 3,000 people. Moreover, not everyone could tame a magical beast. Even if the wizard could use the beast taming technique to tame them, the demonic chi on the magical beasts could not be removed. To ride on such a magical beast, one must have the ability to resist the demonic chi's corrosion. All signs showed that only the strongest warriors were qualified to ride these magical beasts and become a member of the cavalry. Even though the Shaman Bull tribe had just experienced a great battle, they were still busy for an entire day before they managed to clean up the entire battlefield. Thousands of people worked together and dug a big pit not far away. They buried all the corpses of the demon race in it. The wizard's hands moved and burned them. The fire burned half the sky, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. It was nauseating. The situation at the demon's den was also clear. Shaya had never thought that she would lose this battle. Therefore, when the battle began, she had basically put all of her forces into the battlefield. Only a few people were left in the demon's den. When the Yu and Lu sisters led the guards to the demon's den, the remaining members of the demon race were killed before they could even react. The demon's den that was hidden in the belly of the mountain instantly changed owners. It became the Wizard's Ox tribe's main camp. Over the next few days, the clansmen rested and recuperated. After all, after the battle, everyone was exhausted, especially after the effects of the bloodlust technique disappeared. Even the strongest clansmen couldn't withstand that kind of exhaustion. In other words, in the next few days, they did not have much combat power. If a large group of demon race attacked at this time, they would be at the mercy of the enemy. More than 10 wizards' feet did not touch the ground, and they looked exhausted. They had to treat the demonized clansmen, tame the demonic beasts that were captured, and cast wizard spells to heal the injured clansmen. Everyone wanted to divide themselves into 10 or 20 parts. The Yu and Lu twins' faces had been pale for the past few days. It was obvious that they did not have enough rest. The wizard's power was exhausted. Even Butterfly was the same. The other wizard and wizard apprentices were even more so. Sometimes they would be so busy that they would fall to the ground and start snoring loudly. After sleeping for a while, they would wake up, wipe the saliva from the corner of their mouth, and continue with their work. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Ever since he came to the demon's den, he had occupied the stone house that originally belonged to the demon king, Shaya. He did not care about anyone who came to see him. No one knew how he was doing. However, in private conversations, the wizard was worried about their commander. They were afraid that he would suddenly turn into a demon and start a war with them. Of course, Yang Kai would not turn into a demon. His condition was unexpectedly good, except for the demonic chi that lingered around him. He felt strange when he was infected by the green demon's poison. The green demon's poison was not the most powerful poison in the demon race, but it was definitely the strangest poison. It was silent and hard to guard against. After being poisoned, there was no antidote unless one turned into a demon. It was because of this that the green demons did not have a high status in the demon race. This was because their poison did not work on the demon race. It was only effective on the other races. However, although Yang Kai was poisoned by the green demon's poison, he did not feel anything strange. This made him have a vague guess in his heart. In order to verify this guess, he did not hesitate to take the risk and took a drop of Shaya's demonic blood. As expected, even Shaya's demonic blood did not have any effect on him. It only changed his aura slightly. The effect of the demonic blood was that it completely removed the green demon's poison. Ancient demonic chi Yang Kai muttered to himself. His dantian still had an extremely pure ancient demonic chi sealed. When he was outside Maplewood City, he was corroded by the ancient demonic chi and turned into a demon with no clear mind. It was thanks to the sealing power of the gold and silver tree that he was able to regain his sense of self. After the experience of being transformed, Yang Kai had a strong resistance to the demonic chi. Unless the demonic chi was purer than the ancient demonic chi in his dantian, it would not have any effect on him. However, whether it was the green demon's poison or Sha Ya's demonic blood compared to the dantian, they were not small. Naturally, they would not have any effect on him. If even Sha Ya's demonic blood could not compare, then what was the ancient Cyclops demon? Could it be a demon saint? Yang Kai faintly felt that the mountain-like Cyclops demon he saw in the memories of the ancient demonic chi was probably an anomaly in the demon race, because the demonic war axe in his embodiment's possession was the weapon of the ancient Cyclops demon. The grade of the demonic war axe was extremely high, not inferior to a top-grade Emperor artifact. Ordinary members of the demon race could not possess such a weapon. Only the masters of the demon race were qualified to wield it. In the memories, countless ancient, almighty masters rushed forward one after another, bursting forth with the light of their lives in order to kill the Cyclops demon. However, in the end, after paying a huge price, they were unable to completely destroy the Cyclops demon. They left behind a single eye and used all means to seal it. Countless years later, the seal loosened and Maplewood City suffered a calamity. Yang Kai obtained the demonic eye and fused with it, refining it into a black pupil. This was one of his trump cards, a trump card that he did not dare to use easily. Chapter 2861. In this tranquil world, Sha Ya furrowed her brows as she flew forward. The fatal wound on her chest had already disappeared without a trace, leaving only some bloodstains on her clothes. The demon race's vitality had always been strong, especially for someone as strong as Sha Ya. As long as the demon heart was not extinguished, the demon race would not die. She had been trapped here for a few days. There was no sun, moon, or stars here, but there was plenty of light. The environment was also very good, and the world's spiritual energy was unexpectedly dense. But she didn't have the slightest bit of happiness. A few days ago, she was sneak attacked from behind by that fellow called Wunyo, and when she was heavily injured, she inexplicably arrived at this world that was filled with the singing of birds, the fragrance of flowers, and pleasant scenery. Sha Ya thought that she was dreaming. However, the wound on her chest made her understand that this was reality. Where is this place? Why did I come here? She did not understand. After carefully inspecting her surroundings, she still could not find any clues. Sha Ya could only continue to move forward, looking for a possible exit. However, even with her Demon King strength, she still could not find anything after a few days of searching. This world was like an endless cage, and she was like a caged beast. No matter how hard she tried, she could not escape from this cage. Sha Ya's mood was extremely gloomy. When she thought of that guy who stabbed her in the back, she gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She could not understand, after swallowing her demon heart blood, that Wizard Bull could still betray her. Why did she not feel any thoughts of betrayal from him? According to the demon race's strength classification, that Wizard Bull's aura was only that of a demon commander, which was a level lower than her, a demon king. How could he resist her demon heart blood? There were too many things that she could not understand. She realized that ever since she met that guy called the Wizard Bull a few days ago, she had been at a disadvantage everywhere. Now, she did not even know where she was. However, no matter what, she had to spread this news. That brat was too strange. Even she had to suffer losses. If other demon kings encountered him, they would have to be careful. Just as she was thinking about this, Shaya suddenly stopped in her tracks and frowned slightly. In that instant, she actually felt like she was being watched. This was something that had not happened in the past few days. It was as if she was the only one in this world, and there was no trace of any other living person. Confused, Shaya tilted her head and looked over. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred and anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted at the figure floating in the air, "Wizard is awesome." Yong Kai smiled at her. "Good morning, Demon King Master." "Good my ass." Even if Shaya had a good temperament, she could not help but curse. In this damned place where the sun, moon, and stars were nowhere to be seen, she did not know whether it was morning or night. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that she was enraged to see her enemy. Although the wound had already healed, when she saw the wizard was awesome, Shaya could clearly feel the pain coming from her demon heart. The wound that was pierced through felt like it was going to split open again, making her feel like her heart was being torn apart. Yong Kai did not mind her rudeness and only smiled. "It seems like I guessed right. Even if I really destroyed your demon heart, you won't die. Is the demon race so lucky?" Shaya's expression was cold. Instead of answering, she asked, "Where is this place? What do you want to do by bringing me here?" "This place." Yong Kai looked up slightly, his gaze piercing through the void. As if he could see the end of the world, he opened his arms and said, "This is my world. In this place, I am the ruler." Shaya sneered. She obviously thought that Yong Kai was talking nonsense. A mere demon commander dared to say that he was the ruler of the world. Even the demon Saint Master did not have this ability. "As for why I brought you here," Yong Kai smiled gently, "of course it's to train you." "Train me?" Shaya was stunned for a moment before she chuckled. "Interesting. This is the first time I've heard someone say that to me." She had always been the one to say such things to others. So when she heard it for the first time, she felt that it was a novel idea. "You think I'm joking?" Yong Kai looked at her seriously. Shaya curled her lips and said, "I just think that you have nothing better to do." Yong Kai slowly shook his head and said, "You should be glad that you still have some value in my eyes. Otherwise, you would be a dead person right now." "Oh." Shaya stroked her hair coquettishly, her charm blossoming. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yong Kai and said, "Then I wonder what kind of value I have in your eyes." "In any case, it's not the kind of value you think." Yong Kai's lips curled up. "I told you before that I have no interest in broken shoes, especially a piece of rotten meat like you, that even wild dogs wouldn't care to smell." Shaya's charm instantly disappeared and was replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. Yong Kai's insulting words had obviously crossed her bottom line, and she couldn't accept it. Shaya opened her mouth and roared, her pure spiritual energy rippling out and turning into a huge impact that rushed towards Yong Kai's mind. At the same time, a soft whip suddenly appeared in her hand, and she lashed out at Yong Kai. Her movements were gentle, but they contained the power to overturn rivers and seas. The Demon King's attack was truly extraordinary. Even the world energy in this small world rippled. Yong Kai stood motionless with a mocking smile on his face. He raised his hand slightly and interlocked his thumb with his middle finger, then flicked it lightly as if he was flicking a mosquito. Shaya, on the other hand, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. A large part of her lower abdomen had caved in, and she was sent flying by a huge force. Her body continued to bleed in midair. After stabilizing herself with great difficulty, Shaya no longer had her previous calmness. Her eyes were filled with panic as she looked at Yong Kai in disbelief, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. How is this possible? He didn't show any signs of using any power at all, but he was able to send her flying with just a raise of his hand. His strength was just right, causing her to feel pain without harming her foundation. How can he be so powerful? That's impossible. Although she had only fought this wizard once, Shaya knew how strong he was. He was indeed strong, but that kind of strength had a bottom line. What happened just now made her unable to think. That was an ability that even the demon saint couldn't use. So, how could it appear on an outsider who was equivalent to a demon commander? Experiencing such a blow personally was completely beyond Xia Ya's understanding. She calmed herself down and sized up Yang Kai as if she wanted to find some clues. Yang Kai curled his middle finger again, and Xia Ya's expression changed drastically. She reflexively activated her demonic qi and turned into a black shadow to cover her body. However, in the next moment, her head flew backward, as if it had been hit by a meteor. Her whole body flipped in the air, making her dizzy. The huge impact made her unable to stabilize her body. Xia, you didn't know how far she flew before she felt the force slowly weaken. She forced herself to support her body and stand firm again. Hot and moist liquid flowed down her nose and mouth. She reached out and wiped it, and it was all blood. Her forehead was numb, and she couldn't feel anything at all. It was as if her skull had been shattered. She looked up, but the outsider's figure was nowhere to be seen. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a voice that made her feel terrified came from behind her. I've said it before. In this world, I am the ruler. Even if your great demon god comes, he will have to kneel here and submit to me. Xia Ya pursed her lips. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know what to say. Her opponent's 2 attacks made her tremble. She thought that with her strength, the wizard would definitely be no match for her. However, it seemed that she was the one who was no match for him. Under his means, she didn't have any time to resist or even react. I can't fight him head on. I can't fight him head on. Xia Ya made a decision in her heart. She could only run. With that thought, Xia Ya no longer hesitated. Without saying a word, she pushed her body to the limit and flew in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Xia Ya's divine sense surged until she could no longer sense the aura of that guy called the wizard. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief, as if she had just escaped death. As the Demon King, there were very few things or people in this world that could make her feel fear. Even when facing a demon saint, she would only show enough respect and caution. However, that wizard truly made her feel fear. It was the fear of facing an unknown power. Although the demon saint was strong, Xia Ya knew how strong they were and how strong they could be. However, that wizard was strong, but he had no bottom line. His arrogant words seemed to echo in her ears. Xia Ya couldn't help but think, could it be that he really is the ruler of this world? How is that possible? Who can rule the world? Xia Ya, who was running away, suddenly widened her eyes and looked at a certain place in front of her in shock. In the void over there, a figure that made her feel fear was quietly standing there. There was still that mysterious smile on his face. Seeing that she was running over, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her. He only put his hands behind his back and looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. What the hell? She clearly didn't feel any fluctuation of power. How did he appear in front of her? In her shock, Xia Ya quickly stopped and turned around to run in the opposite direction. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a scene that made Xia Ya despair appeared again. That wizard once again appeared in front of her. He stood there in the same posture as before, as if he had never moved. Looking at the scenery around him, it looked a little familiar. There were still some traces of blood that hadn't dried up on the ground nearby. That was the blood that she had just spat out. Why did she run back here for no reason? She was running in a straight line. So, why did she run back here? The smile on the face of that person in front of her was like a demon's call. As the Demon King, Xia Ya felt a chill run down her spine. Her blood began to turn cold, and her face turned pale. She turned around and ran again, not even having the courage to face that person. Chapter 2862. What did you do to me? Shaya asked through gritted teeth as she panted slightly. Her face was filled with despair as she stared at the terrifying figure in front of her. It had been several hours since she started to run, but Shaya sadly discovered that no matter how hard she tried to escape, she could not get out of the range of a few dozen miles. It was as if she was constantly circling around a certain spot, and somehow she would end up in front of the great witch bull, walking right into his trap. She was a succubus demon. Her powerful divine sense was an innate ability that they were born with. Initially, she thought that she had been hit by some wizard spell and was hallucinating. However, after checking several times, she could not find any trace of it. It was not a hallucination. She did not feel anything strange either. However, she kept running and running until she returned to the starting point. This inexplicable experience terrified her. It was just like how she feared this wizard's power. Her eyes were dark, as if they were covered by dark clouds. She could not see a single ray of hope. In her fear, she gave up on the idea of running away. After a few hours of hard work, she realized that she could not escape. I've said it before. In this world, I am the ruler. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will not be able to live no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai took a small step forward. That step felt like it was stomping on Shaya's heart. Her body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai walked toward her step by step in the air. His expression was calm and emotionless. With every step he took, Shaya's aura weakened a little. She kept spitting out blood. It was as if the entire world was trying to make things difficult for Shaya. It could not accept her existence and would not stop until she was turned into dust. At this moment of life and death, Shaya made the wisest choice. She suddenly knelt on one knee and said sincerely, "Master, please spare my life. Shaya is willing to serve you." She was a smart person. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess the wizard's intention of sparing her life. Since this wizard did not covet her beautiful body and was not in a hurry to kill her, there was only one reason for him to do so: subdue her. Therefore, Shaya knew that she could not escape. She immediately lowered her head when she realized that she could not resist. She did not have any noble character or unyielding character. In order to survive, she was willing to do anything. This was the instinct of all creatures in nature. Yang Kai's footsteps stopped as he smiled. Very well. It was only then that Shaya felt the pressure around her lesson. She could not help but sigh as she looked at Yang Kai. "Master," she said pitifully. Just like before, when Kai Yang surrendered to her, she needed Kai Yang to show his sincerity. At this moment, since she chose to abandon her self-respect and her position, she naturally needed to prove it. No one would be stupid enough to believe empty words. With. Yes. Shaya hesitated for a moment. In the end, she gave up on the defense of her divine sense. The many secrets in her sea of consciousness instantly became defenseless. As long as Yang Kai was willing, he could take whatever he wanted. Of course, if he really did that, it might cause irreparable damage to Shaya. If he was not careful, she might turn into an idiot. Yang Kai did not pry into those secrets. Instead, he sent his divine sense into Shaya's knowledge and branded his soul brand. Shaya's body trembled. Somehow, she felt that there was an invisible connection between her and this Wunyo. It was as if there was a rope tied to her, and the other end of the rope was in the Wunyo's hand. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with this wizard. He was no longer as repulsive as before. Shaya knew that this was because of the soul's secret technique. At the same time, she secretly sensed the strength of the soul's secret technique. In the next moment, Shaya's heart sank. She had thought, with the power of her soul, Even if the other party branded his soul into her knowledge, she would be able to find an opportunity to erase it. After all, he was only an existence equivalent to a demon commander. However, in reality, Sha-Ya discovered that the brand was so sturdy that she could not shake it at all. This caused the last bit of hope she had in her heart to vanish in an instant. "You should know that I can sense any bad thoughts you have." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Sha-Ya's face turned slightly red. She looked up and said coquettishly, "Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. From now on, Sha-Ya is Master's woman. I hope that Master will take care of me." She looked extremely delicate and seductive, and it was as if the entire world had lost its luster. Yang Kai raised his hand. Sha-Ya's expression changed drastically as she felt a sharp pain in her chest. When she looked down, she saw that there was a bloody hole the size of a thumb in her chest. It went all the way through her chest and back, and blood spurted out. Sha-Ya's face turned pale. "The next time you dare to use your charm technique on me, this hole will be on your head," Yang Kai said coldly. "Yes." Sha-Ya's expression turned serious. Although a hole in her head wouldn't be fatal, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience, so she immediately became obedient. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He frowned and said, "You said before that the demon race will not die as long as your demon heart is not destroyed. Since your demon heart is your foundation, why didn't I take your life after destroying it twice?" Previously on the battlefield, Yang Kai had attacked her from behind. The myriad sword had clearly pierced through Sha-Ya's demon heart. Just now, he had also pierced through her demon heart with his finger. However, other than looking a little weak, Sha-Ya was not in any danger of dying. Sha-Ya replied, "I have 2 demon hearts. As long as one demon heart exists, I will not die." Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. "Are the other elites of the demon race the same?" Sha-Ya said, "Most of them have multiple demon hearts. Only a very small number of them have only one. If Master wants to kill an existence above the level of a demon king in the future, you must ensure that their demon hearts are completely destroyed." She had just surrendered and was eager to prove herself. Therefore, she did not hide this information. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand. Sha-Ya's expression changed reflexively. She thought that she had accidentally angered him again. However, she soon realized that she was overthinking. An exquisite jade bottle flew toward her and gently landed on the ground. Sha-Ya raised her head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Take the pill inside. I have some questions for you later." Only then did Sha-Ya pick up the jade bottle. She opened the bottle cap and poured out a round, crystalline pill. The fragrance of the pill assaulted her nostrils. Sha-Ya had the urge to swallow it immediately. She didn't hesitate and swallowed the spirit pill. Soon, Sha-Ya sat cross-legged on the ground with a shocked expression. She silently adjusted her breathing. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, her injuries had healed. Even the hidden injuries and weak aura from before had been greatly replenished. She was once again in high spirits. The vitality of the demon race was indeed strong, especially when Sha-Ya was in existence on the level of a demon king. However, a large part of the reason why she was able to recover so quickly was because of that miraculous pill. The outsiders were actually able to refine such a thing. Just now, the Wizard Master Cow seemed to have called it a pill. Sha-Ya's brows were tightly knitted together. Her understanding of the barbarian tribe's pharmacology was still limited to some herbal mixtures that looked like paste. She had never even heard of such a fragrant pill, let alone seen it. It was undeniable that the effects of this pill were extremely powerful. If the outsiders were able to casually refine such a pill, then their injured clansmen would be able to receive good treatment. This was very disadvantageous for the demon race. Sha-Ya smiled as she thought about it. Why was she thinking about these things? She was now a prisoner. If she wanted to live, she could only shake her head and wag her tail and beg the wizard master cow for mercy. Thinking about these things was completely meaningless. She had suddenly become someone else's slave. Shaya sighed softly and gathered her thoughts. She stood up and obediently walked towards Yang Kai. When she stood in front of him, she said, "Master, I'm done." Yang Kai turned around and looked at her. He asked his first question, "Where did you come from?" "Demon territory." "Demon territory?" Yang Kai frowned. Shaya smiled faintly. "There are many worlds. Master's world is not the only one. Demon territory is an existence on par with Master's world." Yang Kai inhaled slightly. "You're saying that there are more worlds like this?" Shaya nodded. "Of course. Although I haven't been to many places. According to the records left behind by my ancestors, there are indeed many worlds in this endless space-time. However, there are barriers between the worlds. It's not easy to detect each other. Only those who have reached the peak of power can sense one or two things. Then, how did the demon race discover those worlds and enter them? There are strong and weak barriers between worlds. Some worlds' barriers exist in name only. As long as you find the entrance, you can enter and exit at will. However, some worlds' barriers are very strong. Not everyone can enter and exit. If you want to enter and exit, you have to pay a price. Master, the barrier between your world and demon territory is somewhat strong. Previously, it was the demon god master who personally opened the barrier. Demon god. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He had heard Shaya mention this before. However, Yang Kai had always thought that this so-called demon god was like the wizard god to the barbarian race. It was a symbol and spiritual pillar. However, according to Shaya's words, this so-called demon god actually existed. Furthermore, he had even broken through the barrier between the two great worlds. This news made his hair stand on end. How powerful would one need to be to do that? In the star boundary, he wondered if the famous 10 great emperors had such power. Shaya said solemnly, "In demon territory, only the most powerful existence is qualified to become a demon god. Not just one." Yang Kai's eyebrows twitched. "Of course not." Shaya looked at him strangely. She did not understand why he would ask such a question. Chapter 2863. When he returned from the small sealed world, Yang Kai's face was solemn. After chatting with Shaya, he learned a lot about the demon race, which made him realize that the demon race was not an easy race to deal with. The demon race consisted of 100 races, each with their own innate divine technique. For example, Shaya was a succubus demon. Her innate divine technique was the light of enchantment, which was an ability she was born with. Once she used it, she could easily enchant those who were weaker than her. In less severe cases, they would become her slaves, while in more severe cases, they would lose their minds and become walking corpses. The short black shadows they encountered in the previous war were the shadow demon of the 100 races. They were best at stealth and assassination, wandering in the darkness and shadows. There were also the sand demons, red demons, green demons. The race with the largest population was called the power demons. They were natural warriors of the demon race. 80% of the demon race they encountered in the previous war belonged to this race, but they were all dead now. Yang Kai led Shaya out of his rock cave, causing a huge commotion among the crowd. More than a dozen wizards and other barbarians looked at the demon king Shaya in shock. The Yulu twins even condensed their wizard spells, ready to fight at any time. This was the demon king, the commander of the demon race army from before, so everyone was naturally on guard. Only Dai had a calm look on her face, as if she had already expected this, not showing the slightest bit of surprise. "Don't be nervous. Everyone, I am now the slave of the wizard master cow. I won't have any malicious intentions. Shaya smiled in the face of everyone's hostility. Slave, everyone exclaimed. Everyone knew what the word slave meant. Yu Lu cast a questioning look at Yang Kai, but when she saw him nod in acknowledgement, she still felt that it was unreal. Although Yang Kai's performance before was extremely strong, taking a demon king as a slave was still too inconceivable. None of the barbarians trusted Xia completely. Even with Yang Kai's affirmation, they were still wary of this demon king. Yu Lu stepped forward to report her work. After a few days of treatment by the wizards, many of the captured demons managed to break free from the entanglement of the demonic qi and regain their consciousness. However, perhaps it was because they had been demonized for too long, so more than half of them died in the process of being treated, which made people sigh with regret. This was something that couldn't be helped. His former compatriots had turned into demons. They no longer recognized their own kin and had lost all sense of reason. If he wanted to save them, he would have to pay a price. Saving a small portion of them was better than keeping all of them in their demonic state. During the war, a few days ago, the Wizards' Bull Division had lost more than 200 men, but they were quickly replenished. However, the rescued clansmen were still a little weak at the moment. They would need a few days of rest to recover. Yu Lu was also researching a better treatment method, using the bloodlust spell to stimulate the vitality of the clansmen, supplemented by the mind-cleansing spell, was a method that Yang Kai casually came up with. Although it had some miraculous effects, there should be a better way. Yu Lu came from the wizard's temple and was knowledgeable. She was most suitable for this kind of research work. If it was successful, then the casualty rate would be greatly reduced when treating the clansmen in the future. In addition, most of the captured demonic beasts were also tamed by the wizard's beast taming spell. The twins wanted to select some of the strongest warriors from the Wizards' Bull Division to form a cavalry. However, without Yang Kai's approval, they didn't dare to make a decision on their own. That was why they came to ask for his opinion. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any opinions. Although the demon race was defeated in the previous war, there were countless casualties. However, Yang Kai was still a little impressed by the cavalry. Now that he had tamed the demonic beasts, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the Wizards' Bull Division to have a real cavalry. If there was really such a cavalry, then in the future when they encountered a war like last time, it would definitely be more advantageous for them. Do you need my help? Xia took the initiative to ask. She gave up her dignity and joined Yang Kai, becoming Yang Kai's slave. Naturally, she couldn't wait to show off. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Xia smiled and said, "I am the Demon King after all. If I am here, those beasts won't dare to do anything. Besides, I know how to control them better." "All right, then go and help." Yang Kai nodded. Yu Lu didn't believe Xia, but she couldn't refute Yang Kai's decision. She could only leave with Xia and prepare to find a suitable cavalry candidate. The next few days were uneventful. The Voodoo Bull tribe continued to recuperate and build up their strength for the upcoming war. The great victory of the first war had boosted their morale and boosted their confidence. They suddenly realized that the demon who had destroyed the 4 barbarian tribes wasn't a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. They weren't immortal and couldn't be destroyed. They could also bleed, they could also die, and they could also be timid when facing a powerful enemy. The mystery and fear of the demon race disappeared in an instant. The unknown was a very scary power. However, if you knew what kind of existence your opponent was, then you would be able to determine your position in the process of dealing with it. You would be able to fully utilize your abilities. This was the first time that the Voodoo Bull tribe had participated in such a large-scale war. Because of this, the Voodoo Bull tribe no longer felt that the Voodoo Bull tribe was unfamiliar with the demon clan. The Voodoo Bull tribe was like a girl who was about to be married. As expected of the Demon King, Xia's methods were impressive. In just a few days, she was like a fish in water in the Wizards' Bull Division. Even the dozen wizards were no longer wary of her, including Yulu and Yulu. Although Yang Kai didn't deliberately observe her actions, he sensed some things through the soul brand between them. Sha, you didn't use any traces of the light of charm. She only used her sincerity and patience to move the dozen wizards. She truly integrated into them and made them accept her existence. With her help, the dozens of captured demonic beasts successfully became mounts for the clansmen, successfully forming a skilled cavalry. Of course, the demonic beasts had demonic chi, so the clansmen didn't dare to touch them casually. Only after stimulating their vitality and gaining a certain level of resistance to the demonic chi would they slowly familiarize themselves with the technique of riding. 5 days later, Yang Kai called Shaya to him in the stone cave. "Master, what are your orders?" Shaya was quite dignified and beautiful when she wasn't licentious. However, ever since she was warned by Yang Kai in the small sealed world a few days ago, she didn't dare to show off in front of her master anymore. Every time she met with Yang Kai, she would behave like a proper maiden. Of course, she still didn't change her revealing clothes. The reason why she was able to integrate into the wizard division so quickly was related to her exposed beauty. 70 to 80% of the dozen wizards were men, and men liked beautiful women. Last time, you said that there are other demon race strongholds nearby, right? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Shaya nodded and said, "That's right. Now that the demon Saint Master is recuperating, our demon race can only bide our time. Everyone is now scattered in various places to guard the defensive line and prevent you barbarians from advancing. Where's the nearest stronghold?" 300 kilometers away. Sha, you vaguely understood Yang Kai's meaning. She smiled and said, "Master wants me to lead the way and attack them? That's not a problem. The stronghold over there doesn't have a demon king guarding it. There's only a demon commander with about 1,000 subordinates. With our current strength, we can easily wipe them out." She was a demon king, but when she used the word "we," she didn't feel awkward at all. It was as if she had really become a barbarian. "We won't attack them." Shaya was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with surprise. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Let them come over themselves." Shaya suddenly understood Yang Kai's plan. "You should be able to contact them, right?" Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Shaya nodded and said, "We demon race do have a way to contact each other. Then go and prepare. You don't need me to teach you what to do, right?" Shaya pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm at a critical point in my cultivation and can't spare any attention. There's a foreign army attacking us. Once you receive the news, come and support us immediately." "Very good." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "Go." Shaya bowed and left. Not long after, outside the cave, Shaya stood in the air. A jet-black demonic chi suddenly flew out from her body and turned into a black crow. It flapped its wings and flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When she turned around, she suddenly found a young girl standing there quietly staring at her. Although she didn't do anything bad, you felt guilty for no reason. It was as if she had just passed on some bad information to the barbarian race. You had a deep impression of this young girl because in the battle a few days ago, she had used an extremely exquisite killing technique. It was something that even her strongest subordinate, the Shadow Demon, couldn't do. She seemed to be called Dai. You had interacted with more than a dozen other wizards and was familiar with them. Only Dai was mysterious. You had only seen her face a few times. It was rare to meet her. So you naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity to get closer to her. She smiled and said, "Hello." Dai was still looking at her quietly. She didn't seem to have any intention of replying, like a delicate puppet. You didn't know why, but she felt an inexplicable fear. She suddenly didn't want to get close to her, and explained, "Just now, Master ordered me to send a message to the nearby demon race so that they will walk right into the trap. Dai was still looking at her with that indifferent gaze. Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable and forced a smile. I'm going to report. As he spoke, he brushed past Butterfly. After walking a dozen steps, Xiaoyu looked back and couldn't help but be stunned. There was no trace of that person behind her. That young girl came suddenly and left mysteriously. Even as a demon king, she didn't notice anything. Chapter 2864. Xiaoyu shuddered and decided that she would never be alone with this girl in the future. That sense of danger was too strong. Even when she was facing the Wizard Master Ball, Xiaoyu did not feel this way. After reporting, Yang Kai immediately summoned the shamans and the captains of the various teams. The Wizard Bull tribe originally had 12 teams. Among them, 10 were regular teams, 1 was an escort team, and 1 was an aerial cavalry team. Now, there was an additional cavalry team, and Tiger was the leader of the cavalry team. Therefore, the Wizard Bull tribe had a total of 13 teams. After Ji Hao briefly explained his plan, the Magi and the 13 captains were all excited, rubbing their palms together in anticipation. After many days of rest, the Wizard Bull tribe was in perfect condition. Their victory in the previous battle had boosted their confidence. Right now, they needed another battle to maintain their current condition. Moreover, this was the best way for the barbarians to grow. Many barbarians felt that they had become a lot stronger after the great battle a few days ago. This was especially true for the captains and vice captains of the various squads. They were the best of the best. Moreover, their latent instincts had been stimulated under the baptism of blood and injuries. Many of them had broken through the shackles of body refinement in the past. Many barbarian warriors had experienced tremendous growth. Therefore, the Wizard Bull tribe was eager for war. The peace in the past few days had made them feel uncomfortable. Now that Yang Kai suddenly told them to prepare for war, they were naturally happy. After some arrangements, the wizard and team leaders were clear about their tasks and positions. They immediately dispersed. At noon on the second day, there was a group of uninvited guests outside the cave. There were about 1,000 of them. The members of the group were mixed together, just like the group led by Xiaoyu before. The reinforcements from the nearby demon race stronghold had arrived. Xiaoyu's summon was indeed very effective. After all, she was a demon king, and the leader of the demon race stronghold was only a demon commander. Therefore, when he received Xiaoyu's order, he immediately brought his people and rushed to the stronghold. He wanted to perform well in front of the Demon King Master. Perhaps he could even get the attention of the Demon King Master. For this demon commander did not hesitate to bring all the forces under his command. Thousands of people rushed to the place and took a look. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. According to the Demon King Master's orders, there was an attack from a foreign race. He had been cultivating and had no time to spare. However, in the eyes of this demon commander, there were no traces of battle. The surroundings were unbelievably calm. This made him instinctively feel uneasy. He didn't advance rashly. Instead, he stopped about 10 miles away from the cave. He summoned his subordinates, the Shadow Demon and Sand Demon, and ordered them to scout for information. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew over from the front. After sensing the aura contained in the black shadow, the demon commander immediately turned solemn. He dismounted from his mount and stood respectfully in place, waiting for the black shadow to arrive. A moment later, Xiaoyu appeared in front of the demon commander. "Greetings, master." The demon commander immediately bowed. His eyes were unconsciously lingering on Xiaoyu's beautiful body. Even though he was well aware of how terrifying the succubus demon was, he still couldn't control his eyes. The Demon King Master was truly beautiful. If he could spend a night with the Demon King, he couldn't help but gulp. His breathing became heavy. "You've brought all your men?" Shaya asked as she scanned the area below her. "I've brought all of them," the demon commander respectfully replied. He revealed a curious expression and said, "Master, didn't you send a message saying that there was an attack from a foreign race? Could it be that the matter has been resolved?" Thinking about it, since the Demon King Master had appeared, it meant that she had personally taken action. With the Demon King personally taking action, how could those foreign race people survive? This made the demon commander feel that it was a pity. He felt that he had lost a chance to show off in front of the Demon King. "Yes, it's been resolved." Shaya revealed a faint smile. Her smile was like a blooming flower. It made the entire world lose its color. The demon commander stared at her in a daze. There was nothing else in his eyes other than her. Shaya continued, "However, you're so loyal. This prince has to reward you." The demon commander immediately said excitedly, "This subordinate doesn't dare." Although he said that, his expression was extremely excited. It was as if he was looking forward to what kind of reward Shaya would give him. The answer was quickly revealed. Shaya only lightly waved her hand at him. The demon commander suddenly felt his vision turn upside down. He blinked his eyes in a daze. He saw familiar figures standing in front of him. The neck was flat, and fresh blood was spurting out. Why did this look like his own body? Had his head been chopped off? This was the last thought that flashed through his mind. The demon commander's consciousness quickly faded away. The moment Shaya made her move, the demon race under the demon commander's command went into a frenzy. No one knew why the Demon King Master killed their leader without saying a word. However, the Demon King was still the Demon King. Even though they were panicking, these demon race members still stood in place. They looked at Shaya, hoping that she would give them an explanation. The light of charm rippled out. This was Shaya's explanation. The grand halo enveloped thousands of people in an instant under the demon general. All the members of the demon race were at a loss. Although the demon general was trying hard to resist, it did not have much effect. It was obvious that they were about to fall. The sound of an eagle's cry could be heard. The sky cavalry flew over from afar. The ground began to tremble. The Wizard's Bull tribe troops surrounded them from all directions. The ones charging at the front were Tiger's cavalry. The demon beasts galloped. It was the first time that they carried their new master on a battlefield. They were especially energetic. Dozens of demon beasts gathered together. The 10 regular troops, following behind the cavalry, also did their best. They were not willing to fall behind. The distance of 10 to 20 miles was closed in a few breaths. At this moment, Shaya's face turned slightly pale. She had no strength left. Although she was a demon king and the light of charm was her natal divine technique, it was still a heavy burden for her to envelop thousands of people in one go. When the Wizard's Bull tribe troops arrived, she immediately became weak. The light of charm disappeared. The demon race members regained their senses. However, what awaited them was the Wizard's Bull tribe warriors charging and killing them together. Screams could be heard one after another. One by one, the demon race members fell. Rays of light from the wizard's magic bloomed. The sun in the sky lost its brilliance. The blood on the ground gathered into a river and flowed. The demon race members were filled with grief and anger. They did not understand why their own demon king master would help the mutated people to destroy them. Even the sand demons, who were the best at escaping, did not have the ability to escape under the wizard's magic. The mutated people were everywhere. There were even sky cavalry in the sky. Arrows were accurately shot down, reaping the lives of the demon race members. They did not have any space to escape. The only thing that awaited them was to be slaughtered. After realizing this, the demon race rose up to resist. However, the huge disadvantage in numbers and lack of preparation made their resistance look ridiculous. who led a cavalry of dozens of demon beasts in and out of the demon race. Wherever they passed, people would be thrown off their feet. The cavalry was like an invincible sword, plowing out abyss after abyss of death on the battlefield. Everyone's weapons were stained with blood. Everyone was filled with murderous intent. The barbarian warriors, who were supported by the wizard's magic, were like invincible gods of war. Their monstrous momentum could even move the heavens and earth, let alone the demon race. This was a one-sided slaughter. The demon race's performance in the previous battle was remarkable. The two sides fought back and forth. If Shaya had not been captured by Yongkai at the last moment and thrown into the sealed world bead, the barbarian race would definitely have suffered more casualties. In that case, the barbarians would be in charge of everything in this ambush battle. No matter how fierce the resistance was, it was meaningless under the pressure of the Wizard's Bull tribe. After half a day, the battle ended. The Wizard's Bull tribe had paid the price of only a dozen deaths and almost wiped out the demon race. The reason why there were still some survivors was because those who survived were all demonized clansmen. This time, the Wizard's Bull tribe did not kill their clansmen because these demonized clansmen did not participate in the battle under Shah Ya's control. The demonized clansmen did not have any intelligence. They only instinctively obeyed the higher-level demon race. In other words, any demon race had the right to command and kill them. Among the clansmen, Shah Ya was the strongest demon race. Naturally, she gained control of these demon dwellers. After the battle began, she ordered these demon dwellers to leave the battlefield. At this moment, they were all alive and well. None of them were even injured. There were quite a few of them, more than 300 of them. This was one of the main reasons why the demon race lost so badly. They only had 1,000 clansmen to begin with. After losing 300 of them, they had lost a third of their manpower. It would be strange if they could do anything against the 3,000 Wizards Bull tribe. After the battle, they checked the battlefield. As usual, the demon race had many weapons in their hands. Naturally, they were all collected by the Wizards Bull tribe. The Wizards Bull tribe immediately rushed to the demonized clansmen and prepared to save them. He didn't know how many of the 300 tribesmen could be saved. Although the twins had been working hard to find a more reliable treatment method, they hadn't had much time and didn't have any good results. This batch of demon dwellers could be their test subjects. With Shah Ya's deterrence, these demon dwellers did not resist at all. This provided the twins with a better research space. During the entire battle, Yongkai did not appear. Even Butterfly did not make a move. The Wizard's Bull tribe still managed to win the battle at a negligible cost. Although this was expected, everyone was still excited. They were looking forward to more battles. They hoped that they could kill more demon race members. Then, one day, they would be able to drive the demon race out of this land. Chapter 2865. Outside the grotto, battles of various sizes would break out every 3 to 5 days, ranging from 10 days to half a month at the longest. Shah Ya played the role of a traitor perfectly. All demon commanders within the area of 10,000 miles in radius were deceived by her, along with their subordinate troops. Without exception, every single one of those demon commanders who rushed to this area with the intention of rescuing was mercilessly attacked by the Voodoo Bull clan and was completely annihilated. The 3 months of patterned battles had allowed the Voodoo Bull tribe's clansmen to grow tremendously, not to mention those warriors who had broken through their shackles under the baptism of blood and become true warriors. Many of the dozen adepts had unknowingly broken through their bottlenecks and reached a higher level. Today, in the Wizard Bull tribe, apart from Yulu, who was an upper wizard, there were 2 other newly promoted wizards. This made the wizard spell buffs much stronger than before. The increase in numbers was very obvious. In the beginning, the Wizard Bull tribe only had 3,000 people. However, After 3 months, the Witchcraft Bull tribe already had 5,000 people, which was almost twice the number of people they had at the beginning. As for the other 2,000 clansmen, they were the ones who had been captured and saved in battle after battle. They had gotten rid of the erosion of the demon chi and found themselves again. Without any hesitation, they joined the Voodoo Bull clan and became a member of the clan. They had played a vital role in battle after battle. In total, the Wizard Bull tribe participated in more than a dozen battles in the past 3 months. They killed at least 10,000 enemies and killed more than a dozen demon marshals. This was a glorious achievement. It could be said that there wasn't a single troop led by a great sorcerer in the entire barbarian race who had such an outstanding battle record as the Witch Bull tribe. After all, a demon commander was basically on the same footing as a great sorcerer. Therefore, other great sorcerers had to be prepared to die if they wanted to kill a demon commander. However, the Wizard Bull tribe was different. Every leader of the demon race team that was lured over died at the hands of Shaya. Then, the team fell into chaos. They were mercilessly crushed by the Wizard Bull tribe that was charging from all directions. Within 3 months, not a single demon race member could be seen within a radius of 10,000 miles. Shaya's sacrifice allowed her to gain the recognition of all the barbarians, even though she was still a member of the demon race. But everyone knew that she was on their side. In fact, Shaya was the one who had been leading the battle for the past 3 months. The Yalu twins had been assisting her from the side. As for the Wizard Master Bull, the commander of the Wizard Bull tribe, he had not shown up for 3 months. He had been staying in his grotto all this time. Every time a wizard wanted to see Yang Kai, Shaya would stop them. Even Yalu was the same. If it wasn't for Shaya's determination to lure and kill the enemy, everyone would have thought that Yang Kai was controlled by Shaya. On a certain day, 3 months later, the shamans, Shaya, and the others were discussing what to do next. Suddenly, Shaya turned around as if she sensed something, and then her expression became solemn as she bowed and said, "My lord!" All the shamans looked up as well. Yang Kai had appeared not far away. He quickly stood up and bowed. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Tell everyone to get ready. We will depart tomorrow." Depart? Rain was stunned. "Master, are we going somewhere else?" Yang Kai said, "There is no demon race nearby. There is no point in staying here. Let's go to a place where there is a demon race." "Master, Rain was surprised. There was no demon race nearby. In 3 months, under Shaya's strategy of luring the enemy, all the demon race within a 10,000-mile radius were summoned and killed. Although there was a demon race further away, those demon race were not under Shaya's rule. Every demon king had a limited territory. The demon race further away were under the rule of other demon kings. Even if Shaya sent out a request for help, those demon race would not necessarily respond. They were also discussing whether they should move their positions. However, Yang Kai was not there, so no one could make a decision. They did not expect Yang Kai to show up at such a crucial moment. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Although I have been cultivating, I still know a lot about the outside world. As he spoke, he glanced at Shaya. Yang Kai had planted the soul brand on her and turned her into his slave. He could easily read Shaya's mind. He would do that every few days. Naturally, he knew the current situation like the back of his hand. "Then I will pass down the order now." Yu's expression brightened. She immediately made the arrangements. The other wizard also dispersed. The migration of 5,000 people was not a large scale, but it was not small either. There were many things to be done. Shaya was asked to stay by Yang Kai. When the two of them were alone, Shaya's eyebrows twitched. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Master, your aura, it had only been 3 months, but this man's aura had become several times stronger than before. According to the demon race's classification of strength, he was probably close to reaching the level of a demon king. If it was the barbarian race, he would be close to becoming a wizard king. Shatya had stayed here for 3 months. She knew a lot about the barbarian race. She clearly remembered that when she first met Yang Kai 3 months ago, he was only a middle-ranked great wizard. Even if he had been training in seclusion for 3 months, he should not have improved so much. In her mind, she suddenly remembered a private rumor in the Wizard Bull tribe. The rumor said that before last winter, the Wizard Master Bull was just an ordinary person who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. He could not even compare to the children of the barbarian race. However, one night, he was blessed by the barbarian god and soared into the sky. This rumor seemed to have been spread by the villagers of the same village as the Wizard Bull. The people who said this seemed to be telling the truth. It did not seem like they were lying. Shatya did not think much of it at first. However, it seemed that the rumor was not groundless. In 3 months, he had improved from a middle-ranked great wizard to the level of a wizard king. This speed of growth was simply too terrifying. Moreover, he had injured her when he was still a middle-ranked great wizard. Now that his strength had increased several times, Shatya felt that if she were to have a direct confrontation with him, she would not be able to escape like last time. Yang Kai ignored her shock and said, "Tell me, where is the nearest demon king?" As Yang Kai's slave, Shatya could naturally see through his intentions. She replied, "I know a guy called Bao Qi. I also know where he is." Intentionally or unintentionally, Kai Yang glanced at her and smiled. "Do you have a grudge with him?" Shatya's expression was a little uncomfortable, but she still admitted, "He humiliated me before, but that was his fault first. Also, his position is closest to us, so no need to explain." Yang Kai waved his hand and nodded. "You have worked hard these past few months. You are my slave. Since he has a grudge against you, then let's go and teach him a lesson." Shatya's eyes lit up. Yes. The Wizard Bull tribe set off the next morning. They left the stronghold that they had defended for 3 months and headed to the unknown, but bigger battlefield. The 5,000 people were in an orderly manner. After 3 months of war, the barbarians had learned the meaning of coordination and discipline. A large-scale battle was not a place to show off. Only with trusted companions by one side would there be hope for victory. The aerial knights explored the path in front, and they kept sending back information. The 5,000 people continued to advance, and they did not encounter any demon race. Speaking of which, with Shatya's help over the past few months, all the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles had been wiped out. Even if some small fries were still alive, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Why would anyone be so foolish as to stand in their way? After half a month, the Wizard Bull tribe finally stopped in a forest. They used the tall trees and thick grass to hide their presence. Shatya pointed in front and said, "Master, there is a barbarian city over there. Bao Qi is there." Yang Kai nodded and said, "You live in the cave, and he lives in the city. You are both Demon King, but the treatment is a little different." Shatya was a little embarrassed as she said, "Bao Qi is a little stronger than me. In terms of barbarian rank, I should be a low-tier wizard king, while Bao Qi is a mid-tier wizard king." "Then which tribe is Bao Qi from?" Yang Kai asked. Shatya's expression became serious, and she said, "The Blood Demon tribe. So, Master, if you have any disputes with him, you must not be injured by him. Any injury is enough for him to use his innate divine technique and bleed you to death." "I will remember." Yang Kai nodded and looked into the distance. He said, "Rest for half a day. When night falls, we will depart." Shatya obeyed and left. She guessed Yang Kai's intention and felt a little uneasy, although her master's aura was close to that of a wizard king, and his true strength could not be measured by normal standards. If he encountered Bao Qi, she did not know if he could win. After all, Bao Qi was the blood demon Bao Qi. But now that she was a slave, there was no point in thinking too much. No matter what decision Yang Kai made, she could not go against it. She did not even dare to have any doubts in her heart. She could only obediently find a place to rest. Time passed quickly. When night fell, Xiaoya suddenly opened her eyes. She raised her head and looked in a certain direction in the darkness. Then she walked out without saying a word. A few miles away, Yang Kai stood there waiting for her. When he saw her, he nodded and said, "From now on, I am your slave. Be careful not to expose yourself." Xiaoya smiled confidently. Acting is the succubus demon's specialty. "Little guy, don't worry. Big sister will treat you well." She changed her respectful expression and giggled. It was as if she had returned to the way she was when Yang Kai first met her. Yang Kai did not mind her offensive words. He nodded slightly and followed behind her. He lowered his eyes and looked like a slave. Chapter 2866. Above the barbarian city, a pure black gas floated over. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the layers of defenses and rushed into the city. The demon race in the city were all alarmed and rushed over from all directions. They appeared one after another nearby and stared at the two figures that emerged from the black shadow with vigilance and fear. One of them had a graceful figure and a vigorous aura. It was a demon king level existence. This made the demon kings in the surroundings not dare to rashly approach. Xiaoya looked around and let out a burst of laughter that sounded like a silver bell. It was mixed with a charm that was hard to guard against. The demon race members retreated and distanced themselves. They clearly knew how terrifying the succubus demon was. Only the strong demon commanders dared to stay in place, but they also silently resisted. Yang Kai stood behind Xiaoya and did not say a word, so he was not very conspicuous. "Bitch, you dare to come to this king's territory?" A thunderous voice suddenly came from the palace in front of them. At the same time, a blood-red light suddenly shot out and arrived in front of Xiaoya in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a figure as tall as a tower. He reached out with one hand and grabbed Xiaoya's neck, lifting her up high. His face was full of a sinister smile and full of killing intent. Xiaoya was lifted up by him, but she did not struggle. She only looked at him quietly, not panicking at all. It was as if she had already expected this. "Do you want to die?" Bao Qi stared at Xiaoya coldly. "Killing a demon king without permission. The demon Saint Master will not allow it." Xiaoya spat out those words with difficulty, her face slightly pale. She was also a demon king, but she did not even have the thought of resisting in front of Bao Qi. Bao Qi snorted coldly. "Everyone here is my people. If I kill you, who will know? The demon Saint Master is recuperating. Who will have the time to care about you?" Xiaoya said, "Then you can just kill me." Bao Qi's gaze became dangerous, but he resisted the urge to attack. He then flung Xiaoya away. When she landed, Xiaoya coughed violently for a while before she slowly recovered. She raised her head and said, "Bao Qi, I'm not here to start a conflict with you, but to discuss something with you. I have nothing to say to you. Hurry up and scram, or don't blame me for killing you." Bao Qi coldly snorted. Xiaoya smiled, her red lips moving. He said something, but no sound came out. Bao Qi was stunned. He looked at Xiaoya with a strange expression, obviously surprised. He mocked, "You're really a bitch?" "I'm just a succubus demon," Xiaoya said softly. "The mutated tribe is not easy to deal with. I'll only have a chance to survive if I join forces with you. I'm willing to pay any price for this." Bao Qi sneered. "It's precisely because of this. I'm the one who looks down on you." Xiaoya said, "There are many people who look down on me. I only care if you agree to my suggestion. Bao Qi pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, If you're so self-aware, why should I be afraid? As he spoke, he licked his lips, and his eyes shone with a lustful light. A demon king level succubus demon. I've never played with one before. Shaya giggled and walked forward, swaying her hips. Then you'll get what you want tonight. Bao Qi laughed and reached out to hold Shaya's waist, then slapped her perky butt. Shaya was extremely shy. Not here. There are so many people here. You're afraid of too many people? Bao Qi said disdainfully. His body swayed, and he brought Shaya with him as he flew toward the palace. The two of them were like fire and water when they first met, but in the blink of an eye, they were like lightning striking fire. It was a little unreasonable. Yang Kai followed them without saying a word. In the palace, Bao Qi let go of Shaya, then turned around to look at Yang Kai. He scoffed, Where did you get this slave? He could tell at a glance that Yang Kai was not from the real demon race, but had been transformed by the demonic qi, although there was demonic qi on the surface of his body. However, the aura of the demonic race could not be hidden. Shaya chuckled. This guy overestimated himself and brought people to attack me, so I taught him a lesson. Just ignore him. Bao Qi said sarcastically. You were afraid of too many people just now, but now that there's someone watching, you're not afraid anymore. He's just my slave. Bao Qi did not say anything else. He reached out and tore off Shaya's clothes violently. In an instant, her beautiful snow-white body was exposed to the air, and all kinds of beauty were faintly discernible. Shaya scoffed, as if she was blaming Bao Qi for his barbarism, but her beautiful eyes were full of seduction, and it was enough to make people fall head over heels for her. Her whole body coiled around Bao Qi's tall and sturdy body like a snake, and her full breasts pressed against his chest, which was slightly deformed. Bao Qi laughed coldly. He grabbed Shaya's soft body with one hand and used a lot of force, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. His other hand began to wander around wantonly. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward. This strange movement alerted Bao Qi, and he looked up at him. What he saw was a golden light in the demonic race's left eye. A vertical line was filled with majesty, and it seemed to have the power to take away one's soul. Bao Qi's soul was stirred, and he was dazed for a moment. Bitch, Bao Qi cursed. He had never truly believed that Shaya wanted to join forces with him. He only thought that he was stronger than Shaya, and this was his territory. He thought that it would be a waste not to eat the delicacies on the streets, and had the intention to play around with them. He believed that Shaya would not be able to do anything to him. Succubus demon clan's charm technique was hard to defend against, but as a powerful demon king, he had a high resistance to charm techniques. He immediately hugged Shaya to stop her from secretly plotting against him. As long as Shaya dared to show any improper intentions, he would attack her like a storm. He never thought that the one to attack him would not be Shaya, but her slave. He could roughly sense the strength of this slave. She was an existence equivalent to a demon commander, and he did not put her in his eyes at all. However, when this demon commander attacked, he actually fell for it. In his anger, demonic qi surged out of his body, and he wanted to kill Shaya directly. As for the rules and possible punishments of the demon saint, he did not care. Shaya was obviously stunned as well. Bao Qi did not think that Yang Kai would attack, and she also did not think that Yang Kai would attack at this time. According to her plan, the best time to attack should be when she and Bao Qi were flirting and flirting. A man's vigilance would only be lowered at that time. Yang Kai's sudden attack was too unexpected, and she did not have time to react. Feeling the violent demonic qi in Bao Qi's body, Shaya screamed in an ear-piercing voice. Under the attack of the pure soul secret technique, Bao Qi was stunned again. In the next moment, he suddenly saw a budding lotus flower quickly bloom in front of his eyes. At the same time, he felt intense pain in his head. The condensed, demonic qi suddenly dispersed. Bao Qi did not even have time to roar before he felt his body become weightless. When he regained control of his body, he was no longer in the familiar palace, but in a strange place. His arms were empty. Shahya took advantage of the moment, when he was in a daze, to escape. At this moment, her face was pale and filled with lingering fear. Yang Kai stood not far away, quietly looking at Bao Qi with his hands behind his back. "Master, why are you—" Shahya looked at Yang Kai with some resentment, but soon remembered her identity and said in a tactful tone, "If you want to attack, you should have told me in advance. What do I need to tell you when dealing with a mere mid-rank demon king?" Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. "You did not dare to say anything." She thought to herself, if I didn't run fast enough, I would have been killed by Bao Qi. However, she could not help but be shocked. The last time she was dragged into this world by Yang Kai, it was because her demonic heart had been severely damaged. For a moment, she could not move and could not resist. Although this world was strange, she also guessed that it was impossible for Yang Kai to casually drag people into it. There must be some conditions or a price to pay, otherwise he would really be invincible in this world. What was the point of cultivating? Bao Qi was much stronger than her. You did not understand how Yang Kai had managed to drag him into this world. The situation in front of her made Shahya sigh in relief. Since Bao Qi had entered this world, his life and death were no longer in his control. Thinking of this, Shahya smiled from the bottom of her heart. "Bitch, you dare to plot against me?" Bao Qi was not surprised. He quietly looked at this world while coldly looking at Shahya. Shahya smiled and said, "Who can you blame for your own carelessness?" She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Master, let me kill him." "Master?" Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at Shahya with disdain. "You actually call a demon commander master? What ability does he have to be superior to us demon kings?" "Shahya, you are really degrading yourself." Shahya smiled and said, "My master strength is not something you can imagine." Bao Qi shook his head and said, "You are not worthy of being a demon king." Although his expression was calm, Bao Qi was a little surprised. He had thought that Shahya and this foreign race person had a master-servant relationship, but the truth was actually the other way around. What kind of strange ability did this demonized demon commander have? He was actually able to make a demon king submit to him. Speaking of which, his ability was really strange. He had not been able to defend himself against the two soul secret techniques he had just used. He had been careless and ended up in this damned place. "Put on some clothes before we talk." Yang Kai glanced at Shahya. "Yes." Shahya obeyed obediently. She quickly took out a new set of clothes and put them on. She was still as revealing, but it was much better than being naked. Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Qi and said, "You can probably guess the situation. There are only two paths in front of you." As he spoke, Yang Kai raised a finger and pointed at Shahya. "Like her, you will be used by me." Then he raised another finger and pointed at Bao Qi, "Or I will kill you." Chapter 2867. When Yang Kai said this, the two demon kings' expressions changed. Shahya said in shock, "Master, you want to take him in?" She thought that Yang Kai had come here to kill Bao Qi, so she put in a lot of effort. Succubus demons were a race that held grudges, especially female succubus demons. It was not an exaggeration to say that they would remember any bit of hatred until the end of time. Bao Qi had only humiliated her once before, but she could not forget it. When Yang Kai asked where the demon king was, she immediately sold Bao Qi out. She thought that Bao Qi would definitely die if Yang Kai brought him into this world. She was secretly feeling happy, but she suddenly heard that Yang Kai had other plans. This was not a good development. If Bao Qi was really taken in by the Wizard Master Bull, wouldn't she have to work with him in the future? Shaya could not accept this when she thought about it. You want to take me in? Bao Qi also looked at Yang Kai with a funny expression. His mouth was full of ridicule, but he finally could not help but laugh out loud. He said in disdain, "Arrogant foreign race, I don't know what method you used to make this bitch submit, but if you want to take me in, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This king and this bitch are different." "Shah," you said with a cold expression, "watch your mouth. Isn't that right?" Bao Qi coldly snorted and glared at her, but he did not argue with her. He only stared at Yang Kai with vigilance. Although he had made up his mind to not lower his head to this foreign race, this world was indeed a bit strange. He had to be on his guard, so he did not want to fail miserably. The only thing he could do now was to figure out where this damn place was and leave before making any plans. "Shah, yeah, is he very stubborn?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked. Shaya immediately said, "He's very stubborn." He even dared to talk back to the demon Saint Master. Bao Qi had a proud look on his face, as if it was something amazing. Shaya continued, "So, Master, don't waste your breath on him. Just kill him and be done with it," she suggested with a malicious expression, but she had her own plans in mind. Not to mention that she didn't want to work with Bao Qi. If Yang Kai subdued another demon king, then her uniqueness would disappear. His position in Yang Kai's eyes was bound to be affected. Therefore, she could not wait for Bao Qi to die as soon as possible. "Then there's no other way." Yang Kai nodded slightly and decided to cut the Gordian knot. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently covered Bao Qi. Shaya's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she cursed in her heart. He was looking forward to seeing Bao Qi's tragic end. Bao Qi suddenly activated his demonic energy and pounced forward the moment Yang Kai made his move. Yang Kai raised his hand and clenched it slightly, causing Bao Qi to be horrified because he suddenly felt an incredible force tightly binding him. He was a dignified demon king, but it was as if he had suddenly become a newborn baby, unable to resist at all as he was fixed in place. His eyes trembled violently and his body turned cold. The demonic chi he activated was also suppressed by an invisible force in his body, unable to move. He had been cultivating for so long. Bao Qi had never encountered such a situation before. He couldn't help but feel a little dazed. "Shah, you laughed loudly. In this place, my master is the ruler. Even the demon saint is no match for him, let alone you." 3 months ago, when Yang Kai subdued her, he had said this to her. At that time, Shaya did not think much of it and thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. However, reality proved that Yang Kai indeed had the power to rule everything in this place. Today, when she said this to Bao Qi, she couldn't help but take pleasure in his misfortune. Bao Qi's face flushed red. It was obvious that he was resisting with all his might, but in front of the magnificent power of the world, a demon king's resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree, clearly overestimating himself. Yang Kai's left eye changed color again. A golden light flashed. He looked at Bao Qi's eyes and activated his spiritual energy, destroying Bao Qi's spiritual energy without hesitation. Bao Qi screamed miserably, his face twisted. Having his spiritual energy forcefully destroyed like this caused him a lot of damage. Looking at Bao Qi's miserable appearance, Shaya's smile became even more vicious, her face filled with pleasure. When Yang Kai's spiritual energy did whatever it wanted in Bao Qi's spiritual energy, Bao Qi's eyes rolled up and his body trembled violently. His towering body was instantly drenched in sweat. After a while, the golden light in Yang Kai's eyes faded. Bao Qi fell to the ground weakly, his aura weak. If one did not carefully sense him, they would have thought that he was dead. Shaya frowned, feeling a little unhappy. because she found that although Bao Qi was in a miserable state, Yang Kai did not really kill him. Just now, he had just planted a spiritual energy brand in Bao Qi's mind, just like how he treated her in the past. It was just that at that time, she had opened her spiritual energy, but now Bao Qi was forced to accept it, so the treatment was somewhat different. But in any case, with such an outcome, she was afraid that she would have to work with Bao Qi in the future. Xia could not help curling her lips. After standing in place for a long time, Bao Qi slowly stood up from the ground and stared at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. He, a demon king, had actually been subdued by a demon commander-level existence and branded with a brand in his mind. Bao Qi could feel that this brand had the ability to control his life and death. He had just mocked that bitch Xia, but he did not expect that he would become the same as her so quickly. Yang Kai looked at him and said indifferently, "If you are not convinced, you can kill yourself." Bao Qi's eyes flickered, but he did not have the urge to kill himself. It was not easy for him to cultivate to the level of a demon king. So how could he want to die? Although there was no lack of people in this world who would rather die than submit, Bao Qi was definitely not one of them. Very good. Yang Kai's lips curled, revealing an imperceptible smile. Then from now on, "You are mine." Xia's lips curled even more. "Master, what orders do you have?" Bao Qi asked with some difficulty. It was the first time he had addressed someone whose strength was lower than him as Lord, so Bao Qi couldn't help but feel a little awkward. When he asked, he tried to straighten his back as much as possible to show his remaining backbone. "Eat this first." Yang Kai tossed a jade bottle to him. Xia's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Bao Qi reached out to catch it and asked hesitantly, "What is this?" Xia harumphed, "Master wants you to eat it, so eat it." "Why are you asking so much nonsense? It's fine if you don't want to eat it. Just give it to me." Xia could not forget the taste of a spirit pill she had obtained from Yang Kai the last time. She had never thought that such a thing could exist. It was laughable that Bao Qi did not know what was good for him, and was actually so cautious, thinking that it was some kind of poison. Did he not think about it? Now that the master had planted a brand in his mind, there was no need for him to use any kind of poison? Hearing her say this, Bao Qi immediately understood that this thing was probably not bad. He opened the bottle with a cold laugh and poured the spirit pill into his mouth without even looking at it. In the next moment, his expression changed, and he could not help but sit down cross-legged. The pain from the injury to his divine sense lessened a lot, and he even revealed an extremely happy expression. Xia revealed a disappointed expression and turned to look at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression. A jade bottle flew towards her, and Xia happily caught it. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Master, for your reward. Xia, you will definitely work harder." Half an hour later, Bao Qi opened his eyes. There was still some shock on his face. He found that the thing he had just taken had an extremely powerful healing effect. It had greatly nourished his injured soul. Although it was not completely healed, it was no longer a big problem. He only needed to rest for 1 or 2 months to recover, and there would not be any sequelae that would affect his future. What was that? Why had he never heard of the outsiders having such a thing? While he was in a daze, he suddenly heard Yang Kai say, "My name is Wizard Niu. You can call me whatever you want." "Yes, Wizard Niu, Master," Bao Qi replied respectfully. "Now, tell me about the deployment of your people." When Bao Qi heard this, he could guess what this Wizard Niu was planning. He hesitated for a moment and could not help but sigh. He did not hide anything and revealed all the details of his people. He also knew that hiding anything from the great wizard in front of him was useless. After listening, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. There are quite a lot of people. Bao Qi actually had 6,000 to 7,000 people under his command. This number had already surpassed the current Wizard Niu clan, and was more than double the forces under Xia's control at the time. After 3 months of replenishment, the Wizard Neo clan only had 5,000 people. With such a large number of enemies, the Witchcraft Bull tribe would inevitably suffer casualties if they were to face them head-on, even with the support of the witchcraft. After all, it was a war involving more than 10,000 people. It was impossible for there to be no casualties. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "How about this? After you go out, do this." After giving some instructions, Yang Kai sent Bao Qi and Sha Ya out of the small sealed world. Inside the room, Sha Ya looked at Bao Qi with a sneer. "Don't mess this up, or I'll teach you a lesson." As the first demon king to pledge allegiance to Yang Kai, although Sha Ya's strength was not as good as Bao Qi's, she still acted strong enough to solidify her unique position in Yang Kai's heart. If Sha Ya had said such words before, Bao Qi would definitely have quarreled with her or even fought with her. But now that he was in a bad mood, he was not in the mood to argue with her, so he just nodded gently and said, "Master, rest assured." "Good. Then I'll wait for the good news." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he signaled to Sha Ya with his eyes, and the two flew out of the palace one after the other, turning into black chi that rushed out of the city. After the two left, a few demon commanders immediately rushed in. One of them with a square face looked at Bao Qi and asked, "Master, why did that bitch come here?" Bao Qi's expression was cold as he said lightly, "Nothing. She just came to ask for reinforcements." Reinforcements? The few demon commanders were shocked. Bao Qi said, "A group of foreign races have their eyes on her, so she came to ask for reinforcements." Saying so, he pointed to the square-faced demon commander and said, "Take 2,000 people with you and see the situation." Chapter 2868. On top of the tall and mighty demon beast, the square-faced demon commander stood straight with a demonic chi lingering around him. He led the way, with 2,000 subordinates following behind him. Among these 2,000 people, a portion of them were transformed demons that did not have intelligence and only knew how to listen to orders. The other portion were members of the 100 clans of the demon race. This was the power that he could control now. The group did not move quickly, as if they were not going to war, but to a field trip. The square-faced demon commander was not in a hurry. After all, Master Bao Qi had already said that he was only going to bring some people as a gesture. As for whether or not he could provide any real help to Sha Ya, that was up to fate. The square-faced demon commander actually looked down on the licentious succubus demon. Of course, the main reason was that he was jealous of Bao Qi. He also felt that his own demon king master was making a mountain out of a molehill. That bitch was only going to ask for help, but Master Bao Qi actually wanted to bring 2,000 people. He was giving her too much face. That succubus demon must have served Master Bao Qi very well, which was why she was able to receive such help. Thinking of this, the square-faced demon commander could not help but reveal a wretched smile. He had also tasted a succubus demon, and it was indeed different. As the demon king of the succubus demons, Sha Ya was naturally not someone that other succubus demons could compare to. When he became a demon king one day, he should go and have a taste of that bitch's ecstasy. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he suddenly sensed some abnormal movements. The square-faced demon commander immediately collected his thoughts and vigilantly looked forward. When he saw what was happening, he could not help but say in surprise, "Sha Ya, Master?" He saw that Sha Ya, who had just left half a day ago, was actually coming back. He did not know why this woman had come back. Although he looked down on her, she was still a demon king, so the square-faced demon commander could only maintain the appropriate respect. The demon beast under him stopped. The 2,000 people behind him also stopped. Bao Qi is quite obedient. Sha Ya's voice was soft as she revealed a meaningful smile. The square-faced demon commander frowned as he felt a sense of danger. Sha Ya's attitude and expression made him feel uneasy, so he instinctively looked around. The square-faced demon commander was shocked because he found that this place was actually a perfect ambush area, surrounded by mountains that reached into the clouds, and there were only paths in front and behind them. Something seemed to be surrounding them from all directions, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Even the most of demon race members would be able to feel it. To say the square-faced demon commander himself. He listened carefully, and his face suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Prepare for war." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge shadow soared over from an unknown place, spreading open their wings and blocking the light above their heads. The demons looked up and saw that it was a giant eagle. "I've been ambushed." The square-faced demon commander immediately had this thought, but he did not know who had ambushed him. And what role did that demon king, Shaya, play in this? Wasn't he supposed to go to the rescue this time? How could he have been caught off guard without knowing what was going on? Although the demon race reacted quickly, the enemy was even faster. After a round of arrow rain, the forest in all directions suddenly flashed with a large number of lights. Those circles of lights were colorful and dazzling to the eyes. Dozens of tall demon beasts rushed out from the side. Riding on the demon beasts were burly barbarian warriors. They all had cold expressions and were filled with killing intent. Outsiders. Shouts resounded through the clouds. The square-faced demon commander turned his mount around, drew his weapon, and raised it high. Just as he was about to shout something to boost morale, he suddenly smelled an intoxicating fragrance. A soft voice came from behind him. "I'll be taking your head." The next moment, the square-faced demon commander's vision suddenly turned. He stared blankly at the scantily clad demon king, Shaya. His neck hurt a little. When he looked down, he saw a headless corpse falling from the demon beast's back. The battle was imminent, but the square-faced demon commander was suddenly killed. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. They all stared blankly at Shaya. Their minds were in a mess. Shaya chuckled. Her body flashed, and she turned into a cloud of black gas, drifting into the distance. At this moment, the barbarians who had been buffed by various wizard spells had already surrounded them. The charging cavalry charged into the enemy group like a hot knife through butter. As the cold light flashed, the demon race fell one after another. The 10 regular squads that followed closely behind also blocked off the surrounding space. They did not look like they would let any demon race go. The battle started in an instant. 5,000 people against 2,000 people. The outcome seemed to have been decided long ago. In midair, Shaya's figure reappeared. She was holding the head of the square-faced demon commander in her hand. She said in a crisp voice, "Master, my mission is complete." Kai Yong gently nodded, his eyes looking down deeply. Butterfly stood quietly behind him, like a shadow. The battle had reached its climax since the beginning. The Wizard Bull tribe who was preparing to charge had the mentality of annihilating the demon race. Although the demon race members who were ambushed did not have the guidance of the demon commander, they were still well trained. They defended against the Wizard Bull tribe's frenzied attacks while looking for a chance to survive. Screams of agony could be heard. Corpses fell one after another. The smell of blood filled the air. Pieces of flesh and broken limbs flew everywhere. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the other hand, the Wizard Bull tribe did not suffer any casualties at all. After 3 months of continuous fighting, the Wizard Bull tribe had already familiarized themselves with the rhythm of the battle. They were able to complement each other and complement each other. Although they had the advantage in terms of terrain and numbers, no one was in a rush. They slowly nibbled away at the demon race's defensive line and slowly pushed them to the end of the road. Yong Kai looked at the battle for less than 10 minutes before he retracted his gaze. There was no need for him to worry about the rest of the battle. It could even be said that he did not need to worry about this battle. He only asked Bao Qi to send 2,000 people into his encirclement. He also asked Xia Ye to kill the square-faced demon commander. The rest of the battle was won by the Wizard Bull tribe. Xia Ye was holding a head in her hand. She felt bored and threw it away. 2 hours later, the battle was over. Yang Kai did not need to issue any more orders. The Wizard Bull tribe's team leaders were the first to count the casualties. More than 10 wizards also began to treat the wounded. After resting for half a day, the Wizard Bull tribe continued to push forward. They left behind a messy battlefield and set up camp after 30 miles. 3 days later, another team of 2,000 people sent by Bao Qi entered the Wizard Bull tribe's encirclement. The battle situation was almost the same as 3 days ago. Under the ambush of the Wizard Bull tribe's 5,000 people, the 2,000 people of the demon race did not even have the strength to fight back. They were completely defeated. In every battle, the Wizard Bull tribe would lose some people. However, they would also receive more reinforcements. Many of the demon race's members were corrupted by the demonic qi and turned into demons. After 3 months of research, the Yu and Lu twins had already grasped some tricks and methods. The number of people who were saved was increasing. The success rate was also increasing. This was excellent news. After another 3 days of rest, Yang Kai waited for his clansman's bloodthirst techniques aftereffects to disappear before immediately leading the Witchcraft Bull tribe towards the Demon City. Bao Qi originally had 6,000 to 7,000 people under his command. However, after 2 ambushes, he had lost 4,000 people. Now, there were only 2,000 people left in the city. This number was no longer a concern. When the Wizard Bull tribe arrived at Demon City, many people of the demon race were in an uproar. They did not expect these people to be so bold. Although there seemed to be a lot of people, the demon race did not take the Wizard Bull tribe seriously. Because they had the Demon King, many people of the demon race stood on the city wall and pointed at the crowd below. It was as if Bao Qi could wipe out these thousands of enemies with a single move. What happened next caused their eyes to pop out of their sockets. They were extremely shocked. Lord Bao Qi had indeed appeared, but it wasn't the scene of him killing thousands of aliens by himself as they had imagined. Instead, he respectfully opened the city gates and allowed the aliens to enter, slaughtering the demon race as they pleased. Many people of the demon race could not believe that this was real. In front of the city gate, the high and mighty master Bao Qi lowered his head and said something to a young man covered in black gas. His attitude was respectful, as if he was facing a demon saint. Many people recognized the young man. He was the guy who came with the Demon King Xia Ye a few days ago. At that time, everyone thought that he was a slave of Xia Ye. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Even Xia Ye was standing behind him, showing the appropriate respect. This was a confusing war. The demon race was wiped out without any reason. From the beginning to the end, Bao Qi did not intend to help. In just 2 hours, the demons stationed in the city had been completely annihilated. Even the sand demons, who were most proficient in survival, were unable to escape. Corpses were strewn all over the streets and alleys. It was an incomparably tragic sight. The wizard and the Bull clan people cleaned up the battlefield. Yang Kai followed Bao Qi to the palace he visited last time. Xia Ye will tell you what to do next. I am going to cultivate in seclusion. Do not disturb me if there is nothing important. After Yang Kai said this, he found a side room and walked in. Bao Qi was left looking at Xia Ye with an unconvinced face. Xia Ye smiled and said in a strange tone, I hope we can get along well in the future. Bao Qi's face went black, thinking to himself that it would be strange if he was happy. He didn't want to obey Xia Ye's orders, but with Yang Kai's words first, he didn't dare to disobey, only feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if he had just swallowed a dead fly. Chapter 2869. Back then, Shea's territory spanned thousands of miles. It took the Wizard's Bull clan 3 months to wipe out all the demon race in that territory. Bao Qi's territory was even bigger. It was a few times bigger than Shea's. Naturally, he had more demon race under his control. Other than the 6,000 to 7,000 demon race members that were stationed in the city, there were about the same number of demon race members scattered around the city. Half a month. In just half a month, all the demon race members within 50,000 miles of the city were wiped out. All the demon race members that were stationed outside were summoned back by Bao Qi for the same reason. Then, they were surrounded by the Wizard's Bull clan. They could not fight back at all. The efficiency was incomparable to the previous 3 months. Bao Qi and Shea were guessing which Demon King would be the next unlucky one. The two of them kept thinking about the Demon Kings that had offended them. They were preparing to submit their names to the Wizard's Master so that they would end up like them. Just as the two of them marked the Demon Kings as slaves in their hearts, Yang Kai suddenly came out of seclusion. He summoned the two of them and gave them an order that made the two Demon Kings feel uneasy. Without giving them a chance to question, Yang Kai turned around and left. Bao Qi and Shea were left staring at each other. Suddenly, they shuddered. Isn't this method a little too extreme? What if it doesn't work? Shea was a little worried. Bao Qi no longer had the intention to go tit for tat with her. Although he did not like Shaya these days, he shared the same opinion as Shaya on this issue. He always wanted to persuade Sir Wu Niu not to be so impulsive. However, he did not have the guts to do so. In the end, he could only sigh. Since the master has given the order, we have to obey. Then we can only comply. Shaya, you have to help me with this. Shea immediately jumped away. The master wants you to do this. I won't interfere. Bao Qi said, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope. No one can escape from this. Shaya chuckled. Since his lordship only asked you to do this, he must have his own plans. If he wants me to help you, he will. He would have said it earlier. If I help you, I'm afraid I'll ruin the master's plans. Bao Qi frowned. Although he felt that this was Shaya's excuse, it wasn't unreasonable. He sighed and went to prepare. Unlike Shaya, he did not have much contact with the Wizard Bull. After returning to the city half a month ago, the Wizard Bull had been cultivating in seclusion. Although the Wizard Bull did not seem to care about the outside world, Bao Qi knew about it. He saw everything that happened in the city. This mysterious feeling of distance made Bao Qi even more fearful of the wizard. Not long after, Bao Qi's demonic qi surged out from the city wall. Streams of demonic qi separated from his body like living creatures. Then it twisted and changed in midair. They turned into black crows one after another, circling and dancing in the air, cawing chaotically. Bao Qi waved his hand, and the black crows flew out in all directions. There were more than 20 of them. Looking in the direction that the black crows had left in, Bao Qi suddenly shivered. If this plan were to succeed, the demon army would most likely suffer heavy losses. Even though it wouldn't affect their foundation, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to their morale. The next few days were uneventful. Since the Voodoo Bull clan didn't need to fight anymore, they had been recuperating in the city, while Yang Kai had been staying behind closed doors, trying to break through to the level of Magus King. The laws of heaven and earth in the ancient world were different, giving birth to a special group like the wizard. However, no matter how many paths there were to reach the peak, the final destination was the same. Yang Kai had the foundation of the Emperor realm. Practicing the wizard method in this ancient world allowed him to comprehend many things by analogy. The more he practiced, the more he realized his previous weakness. He believed that if he had the chance to leave this mystery realm, even if his cultivation did not increase, his strength would increase greatly. 5 days later, Yang Kai came out. Bao Qi and Shea respectfully guarded outside the door. "Let's go," Yang Kai gestured, and took the lead. The two Demon King respectfully followed behind. After a long day, Yang Kai came to a stop in the wilderness. Looking around, there was no one around, and it was extremely quiet. "You chose this place?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes," Bao Qi respectfully replied. He hesitated for a moment and said, "If Master feels that there is a problem, you can choose another place." "No need. This is the place." Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. He opened his mouth and spat out a rolling orb. Bao Qi and Shea curiously looked at the orb. They did not know what it was. Demon beasts and savage beasts in this land all had dantian. They had never heard of wizard beasts having dantian as well. Moreover, this rolling orb was emitting a very strange energy. It did not look like a dantian. Just when they were puzzled, the orb suddenly started to spin faster and faster. Suddenly, the orb disappeared and was replaced by a vortex visible to the naked eye. The vortex was chaotic and empty. It swallowed all the light and seemed to lead to another mysterious world. Bao Qi and Shaya were stunned for a moment, but they quickly came to a realization. The vortex led to a world that they had been to before. In that world, the wizard master was omnipotent. He was comparable to a real god. So, that world was created by an orb. What kind of orb had such a strange ability? What kind of treasure was this? Even the Demon Saint Master did not have such a treasure, right? Although they were shocked, Bao Qi still said, "Master, forgive me for being blunt. Although this entrance looks mysterious, it might not be able to fool the Demon Kings. The Demon Kings have always been vigilant. If I say that this is the entrance to the place where the ancient saint fell, they might not believe me." According to Yang Kai's plan, Bao Qi would send a message saying that he had found the place where the demon race's ancient saint fell. When the demon race invaded last time, there was indeed a demon saint that fell. This statement was also based on evidence. Therefore, it should attract the interest of many demon kings. The place where the demon saint fell might contain a secret that could allow a demon king to become a saint. Any demon king that pursued power would definitely not be able to hold back their curiosity and would want to come and investigate. As long as he could trick those demon kings into entering this entrance and going to that world, no matter how many of them there were, they would all be crushed by Yang Kai and become his slaves. Bao Qi had always felt that this plan was too risky and did not have much hope of success. Therefore, when he sent the message, he was somewhat unwilling and wanted to drag Shea into this. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. He had already sent the message, and he believed that many demon kings would come. However, this vortex in front of him, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like the place where the ancient saint fell. It was clearly a trap. Which demon king would foolishly walk into it? Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "What you said makes sense. However, what if it's like this?" While speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn. Immediately after, a surging and incomparably pure demonic qi suddenly spread out from his body. The moment they sensed this demonic qi, both Bao Qi and Shea were shocked and felt uneasy in the depths of their hearts. This was because even their demonic qi could not compare to this aura. This was the demonic qi that only a demon saint could possess. "Master, are you a member of the demon race?" Bao Qi suddenly shouted excitedly, his face filled with excitement. Although he had already accepted his fate after being subdued by Yang Kai for so many days, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied deep down in his bones. He just did not dare to show it so easily. After all, he was a demon king, yet he was subdued by another race. It was truly humiliating. Only a shameless bitch like Shea would not care about it. A demon king had his own pride and dignity as a demon king. Now that he suddenly sensed the pure demonic qi in this young man's body, Bao Qi could not help but feel excited. This was the aura of a true ancient saint. Could it be that this young man was a descendant of an ancient saint? That's right. The last time the demon race invaded this land, they did leave behind some scattered bloodlines. It was said that there was a tribe called the Bone-Eating Tribe among the other races, and they had the bloodline of the demon race. If the Wizard Master Ox really did have the bloodline of an ancient saint, and was a descendant of an ancient saint, then being subdued by him would not be a disgrace. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. Bao Qi's eyes lit up, and for the first time, he felt that Yong Kai was so amiable. Shea also opened her mouth wide and stood dumbfounded. A thought flashed through his mind, and he finally understood why his demonic heart blood did not have any effect on the Wizard Master Ox a few months ago. Since his body was hiding such pure demonic qi, how could his demonic heart blood have any effect? Was he really a member of the demon race? But these days he had led the other races to slaughter countless members of the demon race, and he did not show any mercy. Why was that? If he was a member of the demon race, why did he have to go against the demon race? No matter what, the pure demonic qi flowing out of Yong Kai's body could not be faked. In the face of the two demon kings' shock and inquiry, Yong Kai only smiled lightly and did not give an answer. His mysterious appearance made Shea and Bao Qi's hearts itch even more unbearably. Of course, he was not a member of the demon race. The demonic qi he was activating now was just the ancient demon qi sealed in the Dantian. If he had not practiced the wizard's technique, Yong Kai would not have dared to activate this power at will, lest the seal be broken, and he accidentally become the demon race. But the wizard's technique seemed to have the ability to suppress demons, so it was not a big problem for him to draw out a little bit of demonic qi. As long as the seal was not completely broken, he would not have to worry about the danger of becoming the demon race. The pure ancient demon qi flew out of Yong Kai's hand and slowly enveloped the vortex. In an instant, the vortex leading to the small sealed world had an eerie feeling of demonic qi, as if there was some huge secret about the demon race hidden inside, attracting any member of the demon race to investigate. Even Bao Qi and Shea felt that if they had not seen Yong Kai's trick with their own eyes, they would have definitely thought of a way to go in and take a look. Bao Qi's expression turned solemn as he said in admiration, "If that's the case, we can deceive those demon kings." Chapter 2870. In the wilderness, in front of the small sealed world disguised as the entrance to the place where the demon saint fell, Bao Qi sat cross-legged alone with his eyes closed, as if he was waiting for someone. The entrance to the vortex that could be seen with the naked eye was now hidden by Yong Kai in the void, making it difficult to detect. Only a demon king level master could feel the pure demonic qi coming from the void. Yong Kai and Shaya were nowhere to be seen. After waiting for less than half a day, Bao Qi suddenly opened his eyes and stared deeply into the void in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "So what if you're here? Why are you hiding?" Suddenly, a strange laughter came from the void. Then, a black shadow appeared out of thin air. The person was wrapped in pure devil qi, which covered the person's body. It was impossible to see the person's face clearly. It was even impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman. The person's voice was magnetic and neutral, as if it contained a strange magic power. "Makoto!" Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and recognized the identity of the person who came. The shadow demon Makoto, the strongest existence of the shadow demon clan, and his true strength was even stronger than Yong Kai's. The Shadow Demon Clan was good at concealment and assassination, and as the Demon King, Makoto was one of the best. Among all the Demon Kings, he might not be the strongest, but he was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Because once targeted by him, No matter how strong the Demon King was, they would not dare to say that they could survive. He could always find the most suitable time to launch a sneak attack, and the best place to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Bao Qi did not expect that the first to come here would be the shadow demon Makoto, which made him a little nervous. In a head-on confrontation, he was not afraid of the other party. But this guy had always appeared and disappeared like a ghost. If it was a life or death battle, Bao Qi felt that he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. It seems that I'm here early. Makoto chuckled. His temperament seemed to be extremely lively. Even though his body was wrapped in black demonic chi, Bao Qi still felt that his eyes were staring at him. You said that this is the place where the ancient saint fell? Where is it? Why didn't I see it? It's behind me. Sense it carefully. Bao Qi remained calm. As expected, Makoto began to investigate carefully. He immediately noticed the hidden entrance, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Clearly, he had also sensed the pure demonic chi, and his tone immediately turned grave as he asked, "Are you certain that this is the place where an ancient sage fell?" Bao Qi snorted. "What else could such an obvious feature be? But I can't guarantee it. I'm at least 80% sure." Makoto did not respond, as if agreeing with Bao Qi's words. Before entering, no one dared to make 100% guarantee. However, the aura that was being emitted was truly unbearable. "How did you find such a hidden place?" Makoto asked casually, but Bao Qi knew that he was being cautious. "This is my territory. I discovered it by accident." Bao Qi was naturally prepared for such a question. "You're quite lucky. Since you've discovered it, why don't you go in and take a look instead of inviting me over? If I'm not wrong, you must have invited others as well, right?" "Of course, not just you," Bao Qi answered slowly, "but I don't know how many will come in the end. After all, this is the place where an ancient sage fell. There may be a secret that will allow us to enter the ancient sage realm, but there may also be danger. I, Bao Qi, haven't lived long enough. I want to live a few more years, but I don't dare to go in alone." Makoto sneered, as if he was mocking Makoto. His entire body was wrapped in black chi, and he circled the entrance of the vortex to investigate. Bao Qi said, "If you're willing, you can go in and take a look now. I believe that with the abilities of your Shadow Demon clan, there shouldn't be too much danger." He couldn't wait for Makoto to lose his patience and enter that world. As long as he entered, his life and death would no longer be in his control. Makoto seemed to be tempted by his suggestion. He stopped moving, and after thinking for a while, he still refused. "Let's wait for the others to come. You haven't lived long enough, and neither have I. The place where an ancient sage fell was suspected to be dangerous. How could he be willing to lead the way for others?" Bao Qi grunted and didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and continued to adjust his breathing. Makoto walked a few rounds in boredom. He was also a little bored, so he simply stayed by Bao Qi's side, motionless like a shadow. The two of them waited here for 2 days. Demon kings continued to arrive. These demon kings were all well-known figures in their respective clans. Even if Bao Qi didn't have much interaction with some of them, he was still familiar with their names. The number of people who came exceeded his expectations. This made him a little nervous. He thought that it would be good enough if 10 people came under his invitation. After all, the demon kings weren't idle. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with some of the demon kings. But in just 2 days, 15 demon kings had already come. More than half of them were stronger than him. It seemed that he had underestimated the attraction of becoming a saint to everyone. With so many demon kings, could the wizard master cow eat them all? Don't go for wool and come home shorn. With so many demon kings gathered, the wasteland was instantly filled with demonic chi. Every demon king who came here naturally had to ask Bao Qi about the situation here. Then they would personally check and confirm that there was nothing wrong before they stayed. It had to be said that the entrance of the vortex that Yong Kai came out of was quite decent. At least it didn't arouse any Demon King's suspicion. It was rare for them to gather together. So naturally, the Demon Kings who were familiar with each other were chatting loudly. They boasted about how many experts of other races they had killed and how many beauties they had captured. When they were talking excitedly, their saliva was flying everywhere. Whenever there was a slight verbal conflict, they would get ready to fight at any time. Fortunately, everyone was relatively restrained. Even if there were conflicts, they were just talking. They didn't really fight. Bao Qi, what are we waiting for? A demon king with flames all over his body suddenly stood in front of Bao Qi. The scorching flames seemed to be able to melt the void. This guy looked different from the other demon kings. His skin and flesh were incomparably red, just like lava from a volcano. Flame Demon Galen. His strength was above average among the demon kings. His temper was also relatively impatient. After waiting for 2 days, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The other demon kings also cast inquiring gazes at Bao Qi. Although Bao Qi's strength wasn't the strongest among the demon kings and could even be said to be above average, this was his territory. This exploration of the ancient saint's fallen land was initiated by him, so everyone would give him some face. Bao Qi looked around and said, "The agreed date is tomorrow, but since everyone is anxious, let's start now. In any case, the number of people is almost there. Those who didn't come can only count themselves unlucky. What do you all think?" The demon kings naturally didn't have any objections. 15 demon kings were gathered here. Even if the ancient saint's fallen land was really dangerous, with their strength they wouldn't be helpless. On the contrary, the more people there were, the more competition there would be. Who knew what was going on inside? Bao Qi's suggestion was quickly approved by everyone. Just as Bao Qi was about to say something, a sweet voice suddenly came from afar. "Aya, I'm late. Brothers, I'm really sorry." After saying that, Sha Yu appeared in front of the demon kings in a flirtatious manner. She arrived in front of them in just a few steps. Seeing Sha Yu appear in time, Bao Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two's gazes met, and nothing was said. Trash. A low growl was suddenly heard. Then, a tall skeleton suddenly stepped forward to meet Shaya. This skeleton didn't have any flesh on its body. Its bones were pitch black, as if they were dyed with a layer of ink. Only its eyes had eerie, ghostly flames pulsing. Bone Demon Felix. As he spoke, he walked towards Shaya, emitting a dangerous aura. This sudden change shocked Bao Qi and Shaya. They didn't know why Felix looked like he didn't like Shaya. Although the succubus demon didn't have a good reputation, they had never heard of any conflict between Felix and Shaya. Bao Qi cast a questioning look at Shaya, but Shaya's expression was full of innocence. Just as she was hesitating, Felix had already walked in front of Shaya. He extended his skeletal hand, grabbed Shaya's slender white neck, and raised it high. Shaya immediately couldn't breathe and struggled with all her might. She was like a powerless child instead of a powerful demon king. Shaya was helpless. If it was another demon king, she would have a way to save herself. However, facing Bone Demon Felix, who didn't have any flesh and didn't have any feelings, she couldn't resist at all. The bewitching arts she was proficient in had no effect on the Bone Devil clan. What are you doing?" You couldn't break free. Her face was red, and she could only ask with difficulty, looking pitiful. The demon kings watched on indifferently. None of them showed any pity for Shaya. Everyone knew that her pitiful appearance was just a disguise that could not be shown in public. You betrayed the trust of the demon Saint Master, and you still have the face to live. Felix's black chin moved as he made a strange sound. When he said that, Shaya and Bao Qi were shocked. They thought to themselves, could it be that the matter of me being subdued by the Wizard Master Cow was exposed? But that couldn't be right. If it was really exposed, then Bao Qi wouldn't be safe. He would have been attacked by the other demon kings. But if that wasn't the case, why would Felix target Xiaoya like that? What do you mean? Xiaoya asked with a pale face. Half of it was because of Felix's torture, and the other half was to hide the uneasiness in her heart. Felix, Xiaoya, is a demon king. How did she betray the trust of the demon Saint Master? We would like to know. Do you know something? A demon king jumped out and asked. The others also looked at Felix. Fei Li coldly snorted and said, the territory under her rule has already fallen, and the 3,000 people under her have also been completely annihilated. Is such a person not a waste? Doesn't she deserve to die? Chapter 2871. The demon kings were all shocked when they heard this. Firstly, it was because of the information Felix gave them. Secondly, it was because they didn't know anything about this. They had all dealt with the other races before. They knew what kind of methods the other races had. They had even personally killed some of their so-called experts, so they didn't think the other races were difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for the Demon Saint Master giving them the order to defend before they went into seclusion to heal, they would have taken the initiative to attack and conquer this land. Now that they suddenly heard Felix say that Xiaoya's territory had fallen and that all of her clansmen had been wiped out, they were naturally shocked. It can't be? How could the other races be that strong? That's right, Felix. Did you make a mistake? Although Xiaoya isn't very strong, she is still a demon king. How could the other races have such great ability? A few demon kings who didn't know the truth began to question, but even more demon kings chose to watch from the sidelines. Facing the questioning, Felix only sneered, "You can ask her whether or not it's true. I have no enmity with her, so why would I target her?" A group of demon kings immediately looked at Xiaoya. Xiaoya knew that she couldn't hide it, so she could only bitterly say, "Felix is right. The territory I rule has indeed fallen, and all 3,000 of my clansmen have been killed. This is my negligence and incompetence." Hearing Xiaoya admit it, the demon kings who had questioned her earlier immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes gradually turned cold as they looked at Xiaoya. It was a kind of coldness that was filled with disdain and contempt. Ever since they invaded this land, the other races had resisted until now. It seemed that they hadn't suffered any great losses. Even if the other races occasionally won, it was just some insignificant victories. Every demon king had never tasted the taste of failure, but on Xiaoya's side, not only had she lost her territory, even her clansmen had been wiped out. This was simply a disgrace to the demon race. She had indeed failed to live up to the expectations of the Demon Saint Master. This kind of failure was enough to strip her of her qualifications as a demon king. She deserves to die. Felix's voice grew colder, as if he felt that Xiaoya's failure had made him lose face. This time, no one spoke up for Xiaoya. Even Bao Qi didn't dare to casually open his mouth, lest others see through him. Xiaoya was still lifted up in the air. Feeling the strength of Felix's skeletal hand, she could not help but laugh. "I do deserve to die, but I want to tell you that my clansmen didn't die in vain. They fought a bloody battle with over 10,000 outsiders, and not a single one of them retreated. Before they died, they made the outsiders pay a huge price." Bao Qi heard this. Of course, he knew that she was talking nonsense. However, the expressions of the other demon king changed. It was as if he had seen his 3,000 tribesmen desperately resisting the encirclement of enemies several times their number, not willing to compromise at all. In the end, they were tragically annihilated because of the disparity in strength. The coldness on their faces melted a little. Then why don't you accompany them to die? Faintly seemed unmoved. Only the ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped slightly. Shaya opened her mouth, but did not quibble. She only said, "Just kill me. After losing my territory and my clansmen, I really don't have the qualifications to be a demon king anymore." She no longer struggled. She looked like she was at the mercy of others. The ghost fire in Fei Li's eye sockets suddenly became cold. He nodded slightly and said, "You finally have some shame. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death." As he spoke, he was about to give Shaya a fatal blow. Bao Qi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. "Wait a minute." Fei Li turned his head to look at him. Shaya could not help but let out a sigh of relief, but her expression did not change at all. She still looked like she was facing death with equanimity, so that others would not see her cowardice. Fei Li did not say a word. He only looked at Bao Qi, as if he wanted to hear his opinion on this matter. Of course, begging for mercy was useless, since he had already made up his mind to kill Shaya. No matter who begged for mercy, it would not work unless the demon Saint Master gave the order. "Shaya deserves to die, but she should not die by our hands," Bao Qi said calmly. As he spoke, he pointed at the disguised entrance and said, "Why don't we let her be the vanguard and see what is going on inside? I believe that no one wants to be the first to go in, right?" As soon as he said that, the eyes of the demon kings lit up. They looked at each other, and a few of them lowered their heads to discuss something. They nodded one after another, obviously feeling that this was a good idea. The place where the ancient saint fell was indeed very attractive to the demon kings, but the unknown made them somewhat nervous. Even the ancient saint fell inside, so there must be some danger inside. Although they did not talk about it in detail before, everyone had thought about it in their hearts. Who would be the first to go in? It was undeniable that this was an extremely dangerous matter. The first person to go in might encounter a different opportunity, but it was more likely that they would encounter a danger that was difficult to guard against. The demon kings all cherished their lives. No one was stupid enough to volunteer to scout for others, but there was a good candidate in front of them. Fei Li did not move. The flickering ghost fire in his eyes calmed down a lot, as if he was thinking about something. Bao Qi struck while the iron was hot and said, "Fei Li, if you want to kill her, I won't stop you, but you have to be the first to go in." According to Bao Qi's previous plan, he would take the initiative to be the vanguard to eliminate the doubts in everyone's hearts. In any case, he knew where the vortex in front of him led, so there was definitely no danger. But if he did that, his persuasiveness and credibility would be reduced by a lot. After all, this place where the ancient saint fell was discovered by him. But if it was Shaya who did this, it would be different. As long as she made a round inside and came back, no one would have any doubts. Fei Li snorted coldly and swung his hand, throwing Shaya heavily to the ground. His dark chin opened and closed, saying, "Shaya, you heard it. I won't kill you this time, but you have to prove the value of your existence." Shaya coughed lightly and stroked her neck. After a while, she finally caught her breath. She looked up at the demon kings with a pleading expression, as if she was unwilling to be the vanguard. But who would pay attention to her? In the end, Shaya could only sigh. She activated her demonic chi and walked toward the vortex. The demon kings held their breaths and watched. Shaya suddenly paused and said, "If I don't return in 2 hours, it means there is danger inside." After saying that, Shaya rushed into the vortex and was swallowed by the chaos and nothingness, disappearing without a trace. In front of the vortex, the demon kings were completely silent. They waited quietly, but every pair of eyes was staring at the entrance with expectant expressions. Shaya said that if she didn't return in 2 hours, it meant there was danger inside, but if she really didn't return in 2 hours, the Demon King's presence wouldn't give up easily and would instead try to find a safer way to enter and investigate. At the same time, inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai looked at Shaya, who walked in faintly, and nodded. "You did well." Shaya was taken aback. Only now did she realize that even if Yang Kai was hiding inside, he was still aware of what was happening outside. She secretly thought to herself that it was fortunate she didn't have any bad ideas just now. Otherwise, she would have had to face a storm right now. It was Bao Qi who reacted well. "I almost ruined everything." "Sha, you didn't dare claim credit." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There are always some small accidents, but it doesn't matter. This is more perfect than the previous plan." Shaya smiled and said, "Then I'll wait here for half an hour, and then go out and tell them there is no danger here." Yang Kai said, "Words alone are not enough to make them lose their minds and rush in recklessly." Shaya asked curiously, "Then what should I do?" "You'll know soon enough." Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Since he didn't explain clearly, you didn't dare to ask and could only stand there quietly and wait for time to pass. Half an hour later, in the wilderness, the Demon Kings who were quietly watching the entrance of the vortex suddenly looked shocked, as if they had discovered something, their eyes becoming more and more focused on the vortex. Under their watchful gazes, they suddenly discovered a strange ripple in the vortex. A graceful figure with a small and delicate tail appeared from within. "She's out." Flame Demon's expression brightened as he shouted, "You had safely come out." In other words, even if this place where the ancient saint fell was dangerous, it was not enough to render the Demon Kings helpless. This was excellent news. The other Demon Kings also looked excited, but they also had some doubts, because Shaya had actually come out of the vortex with her back to them. Not only that, the speed at which she emerged was extremely slow, as if there was some kind of force pulling her from the other side of the vortex. "What's going on?" someone asked. "What is Shaya doing? If she wants to come out, then hurry up and come out. Why is she showing her but? Is she trying to seduce us? Ha ha, I have to say, that butt is really perky. It must feel good to touch." Ooh. The group of people all talked at once, their words vulgar. Suddenly, Felix shouted, "She's in trouble." At this moment, the demonic chi in Shaya's body vibrated, and her entire body shot out, leaving only her arms in the vortex. It was as if she was tightly grabbing onto something and trying to drag it out of the vortex. Hurry up and help." Shaya turned her head and shouted at the Demon Kings. No one moved. No one knew what kind of trouble Shaya was in. If they were careless and fell into the trap while trying to help, the losses would outweigh the gains. "What are you doing?" Bao Qi was even more anxious than the other Demon Kings. The plan was progressing smoothly, and as long as Shaya came out and told everyone that there was no danger inside, he believed that everyone would go in to investigate. At that time, his mission would be complete. But at this critical juncture, Shaya actually stirred up trouble again. This made Bao Qi anxious and angry. He did not know if this was the Wizard Master's plan, or if Shaya was acting on her own. Sacred artifact. Shaya's words shocked everyone. "I've caught the sacred artifact." "What?" The Demon King's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 2872. Holy artifacts were treasures that only Demon Saint were qualified to wield. There weren't many of them in the entire demon territory, and all of them had the power to destroy the world. As Demon Kings, everyone had more or less seen a few holy artifacts before. They had sensed the destructive energy fluctuations coming from those treasures, so they naturally had some understanding of holy artifacts. Now that they suddenly heard Shaya say that she had caught a holy artifact, they were a little stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, Shaya didn't look like she was faking it. She had indeed caught something. So, after a moment of hesitation, a few burly demon kings immediately rushed over and stood beside Shaya. They reached out to grab the vortex, but when they touched it, there was nothing. There was nothing at all. They turned their heads and looked at Shaya suspiciously. Shaya anxiously said, "Grab my hand." Only then did the demon kings come to their senses and grab Shaya's arm. As soon as they made a move, they were shocked. That was because they felt that there was a powerful force in front of them that was contending with Shaya. They all roared, and their demonic chi surged. Shaya immediately took a step back, as if she had received divine help. Her arms, which had been hidden in the vortex all this time, were immediately pulled out. In the next instant, more than a dozen pairs of eyes looked at the object in Shaya's hand with shock and greed. Strictly speaking, the object had not been completely pulled out. Only a part of it was exposed. It was the handle of a weapon. As for what kind of weapon it was, no one knew. However, the part that was exposed was emitting an extremely pure and dense demonic chi. It was an existence that was even more powerful than the demonic chi of the demon kings. It really is a holy artifact, a demon king muttered to himself. His eyes turned red in an instant. The other demon kings also had excited expressions. Even though the object in the vortex had not been completely pulled out, and they had only caught a glimpse of it, none of the demon kings present doubted anything. This was definitely a holy artifact that only a demon saint could use. While they were still in shock and daze, an even stronger power suddenly came from the whirlpool. The power was so strong that even the demon king felt that they could not resist it. They cried out in alarm, and the demonic chi in their bodies became chaotic. Shaya let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted out from her snow-white hands. Her body jerked backward. She fell to the ground, and even the demon king that had helped her earlier staggered backwards. The whirlpool in front of them calmed down. Once again, the half of the sacred artifact had already disappeared without a trace. However, the demon king continued to stare at the whirlpool, as if he wanted to look into its depths. He was searching for traces of the saint weapon. Shaya's gasp brought everyone back to their senses. Only then did the demon kings remember to look at her, wanting to ask about the situation. Looking at Shaya's hands, they saw that her hands were a bloody mess. Her palms revealed her white bones. It was obvious that she had been injured in the fight with the sacred artifact. Such injuries looked terrible, but they were nothing to a demon king. What was worth paying attention to was the unique demonic chi that lingered around Shaya's wounds. Every demon king was watching, and every demon king's expression was extremely excited. This was because they could see that the demonic chi was the aura left behind by the sacred artifact. This made everyone know that what had just happened was not the water moon mirror flower. Shaya had really pulled out a sacred artifact from the whirlpool. Unfortunately, she had failed at the last moment, and they could not see the sacred artifact's true appearance. It was a pity. Shaya, what kind of sacred artifact was that? The shadow demon asked. He had always been able to maintain his calm, but at this moment, his voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was very excited. Shaya's eyes flickered with nostalgia. A war hammer! A war hammer! The demon kings took a deep breath. Bao Qi said in a low voice, "What did you see? Is there any danger inside?" Shaya shook her head. "There's no danger. That seems to be a very special world. I saw a sacred artifact, and I also saw the corpse of an ancient saint." The demon king's eyes lit up, and they all turned to look at the whirlpool. Although Shaya did not bring back much information, it was enough. Moreover, the sacred artifact that had appeared for a brief moment was a fatal attraction to the demon kings. Bao Qi took a deep breath and said loudly, Everyone should have heard it. Since there's no danger inside, before he could finish, the shadow demon suddenly let out a strange laugh. However, what surprised the demon kings was that the other side had appeared from the other side. His voice actually came from the other side. When he looked in that direction, he saw that shadow demon had actually entered the whirlpool in a flash. The black shadow that was left outside was clearly a smokescreen. When he entered the whirlpool, it collapsed and disappeared. "Makoto!" Bone Demon Felix shouted. Unwilling to be outdone, he immediately chased after him. When the other demon kings saw this, how could they still be in the mood to listen to Bao Qi's nonsense? If they were any slower, they would not be able to catch up with the heat. They immediately rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared one by one. Bao Qi stood where he was, staring at his former colleagues with a strange expression on his face. He was not in the mood to talk. After all of them had left, he looked at Shaya and asked, "What was that?" He did not believe that it was a real sacred artifact, but he could not find a reasonable explanation for what he saw. Shaya slowly stood up. Her bloody hands recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming white and clean again. She smiled and said, "Didn't you see clearly what it was?" Bao Qi frowned. But where did the Wizard Master Cow get a sacred artifact? There were only a few demon saints invading this time. Although they had fought with the wizard saints of the other races before, no one died. Naturally, the sacred artifact would not be left behind. "Why don't you go in and take a look?" Shaya chuckled and stepped into the whirlpool. She entered the small sealed world without the slightest hindrance. Bao Qi did not want to follow in. After all, he had tricked so many demon kings under Yang Kai's orders. Although it was not his original intention, he really did not have the face to face them. However, he could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and walked into the whirlpool. Inside the small sealed world, a group of demon kings were fighting fiercely, as if they were all mortal enemies. When the demonic chi surged, powerful divine technique was released one after another, each move ruthless and vicious. Bao Qi, who had just walked in, was shocked by the scene in front of him. He could not help but feel a little dazed. He instinctively thought that he was hallucinating, but when he took a closer look, he found that he was not seeing things. The demon kings who had gathered together just now were really fighting, and their attacks were very heavy. Just as Bao Qi was in a daze, his eyes were attracted by a war hammer in the air. The end of the war hammer looked very familiar. It was the same section he had seen before. Now that the entire war hammer was in front of him, he was even more certain that it was a sacred artifact. That was because the pure demonic chi emanating from the war hammer was not fake. During the battle, the sacred artifact Warhammer kept changing owners. Whenever a demon king managed to snatch it, it would be attacked by the other demon kings. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to keep it. Even existences close to a demon saint like the shadow demon Makoto and the bone demon Philip could not do so. A bunch of idiots. Shaya's chuckle came from the side. Bao Qi turned his head and saw that the wizard Master Cow and Shaya had appeared beside him at some point. Shaya looked at the battle below with a mocking expression. The wizard, Master Cow, looked indifferent, as if he was watching a group of children fighting. "Master, that sacred artifact." Bao Qi could not help but ask the question in his heart. "It's real," Yang Kai replied. Bao Qi was shocked. He wanted to ask more, but he did not dare to open his mouth. The demonic warhammer was naturally real. It was a spoil of war that Yang Kai obtained outside Maplewood City. It was the weapon of the ancient Cyclops demon. After Yang Kai refined it, he gave it to his avatar to use. However, the avatar had been fusing with the origin of the sacred spirit stone fire and had not awakened until today. The demonic warhammer had not been used. Yang Kai used it today, and it was indeed an excellent bait. Even the demon kings could not resist the temptation of the demonic warhammer and stepped into the fray. "Master, is it okay for you to appear like this?" Sha Ye asked curiously. It was strange. She and Bao Qi were just standing there and watching the show. Even if the other demon kings had doubts in their hearts, they were not in the mood to think about it. However, even though Yang Kai was standing there so casually, the other demon kings didn't seem to notice him and didn't even cast a single glance at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since I control everything, I naturally have a way to prevent them from seeing me." Shaya said, "Oh." Yang Kai said, "It's time for you to go on stage." Shaya said, "Master, you must protect me carefully." As she said this, she shouted, "I was the one who discovered the sacred artifact. It's mine." Then, with a sway of her delicate body, she joined the battle, looking as if she wanted to snatch the demonic warhammer. However, her strength was only at the bottom among the demon kings. Even though she put in a lot of effort into her performance, she was still unable to charge into the inner circle. She looked anxious and helpless. The battle between the demon kings was bloody and brutal. In order to snatch the demonic warhammer, they were willing to do anything. Not long after, someone was injured. However, the injuries did not stop the demon kings. Instead, it stimulated their ferocity and made the battle even more intense. The demonic warhammer changed owners again and again. After a round of confrontation, the weaker demon kings no longer dared to approach the center of the battlefield. They could only wander around the periphery and look for opportunities. This way, Shaya finally had a few companions and did not seem so unique. This chaotic battle between the demon kings lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, an angry roar sounded. "All of you, stop!" The demon kings instinctively stopped. At the same time, they distanced themselves from the others and looked towards the source of the sound. On the other side, the bone demon Felix's bones had loosened a lot. A casual movement made cracking sounds. The flickering ghost fire in his eye sockets also seemed to have weakened a lot. It was the same for the other demon kings. Their originally powerful auras had weakened a lot. All of them were gasping for breath. The shadow demon Mokito was currently the owner of the demonic warhammer. Black gas wrapped around the warhammer and moved away from everyone. Felix did not look at the other demon kings. Instead, he looked towards the sky, the ghost fire in his eye sockets facing Bao Qi. Chapter 2873. Although he didn't say a word, the demon kings all felt that something was wrong. They all looked up at the sky. Although they all noticed Bao Qi's abnormality, no one was in the mood to think too deeply about it at the critical moment of fighting for the sacred relic. Now that he stopped, Bao Qi's calmness and the demon king's loss of self-control instantly became very clear. "Bao Qi, you owe us an explanation." Felix's voice was bone-chilling. "Why did you provoke the demon kings to fight? What do you want from this?" Although the appearance of the sacred relic was somewhat inconceivable, Felix instinctively felt that this was a trap. It was a method Bao Qi used to make the demon kings fight, but he couldn't figure out why Bao Qi would do this. What kind of benefits could he get? The other demon kings frowned slightly before gradually coming back to their senses. Although they still had some attachment to the saint artifact, they still forcibly suppressed the restlessness in their hearts and turned their gazes to Bao Qi, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, as if they would teach him a lesson if he didn't give a reasonable explanation. "Ha!" Bao Qi couldn't help but sneer. His face was full of ridicule, as if he had stripped off a layer of disguise and revealed his true face. He lowered his eyes and looked at the demon kings below. He mocked, "I thought you would fight until the end of time. I didn't expect there to be a smart person." As soon as these words were said, The Demon King's faces changed. If they were only suspicious before, then after Bao Qi said these words, they were already sure. This was really a trap. They didn't know what the hell Bao Qi was planning. He actually used a sacred relic as bait to make them kill each other. As this thought flashed through their minds, the Demon King's hearts burned with anger. Felix gloomily said, "Bao Qi, you want to die?" Bao Qi chuckled and said, "Do you have the ability? You'll know when you try." As soon as Felix finished speaking, his bones suddenly burned with green flames. He didn't see how he moved, but he took a step forward and arrived in front of Bao Qi. He reached out and pinched him. Although Bao Qi's strength was slightly higher than Shea's, he was still a level lower than Felix. According to the wizard classification, Shea was considered a low-level wizard king. Bao Qi was a mid-rank wizard king, while Felix was a high-rank wizard king. The suppression of absolute strength made Felix feel that it was impossible for him to fail. His movements were light and casual, as if he was going to squash a fly. Bao Qi smiled. In the face of the ruthless attack of this demon saint, the Demon King's expression didn't change at all, and the ridicule in his eyes became even stronger. Fei Li instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be shot. There was no time for him to think too much. He immediately made up his mind to take Bao Qi's life and let him know the consequences of doing wrong. The next moment, the wisps in Felix's eye sockets jumped. This was because his hand had involuntarily stopped 3 feet away from Bao Qi's face. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch forward. Then, a figure appeared in front of him, like a ghost. It was a young man who had been eroded by demonic qi, but he didn't lose his mind because his eyes were full of wisdom. His expression was indifferent. The aura emitted from his body wasn't that great, but Fei Li felt extremely uneasy. This feeling hadn't appeared for countless years. The last time it appeared was 1,000 years ago. At that time, he was just a skeleton that wasn't very strong. He walked unsteadily, as if his bones would fall apart at any time. At that time, he encountered the nemesis of the Bone Demon clan, Bone Crusher. He carefully hid in the bushes, not daring to move. He was afraid that the Bone Crusher would eat him as a meal. Recalling the feeling from 1,000 years ago, Fei Li wasn't surprised at all. Although he didn't have flesh, he could still feel a chill. It was a chill that came from the depths of his soul. He didn't know how this young man appeared in front of him. It was as if he had been standing there all along. The expressions of the other demon kings also changed several times. More than 10 pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. The demon kings who were fighting to the death just now gathered all their auras in one place. Even the shadow demon Makoto, who had snatched the sacred artifact, was no exception. They were moving closer to the other demon kings without leaving a trace. Master Bao Qi bowed, using practical actions to show Yang Kai's high and mighty identity. Master. The wisps in Fei Li's eye sockets jumped again. He was surprised by Bao Qi's address. As a demon king, he would only call master when facing a demon saint. The young man in front of him didn't have the aura of a demon saint at all. Instead, he was more like a transformed demon dweller. What qualifications did he have to be called master by Bao Qi? The transformed demon dwellers had the lowest status in the demon race. They were even inferior to demon beasts. Most of the time, the value of these demon dwellers' existence was to be used as food for demon beasts. "Who are you?" Fei Li asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled at him. Fei Li was baffled by the smile. However, he didn't have the mind to think about other things in the next moment because a terrifying power suddenly came from the front. He, an existence close to a demon saint, was sent flying back without any resistance in front of this power. His bones rattled and were almost shattered. Fei Li let out a strange cry and fell back to the other Demon King's side. The expressions of all the Demon Kings were somewhat sluggish. They looked at Fei Li in shock, and then looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. They almost thought that they were hallucinating. "This guy is strange," Fei Li shouted as soon as he landed. It was indeed very strange. His aura obviously wasn't that strong, but he was actually able to send him flying back. If he wanted to kill him just now, would he be able to resist? "Bao Qi, what do you mean?" Shaya jumped out and shouted. She was filled with righteous indignation. "What do you want?" It had to be said that the succubus demon really had an unparalleled talent for acting. Her expression and tone showed her anger. The other Demon Kings didn't have the slightest doubt, and the question she asked was the answer that all the Demon Kings wanted to know. Bao Qi smiled and said, "Shaya, you asked the wrong person. It's not what I want, but what my master wants." Shaya sneered. "Master? A guy who is equivalent to a demon commander has the right to call himself master in front of us." Bao Qi's face darkened. "My master's methods are unimaginable with your limited IQ." Shaya had said similar words to him a few months ago. Now that he repeated it, he actually had a strange feeling. It was as if he had become the Shaya from a few months ago, and the group of Demon Kings below was him from back then. As if he wanted to show off his unparalleled strength, Yang Kai raised his hand slightly. The shadow demon Makoto suddenly let out a strange cry and involuntarily flew towards Yang Kai. In midair, the black gas that had been wrapping around its body suddenly collapsed, revealing an exquisite figure. This shadow demon king, who was mysterious even in the demon territory and whom no one had seen before, was actually a female demon race. And unlike the tall and mighty figures of the normal demon race, her figure was extremely petite. The group of demon kings were almost dumbfounded. The shadow demon Makoto was an existence that ranked very high among all the demon kings. No demon king dared to fight her alone. And all this time, Makoto had been shrouded in black gas. Other than the demon saint, no one knew her true appearance. Until now. So everyone was very surprised. They never thought that the Shadow Demon King's true appearance would be like this. Without the mysterious black gas, she looked like an ordinary demon race. There was nothing special about her, and even her appearance was extremely ordinary. Makoto was equally surprised and even shocked. It was not her intention to disperse the black gas. It was clearly the young man's method. What shocked her was that she could not resist at all. How could this happen? Even when facing the demon saint, she, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, would not be so helpless. At this moment, she could not help but have the illusion that her fate was controlled by someone else. And before this, she had always controlled the fate of others. Under the complicated gazes of all the demon kings, Makoto was dragged in front of Yang Kai. Makoto naturally did not want to wait for death. She instinctively wanted to resist, but she could not gather any strength. Her face turned pale as she looked at the young man in front of her in fear. The young man smiled at her, but she felt her hair stand on end. It was as if she was facing a prehistoric beast that could devour her. "This is mine." Yang Kai reached out and pointed at her. Mokito looked as if he had been struck by lightning. With a grunt, he fell down like a meteor. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He was clearly injured. This scene made the other demon kings feel their hair stand on end. It had only been a few breaths of time since this young man had appeared, but the ability he had displayed had already exceeded the knowledge of all the demon kings. He was like a god of this world, having the power to decide the life and death of anyone. The sacred tool that Makoto had snatched and held in her arms was now quietly floating in midair. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, then casually threw it behind him. The demon warhammer immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared. No one knew where this young man had thrown the sacred tool to. At this time, no one cared about the whereabouts of the sacred tool. Everyone was thinking, if they joined forces, would they be able to contend against this young man? There was definitely no chance of victory if they fought him alone. Even Philip and Makoto could not block one of his attacks, so what could the others do? There was no need to say anything. All the demon kings looked at each other and reached a consensus. I am called Wizard Bull. Yang Kai floated in midair and looked down at everyone from above. This made his figure seem even taller. As you can see, Bao Qi is my man. The demon kings did not say anything. This was obvious. What do you want to do? Shatya asked in a timely manner. Yang Kai smiled. I want you to be like Bao Qi. Become my men. Chapter 2874. What a joke. Wishful thinking. Are you dreaming? The group of demon kings immediately shouted. Although this guy called Wizard Bull seemed invincible, it was impossible for them to voluntarily submit to him. Most of the demon kings were people who would rather break than bend. Sha Yu was an exception. Bao Qi stood beside Yang Kai and watched coldly. He sneered in his heart. Back then, he was the same as these demon kings, unwilling to submit to the Wizard Master Bull. But in the end, so what? The Wizard Master Bull did not even need his cooperation. He forcefully broke through his Knowledge Sea's defense and planted a brand in his Knowledge Sea. Learning from the mistakes of the past, the fate of these guys below would probably be the same. In this place, there was no one who could resist him. Ever since these former colleagues of his took the initiative to step into this world, everything had already been decided. You want us to be your slaves, just like Bao Qi? Felix's chin moved as he laughed strangely. Then I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Kill us all if you can. Another demon king shouted. This was the voice of all the demon kings. Other than Shaya, who had other plans, the other demon kings were unwavering. Yang Kai looked at him. The demon king looked back coldly, not showing any signs of weakness. Yang Kai suddenly nodded and said, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, he suddenly raised his hand. The demon king's expression changed, and his body involuntarily floated into the air. It was as if he was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and no matter how he struggled, he could not resist. The other demon kings naturally would not sit by and watch. As they exchanged glances, they activated their demonic chi and were about to rush forward. But before they could do anything, Yang Kai suddenly pressed down with his other hand. At the same time, an irresistible power descended between heaven and earth. That power was so strong that it was like the will of the entire world. It suppressed the 15 demon kings on the spot, making it difficult for them to even move their fingers. The demons' expressions changed. Although this Wizard Bull had shown an unimaginable power before, they still felt that they might not be able to defeat him. However, everyone felt that if they worked together, they might have a chance. With so many Devil Kings working together, even the Devil Saint would be flustered. But the truth was that they were scared out of their wits, suppressing 15 Demon Kings with just a raise of his hand. Moreover, it seemed like he did not use any strength. Demon Kings... The eyes of the Demon Kings trembled violently as they looked up with difficulty. Cuck! Fei gritted his teeth, never bowed down. The panic and bewilderment in the eyes of the Demon King, called Cook, disappeared. It was replaced with determination. He nodded and said, I will never lower my head. He tried to raise his head and looked into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai tightened his grip. There was a soft sound, as if he had crushed something. Cook, who had been floating in the air, suddenly broke into pieces. The flesh on his body turned into stone-like existences. They fell from the air and fell to the ground with a clatter. Cook was a stone demon. His flesh was like the hardest stone in the world. His defense was the strongest among all the demon kings. Even the shadow demon Makoto did not have the confidence to break through his defense in an instant and give him a fatal blow. But such a demon king had been casually crushed by that guy called Wizard Bull. Moreover, he had crushed him through the air. The stones fell. They were Cook's flesh and blood. Among them were 3 heart-like things. Those were Cook's demon hearts. As long as the demon hearts were not destroyed, the demon race would not die. As long as any of the 3 demon hearts were left, Cook would have a chance to be resurrected. Puff, puff, puff in the process of falling. The 3 demon hearts exploded one after the other. The pure and terrifying demonic chi swept out, turning the whole world dark. The demon kings felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They felt cold all over. Cook was dead. He died without doing anything. The 3 demon hearts were all destroyed. Even the great demonic god did not have the ability to resurrect him. Every demon king knew that this was the wizard's method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. But they still could not help but feel shocked. He actually killed Cook. They thought that when he said that he would make them his slaves, he would more or less cherish their lives. After all, the dead could not be slaves. But he killed Cook without hesitation, as if killing a few more did not matter. I forgot to tell you, Yong-kai crossed his hands behind his back. He swept his eyes over the demon kings and said, "Neither too fast nor too slow. My ability is limited. I can only take 10 slaves. After all, your cultivation is higher than mine. So 10 is my limit. I can't do anything more. But there are still 15 of you, so..." Yong-kai smiled. "Some of you must die." That smile was imprinted in the eyes of the demon kings. They felt that it was even more terrifying than the anger of the demon saint. Bao Qi stood beside Yong-kai without saying a word. He did not know if Yong-kai's 10 number was true or not, but from what he knew, it should be true. After all, to plant the divine soul brand in someone else's mind, one had to pay a portion of one's attention. If there were too many splits, the body would not be able to bear it. The wizard master Oxa's true realm was not too high. Being able to use the soul-splitting technique to enslave 10 demon kings was already shocking enough. Including himself and Shaya, there were only 8 spots left. And excluding Shaya, there were 14 demon kings present. In other words, he had to kill 6 more. If Bao Qi could calculate such a simple matter, then the other demon kings could naturally calculate it as well. For a moment, they all looked somewhat gloomy and gloomy. Killing Cook was not only to set an example for others, but also a necessary method. Because there were too many people, it was useless for him to keep them alive. Realizing this, some of the demon king's mentality changed. If not for Yong-kai's words, everyone working together was not a big deal. Living and dying together was a refreshing thing. But now that some people were going to die, and some could live, the selfish side of the demon kings began to stir in their hearts. It took root and sprouted, and the atmosphere of a common enemy seemed to be broken in an instant. Yong-kai said again, "I'm not afraid to tell you. Even if you are not willing to submit to me, I still have a way to turn you into my slaves. But I prefer people to take the initiative." After all, a force melon is not sweet. Felix shouted in a low voice, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He wants to break our psychological defenses. As long as we persevere, there is nothing he can do except kill us. As demon kings, we would rather die than submit." This shout had indeed aroused the bloodthirst in the hearts of many demon kings. Being a slave of a different race was a disgrace. If the cultivation of this different race was not as high as theirs, then it would be an even greater disgrace. Yong-kai smiled faintly and did not stop Felix's bewitching. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at a demon king with red eyes. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Do you want to live or die?" The Demon King had an unruly expression. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he sneered. His power was confined in his body and could not be used. He could only open his mouth and spit a mouthful of saliva at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Don't act like I bullied you. It was you who set foot on this land for no reason and burned, killed, and plundered my barbarian race. You are the invaders." The Demon King laughed. "Then you can just kill me. In any case, this king has also killed many different races. Dying is not a loss." "As you wish." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tapped the Demon King's forehead, accompanied by a light poochie sound. A hole was pierced through the head of the Demon King. Immediately after, several explosive sounds came from the Demon King's body. The Demon King's body softly fell down, and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. "I will continue to ask until I have killed enough people. The rest of you will have to congratulate you. You will have the fortune to become my slaves." Yang Kai's tone was indifferent. Compared to the helpless Demon Kings, it was as if he was the real Demon King. Standing in front of him was a weakling who could not obtain any protection. "So you better pray that the people I ask will reject me. That way, the others will have a way to live." He walked step by step and soon arrived in front of Shaya. He asked indifferently, "Dead or alive?" Shaya's face was pale. It was as if the death of the previous two Demon Kings had given her a great shock. Even her expression had become panicked. Facing Yang Kai's question, she did not immediately answer. Felix shouted in a low voice, "Shaya, we will come to accompany you soon. Death is just returning to the embrace of the great demon god. There is nothing to be afraid of." Shaya snorted, "Felix, you make it sound so easy. The person being asked is me, not you. Dying is not a big deal, but dying in such an ugly manner would be a disgrace to our demon race. You—" Felix was shocked. He looked at Shaya with a gloomy gaze. "Do you really want to? You have 3 breaths of time." Yang Kai slowly raised a finger and pointed at Shaya. Shaya immediately half knelt on the ground and lowered her head. "Shaya is willing to pledge her loyalty to the Wizard Master Bull." The expressions of all the Demon Kings changed. Most of them looked at Shaya with disdain and anger. They felt that it was a disgrace to be a Demon King like her. Only a few people could empathize with Shaya when they saw her expression. Every race had people who were unafraid of death, and there were also people who were greedy for life and afraid of death. Although the Demon Kings were strong, they could not avoid this rule. "Very good." Yang Kai showed a smile as he reached out and placed his hand on Shaya's head, putting on an act. When Shaya raised her head again, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. "Many thanks, sir." Saying this, she stood up and walked to Bao Chi's side. Bao Chi glanced at her and gave her a look of approval. To be honest, if he did not already know about Shaya's background, he would have been fooled by her. "I should have killed you before." Felix gritted his teeth and shouted. Dying by his own hands was better than being enslaved by another race. This was the true disgrace to the demon race. Yang Kai turned around and shouted with a serious expression, "I will ask you one last time. Do you want to die or do you want to live?" Chapter 2875. For the last time, do you want to die or live? If no one is willing to surrender, I don't mind killing all of you. The Demon King is not only limited to you, I have many other choices besides you. Moreover, you don't have to feel ashamed. Those who don't surrender to me will die, and those who surrender to me will live. No one will remember your choice today. Except for yourselves, last 3 breaths. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became a little impatient. He issued the ultimatum, then raised 3 fingers, and at the same time said with a cold expression, 3. After a pause, he continued, 2. All the Demon King's expression froze. They knew what kind of scene would happen after this wizard finished counting down. Without waiting for him to say the last number, a demon king with a terrifying scar on his face immediately stood up and said in a low voice, "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Master." He gritted his teeth and said these words. His expression changed, and it was obvious that he was struggling fiercely in the depths of his heart. The ghost fire in the eyes of the bone demon Philip didn't have any waves. When Shaya was the first to surrender to this alien, he had already expected such a scene. So at this moment, he didn't go and blame others, standing to die, kneeling to live. This was their own choice. Some guys were willing to throw away their dignity and pride to show their humble side to the alien, and he couldn't care less. However, he knew that most of the demon kings present wouldn't be so cowardly. They were demon kings. The facts were indeed, as Philip expected, under the cold gaze of him and most of the demon kings. Only a few demon kings chose to surrender with shame and uneasiness. They half knelt on the ground, not daring to look at their former companions, as if they were a group of children who had done something wrong and were waiting for Yong Kai's judgment. 5. Yong Kai smiled slightly, looking at the demon kings kneeling in a row below, and then looking around at the 8 behind. He smiled and said, "It seems that you have all made your choice." Fei Li snorted. He looked at the 5 demon kings in front of him with disdain, then met Yong Kai's eyes. His eyes were filled with mockery. "The number is just right." Yong Kai grinned. These words made the demon kings somewhat baffled. Yong Kai slowly raised his hand, his expression indifferent. "Then now, please go to hell. The demon fire will not be extinguished. The demon race will not be extinguished." Fei Li shouted. The other demon kings also shouted, their faces showing that they were ready to face death with equanimity. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of the demon king exploded into a bloody mist, and not even their bones remained. Even the demon heart hidden in his body had disappeared without a trace. Sha Ya's smiling expression froze on her face. Bao Chi's eyelids were twitching violently. The 2 balls of willow, the wisps in Philip's eye sockets burned even brighter, revealing the shock in his heart. The other demon kings were also dumbfounded, because the ones that were killed by Yong Kai were not the demon kings who would rather die than submit, but the 5 cowards who had shown him their sincerity. Killed the wrong person? Every demon king couldn't help but have this thought, but thinking about it carefully, how could such a thing happen? If he didn't kill the wrong person, then there was only one explanation left. This was a deliberate move by the strange races. The ones he wanted to leave behind were not those cowards, but the remaining demon kings who would rather die than submit. No wonder he said that the number was just right, excluding Bao Chi and Shaya, who had already submitted to him. The remaining 8 people were just the right number. "What do you mean?" Fei Li coldly looked at Yong Kai and asked, "What do you mean? Don't you understand?" Yong Kai slightly smiled. Fei Li said, "We will never submit. You should just kill us." Yong Kai nodded and said, "I have no doubt about this. You have also used practical actions to prove it. But as I said, even if you are not willing to submit to me, I still have a way to turn you into slaves. I need the strong among you. Those who take the initiative to submit are not of much use." His words made Shaya blush. Back then, she had surrendered without being tortured. Now that she thought about it, it was fortunate that she was the first to submit to Yong Kai. If she had been in the same situation, she would have probably been killed. Just because of this, you humiliated them, mocked them, and then killed them? Fei Li's mood suddenly became agitated. If those cowardly demon kings were to die, then so be it. But Yong Kai's way of doing things still made him angry. Yes, just because of this, Yong Kai's expression was cold and emotionless. Only in this way can I get rid of those few trash. Fei Li still wanted to say something, but Yong Kai waved his hand, not giving him a chance to speak, and said impatiently, "All right, now it's your turn." As he spoke, he reached out with his hand, and a demon king was directly in front of him. His left eye suddenly became golden, and he looked at the demon king with a dignified gaze. The demon king struggled with all his might, but he could not escape at all. And with the suppression of this world and the influx of Yang Kai's divine sense, the demon king's face gradually showed a trace of pain. Soon, the pain disappeared, and it was replaced by a look of comfort. When Yang Kai put him down, the demon king shook his head uncomfortably. When he raised his head to look at Yang Kai again, his gaze was somewhat complicated, but there was no longer any hostility. He bowed respectfully and stood beside Bao Qi and Shaya without saying a word. "Welcome, Power Demon Yura." Bao Qi smiled. The Power Demon called Yura glanced at him and still did not say a word, which made Bao Qi feel embarrassed. Hey, what is this? This isn't good, is it?" The shadow demon Makoto swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was not in the mood to continue using the secret technique to hide his body. Seeing a demon king, who was unwilling to lower his head in the face of death, being subdued by a different race in such a short time, Makoto was greatly shocked and felt uncomfortable all over. The other demon kings, who saw this scene, also felt the same. They were not afraid of death. If they were, they would not have stood in place and refused to submit. But they were afraid of being enslaved for no reason and becoming someone's slave. Even the demon saint master had never enslaved them before. If not for the suppression of this world, they would rather use their magic power to self-destruct than drag out an ignoble existence. Sadly, they did not even have the ability to self-destruct now. Another demon king was brought in front of that different race. Everyone could predict what would happen next, which made the hearts of the remaining demon kings turn to ashes. "Master, didn't you just say that a forcibly picked melon is not sweet? Just let us die. Why go through so much trouble?" Makoto opened her mouth and shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned. "A forcibly picked melon is not sweet, but it quenches my thirst." Makoto's expression froze, and her face twitched. What kind of bullshit logic is this? Just as she was feeling indignant, her body was involuntarily sucked over by Yang Kai. She sighed slightly, knowing that she could not escape no matter what, so she could only stand there helplessly. One by one, the demon kings were branded with the soul brand. Finally, it was Fei Li's turn. As the invisible leader of the many demon kings, Fei Li did have the capital to be proud. Even when Yang Kai branded him, he still tried to resist. Unfortunately, in the small sealed world, his resistance had no effect at all. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, the 8 demon kings led by Fei Li had finished dealing with them. Everyone stood together, looking at each other with strange expressions. Shaya enthusiastically circled around the many demon kings, intentionally or unintentionally flattering Yang Kai's strength to dispel their dissatisfaction. This process consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength, but he had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so he could bear such consumption. He only needed to rest for a while to recover. In the small sealed world, the 10 demon kings all looked solemn and focused their attention on Yang Kai. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "I need you to do a few things for me. Please speak." "Master," Fei Li said somewhat awkwardly, "the first thing is to send all the transformed demons under your command to me. I know that each of you more or less have a few transformed barbarians under your command. I need those people." Fei Li nodded and said, "Yes." The transformed demons had a low status in the demon race, so no one would take them seriously. "The second thing is, I want your demon beasts," Yang Kai said again. This request was more difficult than the previous one, but it was not impossible. Now that the Devil Saints were recuperating from their injuries, there was almost no one who could restrain the Devil Kings. They had the final say in their respective territories. If they wanted to send the demonic beasts away, their subordinates would not dare to question them. The third thing is to gather the subordinates of the demon kings I killed today. Also, be careful not to leak the news of their deaths. All the demon kings nodded in agreement. Fei said, "Master, do we need to meet up with you after doing this?" "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "After doing this, you can do what you need to do. When I need you, I will naturally summon you." Makoto said, "What if there are foreign races attacking us?" "Master, you know that your clansmen are fighting back everywhere." "Ooh." Yang Kai looked at her and said, "It shouldn't be difficult to send your subordinates to their deaths, right?" As soon as this was said, the 8 demon kings' expressions changed slightly. They had indeed been implanted with the soul brand by Yang Kai and had become his slaves, but it was still difficult for them to accept sending their clansmen to their deaths, even if this was Yang Kai's order. Yang Kai did not care what they thought. After saying what needed to be said, he sent them all out of the small sealed world. In the wilderness, the 8 demon kings went their separate ways. After watching the demon kings leave, Shaya smiled slightly and said, "I thought Master would use them like before, and then nibble away at their subordinates." Yang Kai said lightly, "It's not a good thing to have too much power. Also, I need a little more time." The Wizard's Bull clan originally only had 3,000 people, and they had already nibbled away 2 Demon King's troops. If they did as before, they would be invincible in a short time, but it would also attract the attention of the demon race. Chapter 2876. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, there were some changes in the Wizard Bull tribe's camp. The most obvious change was the sudden increase in the number of people. After 3 months of battles, the army of 3,000 people had expanded to 5,000 people. After conquering the city, the number of people had increased by a lot to 7,000 people, and now the 7,000 people had increased by 2 to 3 times. The number of people was approaching the 20,000 mark. This was an extremely terrifying number. It was not a number that a great wizard could control. Only the Wizard King could command so many people. The extra clansmen were naturally sent over by the Demon Kings, led by Felix. Under the leadership of Yulu and the other wizards, many of the clansmen had recovered their consciousness under the treatment. The wizard did not know where these demonized people came from. They just followed Yang Kai's orders and accepted them from time to time. During this time, Bao Qi and Shea also contributed a lot. If the 2 Demon King did not take the lead, the handover work would not have been so smooth. Every wizard was so busy that their feet did not touch the ground, but they were all happy. This was not the only good thing, because among the people who were sent over, there were some wizard existences. Originally, the Wizard Bull tribe only had 12 wizards, but after a month, this number had increased to 40 to 50. Most of them were apprentices and wizards. Only a few were wizard-level existences. There was not a single great wizard. Thinking about it, the great wizard himself had the protection of wizard spells. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that they would be demonized. If they really encountered a strong demon race, they would definitely be killed. How could they leave them for Yang Kai? In addition, the Demon King's subordinates were also sent over. Originally, the cavalry of the Witchcraft Bull tribe only had a few dozen people, but now it had expanded to 1,000 people. Once 1,000 cavalrymen charged, the might that they could cause was not to be underestimated. They would play a huge role in the future war. The number of people increased. Of course, the small teams had to be rebuilt, but Yang Kai did not interfere. He let Yilu do it. He believed that they could handle it well. The air cavalry went out to investigate every day. The range of investigation was also getting wider. According to the news, the barbarians' counterattack was quite effective. They had already recovered a large amount of lost land. Everywhere the army of the barbarians went, there were more victories than losses. Step by step, the demon race was suppressed to the north. As the vast line of defense shrank, the forces of the devil race gradually began to concentrate. The resistance encountered by the barbarian race was also getting stronger and stronger. Their resistance was also getting more and more intense. There were already several large tribes that had gathered all their forces to fight against the devil race. Both sides had victories and losses. That was indeed the case. On a certain day, a month later, a sharp horn suddenly sounded in the encampment. It was a clarion call to gather everyone. At the same time, there was a knock on the door of Yang Kai's room. Rain's voice was heard. Yang Kai got up and opened the door. The twins were standing outside with a solemn expression. After seeing him, Rain immediately said, "Master, the Wizard King has summoned all the people of the southern barbarian tribe to gather at Jiaohe." Yang Kai looked serious. "How long is the deadline?" "Within 10 days. Are they going to fight with someone?" Yang Kai frowned. Rain said, "The message said that more than 10 demon kings have gathered there, so they need to integrate all the forces of the southern barbarian tribe." More than 10 demon kings? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The first thought that came to his mind was whether there were any of his people among the demon kings. If there were, then things would be easier. The sound of the horn was still echoing in the city. Since it was an order from the Wizard King, Yang Kai naturally couldn't disobey. He nodded and said, "Let the people get ready. We will set off in 2 hours." "Yes." The twins nodded and turned to leave. 2 hours later, nearly 20,000 people gathered outside the city. Yang Kai didn't ride a giant eagle. Instead, he sat on the back of a tall demon beast and looked around at his army. He didn't say much and just waved his hand. "Let's go." The sound of neat footsteps sounded, and the rhythm of the footsteps was like the sound of war drums. Nearly 20,000 people were divided into more than 20 teams and marched toward Jiaohe. After a while, Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Qi and whispered, "Ask Felix, what's the situation with the demon race?" Bao Qi gently nodded, and a black crow flew out from his body. It flapped its wings and disappeared from everyone's sight. The barbarians didn't find it strange. The march of 20,000 people was not a simple matter. The coordination, cooperation, and vigilance between the teams were all knowledge. Although it was the first time Yang Kai controlled so many people, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. His spiritual sense was strong, so after the first few days of not adapting, he was able to give out all kinds of orders in an orderly manner. He was like a commander who had experienced the battlefield. Although the army was large in number, their speed was not slow at all. On the way, they encountered some stragglers of the demon race. They killed all of them without any effort. The morale of the Wizard Bull Division rose steadily. However, Yang Kai's heart was filled with a trace of uneasiness, because Felix didn't reply, which made him feel that something bad was going to happen. Felix had been planted with his soul brand and had become his slave. Although he was too far away to feel his thoughts, Yang Kai knew that Felix would never betray him. But after a few days, he still didn't receive any reply. From what he could sense, Felix hadn't died. It wasn't until the 7th day that a small black dot appeared on the horizon. Yang Kai looked up and confirmed that it was a black crow formed by the demonic qi. This was the most common method that the demon kings used to communicate with each other. The black crow flew over, circled above the army for a while, and then landed on Bao Qi's shoulder. Bao Qi grabbed the black crow, and the lifelike black crow turned into a black gas that was absorbed into his body. Immediately after, Bao Qi's body shook, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Moto is here? What Xia Ya's beautiful face turned pale as she looked at Bao Qi in shock. How could he be here? Yang Kai frowned and said, "Who is that?" From the expressions of the two demon kings, he guessed that this Moto was definitely an incredible person. Otherwise, Bao Qi and Xia Ya wouldn't be so afraid. And for an existence whose name could have such an effect, it could only be Moto is a demon saint. Yang Kai became more and more confused. Aren't the demon saint all healing their wounds? What's going on with this Moto? He turned to look at Xia Ya. He had basically gotten all the information about the demon race from Xia Ya. Xia Ya had indeed said that the demon saint were all healing, and the information from the barbarians had confirmed this. For someone as strong as the demon saint, it would take a few months for them to fully recover. Xia Ya said with a pale face, "Master Moto, he should be new." "New?" Bao Qi said. "He only recently arrived." Yang Kai was shocked. "That's possible? Your demon territory can send a demon saint over at any time?" If that was the case, then the barbarians had no hope at all. In the last battle between the saints, the demon saint and the wizard saint didn't have it easy either. Both sides were rushing to heal, which was why there hadn't been any activity from the saints in the past few months. But if the demon territory could casually send another demon saint over, the barbarians wouldn't have the power to resist at all. Bao Qi shook his head. It's impossible under normal circumstances. The last time the demon god opened the world barrier, enough demon race passed through. If more demon race passes through, the world barrier will definitely become unstable, and we won't be able to return. Master Moto might have paid some price to descend to this land. Xia Ya also said, "The demon saint's methods are beyond imagination. Perhaps there's something we don't understand." Bao Qi took a deep breath. No matter what, the Moto demon saint is already here, and his target is the southern barbarians. Yang Kai's expression changed. "Master, we can't go over." The reason why Felix replied so late is because the Moto demon saint is by his side, so he doesn't dare to casually send a message. But according to the information he received, the Moto demon saint wants to destroy one of your tribes this time and let you barbarians know the consequences of killing the demon race. The reason why he hasn't made a move yet is because he's waiting for you to gather. Once the time is right, he'll use the divine technique to annihilate all of you. Xia Ya said, "That's right, Master. Let's go back." Yang Kai glanced at them and said in a low voice, "If it were you, would you charge forward bravely or retreat timidly?" The two didn't answer. Regardless of what Xia Ya would do, Bao Qi would definitely charge forward bravely. 20,000 people was not a small number. Once they gathered in the southern barbarians, they might have some unexpected effect. Not to mention turning defeat into victory, they would definitely increase the strength of the southern barbarians greatly. The two already knew Yang Kai's choice. "Speed up," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He urged the demon beasts under him to speed up suddenly. The wizard's incantations sounded. Circles of light from the lightness spell enveloped the army. The marching speed immediately increased by a lot. In 1 day's time, they had traveled for 2 days. The gathering point was in sight. But at this moment, an extremely uneasy aura suddenly shrouded them from all directions. It was as if the entire world had sensed something abnormal and was warning everything in the world. The demon beasts under the cavalrymen clearly showed uneasiness. They actually roared uncontrollably and became irritable. Dozens of demon beasts even charged into the crowd, causing chaos in the orderly troops. The army's rhythm was suddenly disrupted. Yang Kai frowned. He looked forward as if he sensed something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand to stop the army from advancing. The demon beasts became more and more restless. The cavalrymen tried to suppress them, but to no avail. Chapter 2877. The clansmen didn't know why they stopped here. They all looked at Yang Kai and followed his gaze into the distance. More and more clansmen cast their gazes in that direction. For some reason, everyone felt a palpitating feeling from the sky over there. At a certain moment, a black suddenly appeared on the horizon. Although the black dot was small, it was extremely conspicuous. At first, the small black quietly floated in the air, fluctuating with a terrifying aura. But after only 3 breaths, the small black suddenly fell vertically. During the falling process, the small black rapidly expanded, like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. Everything in its path turned into nothingness, dark light. Bao Qi's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Xia Ya's face suddenly turned pale without a trace of blood. She stared at the rapidly expanding black hole with fear and horror, unable to say a word. If Yang Kai wasn't standing next to her, she would have turned around and run away immediately. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. Although he didn't know what the dark light that Bao Qi mentioned was, he could still feel the aura of destruction from it from such a distance. The direction that the dark light fell was obviously the Jiaohe boundary, the place where all the southern barbarian tribe gathered. This was a conspiracy to destroy the southern barbarian tribe. The wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe didn't know, and neither did the great wizard of the southern barbarian tribe. Yang Kai knew, but it was too late. How is this possible? How is this possible? Bao Qi kept muttering after the shock, as if everything in front of him was incomprehensible. What is that? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Bao Qi took a deep breath and explained, that is a natural disaster in the demon territory. It has an extremely strong corrosive power that can even corrode the earth. Once it appears, ordinary demon race can't resist at all. Even the demon king has to retreat. But how could the dark light appear here? The demon territory was not a pure land compared to this land. The environment in the demon territory was extremely bad. From time to time, natural disasters would appear. The dark light was one of the many natural disasters in the demon territory. No one knew what it was, but every time it appeared, it would take away a large number of lives of the demon race and destroy a large area of the demon territory. That was why the demon race had to constantly fight. On the one hand, it was in their nature to fight, and on the other hand, they were making plans for their own survival. However, every great world they conquered would become fragmented in less than 10,000 years. Then they would set their sights on a new great world. The cycle repeated itself. Bao Qi did not understand why the dark light, a natural disaster that belonged to the demon territory, would appear in this land. However, the truth was right in front of him. Most likely, no one would survive the dark light. As he spoke, the black light had expanded to the point where it almost covered half of the sky. To the naked eye, it looked like stars had flown from outer space and crashed heavily onto the ground. There was no strange sound, and the land was instantly enveloped in darkness. The darkness gradually spread to the surroundings. The bull demon wizard clan's demonic beasts became more and more irritable. They swung their hooves and refused to move forward no matter how the warriors on their backs urged them to. Butterfly, Yang Kai shouted. Butterfly looked at him. Yang Kai calmly said, if I don't return in half an hour, take your people and leave this place. Butterfly gently nodded. Master, what are you doing? Bao Qi looked at Yang Kai in shock. However, he did not get any response. The next moment, Yang Kai, who was sitting on the back of one of the demonic beasts, had disappeared. Xia Ya was uneasy. She looked at the area covered by the dark light. Sure enough, she saw a faintly discernible trace that was moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from her sight. Bao Chi's face was ugly. What is he doing? The dark light exploded. The barbarians gathered there would definitely die without a burial place. The best thing to do now was to immediately turn back and retreat. However, as the commander, the Wizard Master Bull actually took the risk alone. From his point of view, he really could not see through this. It's over. It's all over now. Sha, you seem to have lost her soul. Her eyes were blank. If Yang Kai did not plant the divine soul brand on her, she would rather Yang Kai die early and reincarnate. However, since there was a layer of divine soul connection, she could not help but worry about Yang Kai's safety. This was obviously not a wise decision. Yang Kai did not know how terrifying the dark light was. However, the demon race knew better than anyone else. Even the Demon King had to retreat. The Wizard Master Bull was only equivalent to a demon commander. What good would come of going there? The two Demon Kings looked at each other. They could only secretly pray that the dark light would disappear before Yang Kai arrived. It was unknown if their prayers were effective, but the darkness in the distance only lasted for a stick of incense's worth of time before gradually dissipating. This surprised Bao Chi and Shaya. In the demon territory, once the dark light exploded, it could last for a few days or even a few months. During this time, large areas of land would disappear and turn into nothingness. The laws of heaven and earth would be destroyed. It could be said that the destruction of the demon territory had a lot to do with the dark light. This was the first time they had seen the dark light disappear after a stick of incense's worth of time. They had never even heard of it before. The appearance of the dark light in this land was unusual. The two guessed that it was either the demon Saint Modo or the great demon god, who had used some heaven-defying method to transfer the dark light from the demon territory to this place. Although the method was shocking, there were always various restrictions. This was probably the main reason why the dark light lasted for such a short time. At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed this. He continued to approach that place. Although he knew that a demon saint had suddenly arrived, this did not make him afraid. He did not even know why he wanted to go there. There might not even be a single person alive, but there was an impulse in his body that made him want to go forward. He suddenly realized that he had completely adapted to his identity as a barbarian. Had he adapted to his role as a great wizard? Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, Yang Kai used his eyesight to see that in the distance there was a huge crater with corpses lying everywhere. At the edge of the crater, more people were gathering and surrounding the crater. The distance was too far. Even with Yang Kai's eyesight, he could not see the situation clearly. However, he knew that the southern barbarian tribe was not completely wiped out. There were still survivors. The demon race had obviously expected this. That was why they surrounded the crater and prepared to massacre. Under the fluctuation of the law of space, Yang Kai teleported again and again. The demon race that surrounded the crater began to charge down. They were like ferocious beasts that wanted to devour all the barbarians. The surviving barbarians gathered under the command of their respective leaders and tried their best to resist. Unyielding roars and blood-boiling battle cries began to reverberate in his ears. The crater that was corroded by the dark light suddenly became a bloody battlefield. The demon race was approaching from all directions. The southern barbarian tribes' survivors were shrinking their defense line little by little. They did not show any sign of weakness. However, the huge disadvantage in numbers and the damage caused by the dark light made them unable to resist the long-planned attack of the demon race. The destruction of the southern barbarian tribe was only a matter of time. At this time, Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield. He rushed down from the outermost edge of the crater. Holding the wide myriad sword, he was invincible. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Yang Kai plowed one abyss of death after another in the demon race's army. Countless demon race members were scared out of their wits. Many demon race members noticed his existence. Different demon race members of different races rushed toward him fearlessly. However, they could not stop him at all. They turned into ghosts under his sword one after another. Even the powerful demon commanders were the same. No matter how powerful the demon commanders were, they could not withstand Yang Kai's attack. The remaining power of the myriads' sword shattered their bones. 30 miles away, a pair of deep eyes stared at him. The owner of that gaze was a young man with fair skin. He was tall and slender. The appearance of Yang Kai seemed to have injected new vitality into the stagnant pool of war, arousing his interest. Several demon kings gathered around him respectfully. Occasionally, they would look at him with awe. There was only one identity of this young man that could make the demon kings show enough humility. Demon Saint Moto. Before seeing his true face, no one would have thought that the murderer who attracted the dark light and killed 200,000 to 300,000 people of the southern barbarian tribe in one fell swoop was actually a harmless-looking young man with fair skin. There was no trace of demonic chi on him. It was as if he was just an ordinary human. But the demon kings who were familiar with him all knew how terrifying the demon Saint Master was. That kind face was just a meaningless disguise. One of the demon kings noticed Moto's gaze and carefully asked, "Master, do you need me to teach him a lesson?" This was a battle to establish the might of the demon race. The outsiders only needed to stand there obediently and let the demon race kill them all. This battle was used to attack the outsiders' morale and let them know what the end result of resisting the demon race would be. So, those outsiders couldn't be allowed to be impudent. That outsider youth who swept through everything on the battlefield was clearly a bit too excessive. This demon king couldn't help but want to go down and kill him. Moto shook his head and said with a smile, "That's good." The demon king, who spoke, immediately stopped talking. He coldly stared at the other side, as if he wanted to see how Yang Kai would die. The huge crater was extremely large, occupying at least 100 miles in radius. And within 100 miles, it was a battlefield. The 300,000 people of the southern barbarian tribe gathered here under the order of the Shaman King. When the dark light broke out, more than 2/3 of the 300,000 people died in an instant. Those who were lucky enough to survive mostly had broken limbs. None of them was in good condition. There were also many people on the demon race's side. All the forces under the command of more than a dozen demon kings were gathered together. There were nearly 100,000 people of the demon race. Right now, nearly 200,000 people were gathered here. This was almost the largest battle since the outbreak of the war between the two races, but the situation was extremely unfavorable for the barbarian tribe. Chapter 2878. Yang Kai's sword swept across everything. A few demon generals who were confident in their strength were cut in half by Yang Kai. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The remaining power of the sword cleared a wide area. All the demon race were smashed into pieces. There was only one tall barbarian standing there. The light of a witchcraft shield flickered on his body, but it still couldn't hide the fact that half of his body had turned into a puddle of liquid. Before Yang Kai came here, he had killed dozens of demon generals and demon commanders with his own witchcraft. The flames of his life were burning madly, supporting his incomplete body from collapsing. The two of them looked at each other. The barbarian grinned. "Hee, the wizard is awesome. Wizard 2. Yang Kai looked at the great wizard in front of him with a complicated expression. Just a few months ago, the two of them had some conflicts in the southern barbarians' king's city. This wizard too provoked him, and was not convinced. After a few months, the great wizard still looked at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. There was a hint of rivalry. "I thought you didn't come. Turns out you were here a long time ago." Wu Tu chuckled softly. He didn't care about the fact that half of his body had been corroded by the dark light's explosion. Bones were exposed one by one. Even the internal organs were clearly visible. They were constantly melting and dripping to the ground. "I just arrived." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Very good." The wizard, too, was still smiling. The pain didn't make him lose his mind. Instead, he became more clear-headed than before. He said with a serious expression, "In the past few months, more than 7,000 demon race people died in my Wizard 2's hands. What about you?" "Not as good as you," Yang Kai replied. Wu Tu laughed heartily. "That means I've won." Ha ha! He still remembered the bet he made with Yang Kai before leaving King's City. Yang Kai nodded and said, "You have indeed won." He paused for a moment and said, "Can you still hold on?" The wizard shook his head and said, "I can't. You've seen me like this. Besides, my people are all dead. I'm the only one left in the wizard's map department. It's time for me to go find them." "Take care." Yang Kai nodded and placed his hand on his chest. Wizard Tome raised his skeletal hand to return the greeting. Suddenly, he shouted, "Go find the Wizard King, Master. The Southern Barbarian tribe will not perish." With that, he turned around and strode towards the territory where the demon race was most concentrated. Wu Tu's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. That light was like a ball of fire, and it engulfed him fiercely. Life sacrifice. This was a forbidden technique. It was a mega spell that was forbidden to be used casually. However, at this moment, Wu Tu had used it to display the final brilliance of his life. In this ancient era, all barbarians believed that they would return to the arms of the barbarian god after death, and their souls would go to the wizard temple. Death was not the end for them, but another kind of beginning. Only one kind of people did not have this qualification, and that was the wizard who used the forbidden technique of life sacrifice. So, under normal circumstances, even if the great wizard died, he would not use such a forbidden technique easily. Once he used it, it meant that he had lost the right to return to the arms of the barbarian god, and his soul would go to the wizard temple. This was almost intolerable, but facing the demon race who invaded his home, the wizard too had no other choice. Even if he was abandoned by the barbarian god, he had to contribute his last bit of strength to his people. The demons who didn't know what was going on surrounded him. Wu Tu laughed loudly and allowed the sharp weapons to slash his body. However, the flames of life that were burning brighter and brighter. The demon race who gathered around him finally realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to turn around and escape. With a loud explosion, as if someone had lit a colorful firework, the wizard too exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and the demon race who gathered around him also disappeared in an instant. Within a radius of 100 feet, everything was cleared. Yang Kai had already rushed to the center of the battlefield. He sensed a familiar aura there. It was the aura of the Wizard King, but it was weak. Obviously, the wizard's condition was also very bad. After the outbreak of the Dark Light, there were only a few tens of thousands of people left in the Southern Barbarian tribe. Now, after the demon race's attack, the number of barbarian soldiers fell one by one. Without the protection of the soldiers, the wizard could not play his role, although they were relatively weak. Even if they used the most exquisite wizard spells, they could not make up for the huge gap in numbers. There were constantly great wizards singing the incantation of life, sacrifice in desperation. There were constantly people who burned their last bit of life force, dragging the demon race down with them. All the scattered barbarians were slaughtered. Only the tens of thousands of barbarians gathered in the center of the battlefield were able to maintain an orderly rhythm. All kinds of magic had dyed their bodies with all kinds of colors. Every single one of these barbarians was fighting the demons with an unflinching look on their faces. The defense line shrank step by step, and the tens of thousands of people were rapidly reduced. Yong Kai's sudden appearance shocked everyone. Even the demon race stared blankly at him, watching him kill a bloody path, and regroup with the barbarians who were surrounded. Rushing to the innermost layer, Yong Kai quickly saw the wizard Dang. Master, the wizard Dang was blind in one eye, and thick water was flowing out. His appearance was terrible. His condition was really bad. Just like the wizard too, his body was corroded by the dark light. There were several other great wizards around him, and each one of them looked more miserable than the last. The wizard Dang raised his only eye, and when he saw Yong Kai, he could not help but bitterly smile. "Why are you here too?" Yong Kai knew what he was worried about, so he quickly explained, "The wizard bull did not come. I came alone." When the wizard Dang heard this, he immediately showed a relieved expression and nodded. "Good, good, very good." While talking, he took out a wood-carved-like thing from his arms. That thing was carved out of an unknown material. There was nothing special about it, but the wizard Dang regarded it as a treasure. He solemnly put it in Yong Kai's hand. "This is the sacred object of the Southern Barbarian tribe. Take it and leave here. The Southern Barbarian tribe cannot be destroyed." Every tribe in the barbarian race had their own sacred objects. These sacred objects were a kind of spiritual sustenance. They weren't rare treasures. However, these sacred objects symbolized supreme power. The person who possessed these sacred objects could even command the entire tribe. Generally speaking, the sacred object was in the hands of the most powerful wizard king of the tribe. The wizard Dang was the sixth wizard king, so the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe would not fall into his hands. There was only one explanation for this situation. The other wizard kings were all dead. The wizard Dang was the last wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe, but he knew that he would not live for long. Among the people present, Yong Kai was the only intact great wizard, so the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe could only be given to him. The wizard Dang had no other choice. "Can you do it?" The wizard Dang grabbed Yong Kai's hand and looked at him solemnly. Yong Kai nodded and made a promise. "The southern barbarian tribe will not be destroyed." The wizard Dang showed a smile. "That's all I need to hear." Like the last radiance of the setting sun, he regained the aura he had when Yong Kai first met him. The power of the wizard king instantly awakened in his body, and he said in a deep voice, "We will create an opportunity for you to escape from here. After leaving here, take your wizard bull tribe to the other big tribes and tell them what happened to the southern barbarian tribe today, so that they can learn from it." Yong Kai opened his mouth and wanted to tell him that there was still a demon saint here. The wizard Dang probably did not know that all of this was the work of the demon saint, so he was so confident in creating an opportunity for Yong Kai to escape. If he knew, he would not think so. However, Yong Kai did not say that if possible, he was even willing to use the small sealed world to take the rest of the people away. But even if he had this intention, he could not do it because all the barbarians he saw were corroded by the black light like the wizard picture. Their bodies were slowly melting. Even the most powerful wizard king was no exception. When he used the small sealed world, all he could take away was a pool of thick water. The shackles of life on them couldn't save their lives. They could only delay their deaths. He clenched the holy artifact in his hand and said with a serious tone, "The southern barbarian tribe will be reborn in the fire. I promise." The wizard Dang laughed and suddenly asked, "You and Lu, they are all good." Yong Kai replied, "The war has made them grow a lot. It should not be long before they become great wizard." "Master, do you have any words for me to convey?" "No need." The wizard Dang waved his hand. "They know their duties. I don't need to worry about them." He took a deep breath and said, "Are you ready?" Yong Kai nodded. The wizard Dang immediately waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared from his hand. In the blink of an eye, It turned into a lifelike electric python and blasted into the demon race in front of him. Swish, 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 swish. The demons were thrown off their feet. The electric python wandered and guided the rest of the southern barbarian tribe forward. The great wizard spells and the warrior's shouts intertwined into a tragic melody. All the remaining clansmen gathered around the wizard Dang and formed a rope and drilled forward fiercely, as if they were trying to drill a way out. It was like cutting tofu. Even if they were facing enemies 10 or 20 times their number, the barbarian tribe was like a hot knife through butter, quickly advancing forward. Unfortunately, this momentum could not be maintained for long. When several demon kings came together, the southern barbarian tribe's advance was blocked. The wizard Dang flew up into the air, his wizard power fluctuating wildly. With his own strength, he faced the several aggressive demon kings. At the same time, he shouted at Yang Kai, "Think of a way to escape." He was unable to provide more protection for Yang Kai. Whether he could escape or not depended on Yang Kai's own efforts. Although the hope was not great, he still tried his best. Yang Kai nodded at him. He had no intention to expose himself here. Ever since he stepped into this battlefield, he had felt a pair of eyes silently watching him. Without needing to confirm, he knew that the owner of the eyes was Demon Saint Modo. So he had been hiding his true strength. He had not experienced how powerful the Demon Saint was, but he knew that he was definitely not a match for the Demon Saint. If the Demon Saint really attacked him, he might not be able to escape from here. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.